and the need to reform education to support innovation and entrepreneurship. That SMEs are generating more than 80% of the jobs in Africa. Yes, we're having an East African conversation, but we have to remember that it's a continental challenge, that SMEs are actually creating 80% of the jobs, and they have to leverage innovation to drive growth, access to sectors, and also look at agriculture, ICT, and the green economy if we're actually going to build a sustainable innovation. We had a keynote address from the Kenya National Innovation Agency, Dr. Mwansa, who's the CEO, and he actually shared the government's commitment to create an enabling entrepreneurship environment through long-term planning, market access, and collaboration across the sectors. He also announced that they have a a Pan-African association of innovation agencies that are actually going to work together to support the local economies to drive innovation. And that already is an opportunity for the innovation sector to tap into. We also had a spotlight session from Signverse that really showcased how inclusive innovation can look like, presenting tech solutions for persons with disabilities and advocating for assistive technologies and a continent-wide innovation agency network. We had a great deep dive session in the AfCFTA, that's the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, looking at how can cross-border entrepreneurship really work. And the panel emphasized that we need to have harmonized policies, infrastructure improvement, look at intra-Africa trade, really urging the shift of mindset to view Africa as a primary market. Not only thinking about outside markets, but how do you tap into that? And I remember from this conversation, our chairperson, Mike, had actually challenged about how can we fill one container in the next coming 2 quarters and actually ship that container to another African country and present that as a case study. So there is already a call to action. We had a session on best practices in entrepreneurship support, where the need for collaboration and sustainability in the entrepreneur support organizations can really be looked at as an urgent issue, and how we can transform ideas to market-ready products, because the market is there, but again, the challenge is the quantity and also the quality of the products that are coming out. We also had different breakout sessions, one looking at renewable energy that interfaces with smallholder farmers. And from there were many lessons drawing out on how we need to leverage the renewable energy to really support rural and marginalized communities, actually build a sustainable food system. There's also a workshop on ESG, whereby how can you integrate all these diverse principles so that not only are you building products and solutions for today, but you're also doing it in the mind of the 3 Ps: people, planet, and profit. Of course, we had a workshop on the future of work and how that looks like, and they're helping different enterprises to really shape on how they need to be able to prepare for the future workplace of young people, but at the same time also the workforce in that regard. Overall, if you look at day one, it really laid a powerful foundation for a collaborative, inclusive, and action-oriented ecosystem in the region. Today, we dive into investments, community building, and overall mental wellness. For far too long, we always put pressure on everyone that you need to go out there and make impact. But no one really takes a moment to step back and say, how are you doing as a founder? How are you doing as an investor? How are you doing as a university lecturer? How are you doing as an ecosystem builder? How are you doing as a change maker or as an entrepreneur? So we're actually going to be dedicating a whole 1 hour just to look at how can we build mental fortitude and mental clarity such that when you go out there today, after the summit, you also have tools to ensure that you remain healthy. Because remember, we need you tomorrow as well. Alongside this also, we'll be having a fireside chat where we actually get to hear from the startups and actually hearing their stories and their perspective. My call of action for you today, yesterday I invited you to listen deeply, and I'm glad I saw that. But today I'd like to invite you to do one thing: be vulnerable. And one way of being vulnerable is asking for help. One thing that I had during the networking sessions was that everyone wants something, whether it's a partner or it's a question that they have in mind or a link to someone. So I'd like you to be intentionally asking for help today, whether it is understanding something that is seeking knowledge, whether it is being linked to a network, someone has it, whether it is finding a partner. I don't know about love partnership, but for business partnerships, that one I think I can guarantee 90%. But please ask around. Whatever you're looking for can just be right there next to you. And I know one thing, speaking as a CEO, we always say that the top leaders should never show weakness. We have all the solutions in our toolbox. But guess what? The way the world has been disrupted and is changing so rapidly, we need to actually come together as a community and find a solution. So today, as we kick off the discussion, is just to wish you a wonderful day. And again, find a way to ask for help. If you need support, the team is here on the ground to help you because we really want this conference to give you the right tools and frame to go and make impact. We want this to be a game changer as well. And I just also want to recognize our wonderful partners from Latvia, as the Latvia Chamber of Commerce. If you can just wait for us. I met them in February and we just connected. And it's been a wonderful partnership, and I know we're going to move forward. Tomorrow, in case you're interested, we are going to meet them at the ASEC offices for further business engagements. So let's collaborate together and make East Africa great. Asante sana.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mercy. Let's make East Africa great. And I love the fact that you've just finished on that note of collaboration as being pivotal to making East Africa great. Thank you so much, Mercy. And I attest to the fact that ASEC is really invested in helping ESOs and even entrepreneurs, startups, and SMEs to scale and to make meaningful impact. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Marcia set the tone for the conversations for today, I just want us to quickly transition into our panel. And I'm going to invite the moderator for this panel in a few seconds just to give us the premise of what we're looking at today. So the title for this specific panel is Shift in Investment Patterns, particularly looking at ESG, the context of ESG. Just a quick fact, it's estimated that Africa has, in terms of FDI, foreign direct investment, about 50 billion, which accounts for about 4% of the global foreign direct investment. And I know these conversations will go a notch higher, even as Angela Koki will be joining me up on stage, together with her discussants to share some reflections on how that looks like in the context of ESG. So Ms. Angela Koki is a finance and investment professional with over 9 years of experience in financial consulting, strategic planning, and venture capital. Currently, she serves as the East Africa Regional Partner at Diligence Africa. She specializes in due diligence, financial modeling, and advisory services to support startups, investors, and businesses across Africa. Angela is deeply committed to fostering financial literacy and empowering women through tailored guidance and resources, driving social impact across the continent. She leverages her expertise in audit, data analysis, and strategic finance to create efficient and inclusive capital flow ecosystems. So Angela is a Pan-African at heart. And ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Angela Koki, even as she joins me up on stage and as she invites her able discussants. Karibu Sana. Thank you for making time to join us. And I know this is going to be an amazing conversation. Karibu. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Morning. I hope you're having a good second day here. Lovely to see everyone who's come back again. And it's really good to welcome you to this panel. So we're going to be talking about the shift in investment patterns, ESG compliance, sustainability, and scalability. And I'd like to invite my panelists to join me here. First of all, we have Bianca Komora. She's the head of research at East Africa Venture Capital Association. We also have with us Julius Opio. He is a board director and chair for the ICC Kenya. Um, and then we have Elaine, an associate director at KPMG. Thank you for joining me. And then we have Charlotte Ludi. She is a sustainability manager at KCB Group. And finally, James Kimani, who is an executive director and founder at DimeWise. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, just a brief introduction. Yesterday, there was a session that was run by Gladys Party for sustainability business consulting. And she did give us some statistics yesterday. And I want to start with those statistics first before we get into the panel. So 2 to 3% of GDP losses come from drought, and this came from the 2008 to 2020 UNDP report. And then 30 to 50 billion a year is lost, economic loss in Africa due to lack of ESG frameworks. And then 70% of the population is below 30 years. That means 10 million jobs need to be created in the next uh, 10 years. And 83% of this is informal employment. And this informal employment has 30% of SMEs being female-led. And as well as that, 10 billion of USD that is annually lost to corruption in East Africa alone. And this was by Transparency International. So sustainability is rising in global priority, and ESG factors are becoming more than just a compliance checkbox. And it's a strategy filter through which capital is increasingly deployed. So in Africa, we need to push towards ESG is both driven by internal reform and external investor pressure, especially from global partners who are demanding alignment with ESG frameworks. But the road getting to that is faced with a lot of tension between growth imperatives and sustainable mandates. And on the investment side, we have ESG present both as a risk and as an opportunity. So this panel is going to be unpacking those real shifts that are happening in investment patterns and what this ESG means essentially in practice. Who is driving this agenda essentially, and how can African stakeholders come together and respond with resilience and creativity and pragmatism? So I'll start us off with a simple question from Bianca. Um, what are the key trends that you see in ESG focused investments in Africa at the moment?
Um, Thank you very much. So I'm not sure I was introduced. I'll
Yes.
just do a quite short one. So I'm Bianca Komora. I lead research at the East Africa Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. The ENVCA is an association that was formed by private equity fund managers to support in advocating for the industry as a whole. We're in 5 countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Uganda. And I'm happy to be on this panel.
Thank you.
Um, the key trends driving ESG focused investments in East Africa, I will say, is, as you mentioned earlier, the drive from the limited partners. So we've most of our funding comes from Europe and North America, and that's where most of the ESG driven conversations are coming from. So if the investor is looking to raise funding from um, Europe, for example, they are obligated to follow the ESG compliance frameworks that came into action in 2021, 2020, thereabouts. So if the investor is getting the pressure to be ESG compliant, then the the portfolio companies they will be investing in will also be looking to be very ESG compliant. Another thing I'd say is um, investor interest is also really driving it in the sense that most investors are looking to not only have a good IRR but also create impact. So that's also driving the ESG conversation.
Thank you for that. Um, as we can see, there are investor priorities that are coming up, and these investor priorities are evolving as we go. So maybe I can just take a question for you, Julius. What are the structural barriers that you're seeing in terms of limiting SME participation in ESG-linked finance, and how can they be dismantled, given the fact that investors are coming with a clear direction of this is what you want? How is that translating downwards to the SMEs?
Thank you very much. My name is
Please, you
Julius
can introduce
Sofio,
yourself.
Board Director at the International Chamber of Commerce, international organization based, we are headquartered in Paris, in 170 countries with 45 billion enterprises across the world. We normally drive policy on behalf of businesses at regional level and global level with international global organizations. Thank you for the question. I'll just pick maybe one or 2 points that are actually barriers. One thing we're looking at is regulatory pressures. So currently we have frameworks that have been designed for the top corporate organizations that are listed in the securities exchanges. So like in Kenya, we have the Nairobi Securities Exchange. In other countries, the developed markets, we have the LSE in the UK, in the US, we have the New York Stock Exchanges. So these institutions have very strict ESG requirements that need to be complied to. Now, the challenge we have with SMEs is connecting into these requirements when they become partners or suppliers of these organizations. So there's a lot of challenges when the ESG requirements are also cascaded downwards to SMEs. So SMEs, from what you've seen, need a lot of capacity building and support with the companies they work with. So for this, in this case, corporate entities. And in Kenya, we're trying to emphasize that when the top corporate institutions engage SMEs, there should also be a capacity building program that goes into it. We've seen a situation whereby companies just focus on the lowest price when it comes to supplying of services by SMEs, but we are saying companies should go beyond that and in their ESG program, see how they can build capacity SMEs that they work with in this regard. Another area is transition financing. We have SMEs who have made investments in old assets that are not, I would say, environmental friendly, so they have to transition. And this comes up with a cost. So we need to see how we can financially support SMEs who have shown interest and commitments to transitioning from high carbon to low carbon initiatives within the organization. And this should come with incentives. From a government perspective, I think the government should come up with more policies that support this transition. An example I would give for SMEs that we were involved in the policy submission about 2 years ago on electric vehicles. When we started off, there was a lot of resistance, but eventually we got government support. We submitted the policy to the National Assembly, and as a result of that, it was adopted. As you see now, we're seeing a big transition on the two-wheelers. I would call them motorcycles. Locally, we call them border borders. And we're seeing a transition now from internal combustion engines to electric motorcycles. Now, the next level is to go now to the trucks. So we need to build infrastructure for these SMEs who have trucks shuttling from Mombasa inland into Kenya and into the region. So in the next 5 years, the support we need to give to SMEs is how do they move their assets from high carbon emissions to low carbon and we give them that support. I've just given you one example in the sector. There are many
Yes.
others. So if you go into renewable energy like solar, how do we transition from maybe grid tides to solar in the systems? And when it comes to agriculture, how do you provide solar pumps to farmers to use it for irrigation? So it's a very big, it's an interesting question you've asked, but I don't have enough time to answer
Yes, I think you're
all
doing
your
a
points.
really
Thank
good
you.
job. From what I'm getting from you is that there has to be a lot of systems that are being embedded into the startups, so that they can incorporate this ESG into their growth strategies, I would say, right? Maybe I can just ask Tracy to also tie into that. What should investors be demanding or adjusting in their ESG due diligence for African startups and SMEs? And I think just tying into that, what are some of these opportunities that you see that can be taken advantage of by the SMEs and the startup to engage in this ESG driven growth, I would say?
Sorry. Hello? There.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
So I think your question made a key point that I want to make. It's that the ESG due diligence on the investor side does need to be adapted to the local context, both to the local context, but also to the SME and startup context. So when an investor is coming in, they really need to contextualize any materiality assessment. When they're working with a company, they need to understand the local issues that the local environmental, social, governance issues that are material for those companies, and understand how that fits in this environment. Any kind of materiality assessment would always need to be sector specific, but the sector, the agriculture sector, for example, here in Africa, is not the same as the agriculture sector in more developed markets. So you need to understand that context and understand the local maturity of that sector and the business environment that they're operating in here. On the environmental side, I would suggest, pragmatism rather than perfection. Emissions data, investors, regulators, etc., are looking for data, but that data is not often available at the startup or SME level. It's expensive to get. The infrastructure is not in place. If the SME's been around, it's not something they're used to doing, perhaps. So really understand that this might be a journey and that you might need to work with any companies that you're investing in. And it's really important to encourage sustainable practices, get them on a journey rather than expecting 100% compliance with what you would traditionally be looking for. On the social side in Africa, this is often the most important element, especially if you're talking about impact investors are really looking for strong social credentials on job creation, on youth employment, youth entrepreneurship, working with women entrepreneurs, and also the realities, again, of the social sector. Informal economies are a way of life and how things are done here, and companies work with informal economies, and that needs to be accounted for and allowed and understood. On the governance side, again, be flexible. I would encourage focusing on the basics, strong governance, financial reporting, capacity building, financial controls, and then just working with the founders on integrity, transparency, and building over time. And fundamental to all of that, and I think this was the point made by my colleague on the panel, capacity building is really important, and understanding that you're not working necessarily with someone who's been working this way for a long time. It's perhaps a new area. You need to offer tools, support when you're setting post-monitoring, post-investment KPIs for monitoring. Be realistic and understand that those can kind of ramp up over time. So,
It's very key that we combine scalability with sustainability on both ends of the spectrum. I think that's an overarching thing that is coming out. And I want to ask you, tied to that, Charlotte, in KCB, because you do fund a lot of startups, you do provide a lot of support for them. When it comes to aligning that scalability with sustainability, especially for a business that is in the private sector, how and what is the role of you see the role of financial institutions in promoting ESG through lending and investment practices? And how does KCB, I would say, assess ESG risks and opportunities in its portfolio? How do you merge the business case and the social impact case of making sure that ESG is also driving the how, not just the how much? Yeah.
Thank you for that question. So my name is Charlotte Luby. I am the Group Sustainability Manager within KCB Group, and we have our portfolio in 7 East African countries, and we have been in this journey of sustainability from the year 2008. When we did start this journey, of course, it was a conversation that we had with our European partners, and so that is where the conversation started from. And at that particular time in Kenya, especially, the conversation was quite new. And so we were in a situation whereby we needed to actually localize whatever frameworks we were getting from the European side to localize it to the Kenyan context. And so that meant that as a bank, the first thing that we looked into is something called environmental and social due diligence. So the financing that we are giving to our customers, how are we ensuring that the financing we're giving to them is not going to do any environmental harm and any social harm? So for us, what that meant is having continuous conversations with our customers, both on the corporate side and also the SMEs. The discussion has been a bit, a bit more conversation is required within the SME space because regardless, they are SMEs, and because of that particular fact, there's a lot of capacity building that is required. But then, in the space of environmentals, in the space of environmental, it's a matter of identifying the environmental risks within that particular premise, whoever we are giving the facility to, and once you identify the risks, now have conversations on how you're going to mitigate that risk and turn them into opportunities. And so that takes us into the space of green financing. In the space of social, how are you engaging with your community? How are you engaging with the employees? Because retention of your employees is key, because that is how you actually manage to make sure that the business is going to be there for future. In the space of governance, what are the policies that you have in place to ensure that you have transparency within your business and you are actually practicing you are putting in place ethical practices within your businesses? So for us, it has been very key to make sure that the customers that the bank finances has put these items in place. And it's not a matter of when we see that we do not have these practices, we are going to say no to you. We are going to put in action plans that are going to help you to get to the point of you have good ESG practices. And for us, that has been quite a good success story, whereby we have been able to see, SMEs adapt, to the requirements that we have within the ESG space, and quite a good story.
That's, and I can see that a lot of businesses have they're trading that line between short-term, I would say short-term returns and long-term ESG impact. And maybe I take this to you, James, given the fact that now you're on the other side of the spectrum, how should businesses and investors look at and approach this compliance beyond what is expected of them and go beyond that? And what's the economic case from the business standpoint, seeing that you're on this other side of things as a founder and also as an executive? How do you see companies embedding sustainability in decision making in the operation?
Thank you so much, Angela. My name is James Kimani Gashiri from Daimois, which is an entrepreneur support organization. And when we talk about ESG, mostly we are talking of the 3 key pillars, that is environmental, social, and governance. And according to the statistics you have just given us, is that there is a lot of loss that is usually incurred for businesses not following up, they or not having ESG practices on board. And I would say one of the economical keys that I would give the businesses, it would be as a way of risk mitigation. Huh? Because you realize whenever you have this in place, you're able to protect yourself as a business from all these challenges that come with you not complying. The other aspect is economical growth or the profitability of an organization. Meaning you're able to look at more less costly practices. Because let's look at a case scenario of environmental. Perhaps you have not complied. And even before doing any business, perhaps you have not got those certifications from NEMA or any other uh, authorizing agency. And you can always incur losses. Take, for example, the house that was just demolished the other day in Mombasa. That was a huge loss to the side of the business. Assume he or she had complied with the regulations that are set. So you find with that aspect in place, look at also the issue of governance. When you have let's say an advisory or perhaps who have skills that are giving oversight on an organization, it means they're able to guide you in a better way, and then you're able to avoid some of these losses that can always incur. And also look at the aspect of also having policies in place, also ensuring that you are inclusive in all your programs. That means in the long run, because the aspiration of any entrepreneur is to have a business that is able to outlive them. So meaning a business that can stay in the long term. And also, there are also incentives that come with you being compliant. And here we are talking of carbon credits that come with you complying, or even when you're supporting such initiatives. And also, uh, look at this aspect of innovation having place, coming in place. Because you cannot just do business the way we have been doing previously. So you always look at what are the current practices that are there and what are the opportunities that come with there. And that leads to more of economical value, adding more economical value to the businesses as compared not considering the ESG component.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. And it speaks to the whole regulatory, I would say, and policy landscape in general. I think everyone in this panel is not just in operating in Kenya. There is an East African and a Pan-African element to the work that everyone is doing here. And I think we need to also have an understanding of how African regulatory frameworks are shaping these ESG expectations, I would say. And maybe I can throw this to both Julius and Bianca. Um, what are the structural barriers that limit SME participation in ESG linked financing? And how can they be dismantled? Because these regional policies, can they be recalibrated to just not promote but enforce the ESG accountability to business growth? Any one of you can just start.
So some barriers that exist for entrepreneurs, I'd say, is not really understanding what it is. So the regulator, for example, CMA in Kenya, is trying to embed ESG reporting in the annual report. But when it comes down to the entrepreneur that is supposed to be reporting on this, they really have no understanding about what ESG is. It was basically just quote unquote placed on them. So some of these things can be broken down by the regulator, not just telling them that this should be included, but also training them as to why is it important, because we're looking at ESG not just from regulation and investing sustainably, but also what is the financial materiality of this? How does this reduce your risk as a company from operational risk to the kind of markets you can scale to? Just to pick a random example, there was an agricultural company that was not able to really penetrate the European market because of the labor rights and how they treated basically their workers. So it's small things like that that you need to start incorporating as a business to be able to scale further. So if a business does not understand that it's as basic as that, and that's what you're meant to report on, then it seems like something that the they're not able to do, yet it's very doable.
Yes, so how do we unlock the barriers?
Yes.
First, I would like to put emphasis on the corporate organizations, the big companies that work with SMEs. Because SMEs come sometimes they come to us saying, okay, fine, the requirements are quite stringent and costly to them. And unfortunately, in some organizations that we've seen, the procurement department has no idea on how to implement ESG. And if you look at the KPIs, it's purely financially driven without a component of ESG. So way of unlocking it is that corporate entities need to work very closely with their partners, SMEs, and since mainly the area of contact is mainly at the procurement stage, there needs to be a proper collaboration that whatever ESG policies or initiatives the corporate entities are deploying should cascade down to the SMEs. So it's not fair for corporates to give reports annually about how good they are in ESG implementation, and that is not cascaded down to the SMEs. One challenge we get, SMEs are complaining, is that they're being pushed so hard on pricing, and as a result of that, it compromises on their ESG delivery. So when it comes to the environment side, when it comes to emissions, look at the social side when it comes to employee safety, remuneration. From a corporate governance side, it's not too bad. But these are some of the areas that we are trying to inform our members, is that whatever they do and whatever they report on should also cascade to their partners. And in this regard, SMEs. Now, for another area that I would like to emphasize on is tech and ESG. I think there's a big opportunity for SMEs to tap into tech and use tech in terms of data collection when it comes to ESG reporting. There's a lot of data. My colleague talked about data inconsistencies, and that's a challenge when it comes to standardization, not only from a national perspective, but also from a global perspective. If we can use tech, I'll give an example. I'm also a director in one of the logistics companies, so I can give an example of a logistics company. If we bring in telematics, AI, into tracking into drivers, into trucks, it is heavy trucks, we're able to gain data about driver behavior, okay, safety, how they drive. We're able to get the speed what speed are they driving at, the emissions the car or the truck is emitting, and all that information you can use AI to gather that information and see how that information now is used to lower carbon emissions through transitioning to electric, if you choose to go that direction, or if you choose to go to biofuels to bring down your emissions within your trucking business. Now, with that information, you're able to go to the bank if you're planning to expand and ask for financing. And some of the banks have green financing solutions, whereby you're able to get access to financing at competitive or lower interest rates that encourage the transitioning from high carbon emission to low carbon emission services. We can also repeat that in other sectors like the agricultural sector for the farmers who are doing a lot of irrigation. You go to the hotel services like now where we are now, that is the tourism and hospitality in terms of infrastructure, energy savings. So there's a lot of tech we can actually bring in into the ESG discussion to make sure that we take the leap forward. And Africa today and Kenya today is in a position, sometimes I say it's even much more advantageous to Europe and the advanced countries, because in those countries they have made heavy investments, and transitioning from the investments they've made, what would call stranded assets, to ESG compliant assets is quite costly. So for us, we have that opportunity to grab technology and leapfrog into the future as SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've made a very important point there about the data specifically. And I wanted to throw this to the corporate ladies, both of you, because you do have an opportunity to do data collection, I would say, of the people that you engage with, but you're pushing to implement a lot of these ESG frameworks and practices and everything. What are some of the metrics that you would use to measure some of these implementation? And what are you seeing a lot of companies doing, both right and wrong, I would say? Because then that translates to the kind of support that you're giving them. So my question to both of you essentially is, how can we and what are the metrics that are being used to measure some of these I would say outputs and assessments to make sure that you know what is working and what isn't. And out of that, what are you seeing is actually working and isn't working?
Sure. So I can start on that. I think I failed to mention earlier that, so I work for KPMG. I'm a director at KPMG East Africa, and I lead an advisory team working with corporates, SMEs, startups, and also donors and investors on ESG. The data that's being requested can vary quite significantly, depends on sometimes the focus of the investor, but they would have their own kind of list of priority topics, if you will. Some of that's more on the environmental side, emissions, wastewater, pollution, etc. So metrics on that. On the social side, gender balance in your employee team, gender balance in your management team, especially. A whole host of metrics. I don't think we could get too deep into them, and I think there's a lot of that available online. I'm happy to talk about that a bit more. What we do see about, you asked, what are companies doing wrong or what are they doing right? I think I could say a lot of companies, no matter the size, even the large ones and also the smaller ones, what they might do wrong in the beginning is to push back and say, why do I have to do this? I don't want to do this. It's just a requirement you're placing on me. I don't need to do this. It's coming from the outside. Why are you asking? But I think what I would encourage is to shift the mindset on that. Maybe it wasn't something you initially thought should be a priority, but there's real benefit in integrating ESG. It's not just because someone outside on the investor side or the regulator side is requiring you to do it. There's a reason for it. It really can enhance your risk mitigation and make you more operationally efficient. Companies that incorporate ESG tend to be better run, and that's why ESG is taken off. It's a strong risk mitigation driver. On top of that, the opportunity side, which you mentioned earlier, you can face loss of access to markets if you're not appropriately incorporating ESG. Customers are looking for these types of things. So what I would encourage is to just shift the mindset to, this is not just being forced on me or a new requirement that's challenging for me to meet, but what's the opportunity for me from both the operational side, the risk side, and the opportunity side.
So how the bank has actually, taken advantage of the data that we have. Just last year, we embarked on an initiative called calculation of our financed emissions. And so this meant that we looked into our portfolio and we were able to identify the sectors that are quite the high emitters, so to speak. And some of those sectors that we did identify were the real estate and even the transport sector, quite high emitters. And so it meant that, we started conversations with our clients in regards to, enabling them or assisting them to just transition into a low carbon space. And we also, for us as a bank, we also led by example, whereby we also looked into our own operations emissions. We identified that we are emitting quite high carbon, and we also started a transition within our own spaces. So it's not just about pushing back to our clients to just, making them do what they need to do, but then also we led by example and started implementing on our end how to reduce our own emissions. And it has actually meant that we identified some of the branches that are use quite a bit of electricity, and now transitioning them to the renewable energy space with our clients. And this is something that we did introduce even this year, whereby we have assisted social institutions to now go into the space of renewable energy. And a specific product was even introduced with a rate of 9%. The uptake has been quite good. And we continue having conversations with even partners. Just last year, we got an approval for one of our concept notes, whereby we are going to be able to start financing, projects within the space of climate smart agriculture, waste management, water initiatives, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. These are all going to go to the SMEs and the MSMEs within this particular space. So there's a lot of support that is happening towards the MSMEs, and which we need to just be able to be ready for. And the readiness that can be done is by integrating ESG practices. Because at the end of the day, we need to know that the person who's going to benefit from this financing is actually doing good business. So the opportunities for us are actually there for the MSMEs.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. And I can see we are short on time. Maybe we can ask to get some questions, but as we finish to wrap this all up, this is clearly a situation of bringing together capacity and capital, as well as now creating a culture of ESG generally. And on the other side of the spectrum, and this is what I wanted to ask you to close out, what kind of support do you feel, both technical, advisory, financial, should the ecosystem be offering essentially? And what advice would you give to entrepreneurs trying to integrate ESG without losing focus, I would say, on the scaling of it all? Yeah.
First of all, I would mention that the ESG aspect of doing business, the most ethical way any entrepreneur would incorporate on. And it's not that expensive. You just need to start and then just look at a given area. And I would give an example like what we do as an organization. One, we have tried to triumph green entrepreneurship and also do a lot of advocacy, make people understand what is this ESG, so that you're able to move this ESG from just being a big buzzword, becoming a reality. And it means as little as having even like for us in our organization, we have changed all our electrical rights and also incorporated solar rights to ensure that we are able to use on some of those costs. And also look at, also we have joined some of the organizations like the Brew Company projects that are able to advocate for ethical practices in business and also have a board on board because it saves you a lot of challenges. Yeah.
Yes. I agree with you. So maybe just one sentence very quickly for everyone. What's one ESG mindset or action that African businesses need to unlearn or relearn to truly scale? I'll start with you, Bianca, since you're the father, as we close out.
So, businesses should know that ESG is not just a buzzword, as you said, but it's something that is to create value for them, to make them investable. Because if you're ESG compliant, an investor is definitely going to invest in you. It will make you be able to scale, because with shifting customer interests, customers are more likely to buy your product if you are sustainable. So if you want to scale, that's also something to look at. So we have moved from just starting businesses to build ourselves and our families to businesses that can be sustainable and can last to the future. And you can do that if you integrate these frameworks into your business.
1 minute.
A quick one. I would say to focus on, so there's a lot of talk about how African businesses could perhaps leapfrog other technologies. We've heard that for a long time. But applying that to this context, there are new ways of doing business that maybe aren't yet being done and figure those out. But when you do so, incorporate the ESG, because a lot of times that's a natural fit. It's a natural fit incorporating green and environmental focus and social focus. And when you leverage and combine those two types of thinking together, I think there's quite a lot of opportunity.
Thank you so much.
For me, I would say it's a challenge between short-termism and long-term gains.
Yes.
So how do we balance? If you're an SME, how do I balance between my short-term objectives and long-term gains and embed ESG in the process. So the ESG journey is a long-term journey. I don't think it can be done overnight. So once you make the commitment as a business enterprise, you stand to benefit in the long term, and your business becomes more sustainable, not only from a nationalistic perspective, but also from a global perspective. You're able to scale up. Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah. Mine is to leave us with encouraging us to just collaborate further. We have situations whereby the ESG practitioners are in other institutions, and we are really pushing the SMEs to adopt. So learn to collaborate with those ESG practitioners so that you're able to be, so that knowledge transfer is happening and you know exactly what to do in the space of ESG and incorporating that within your business premises.
Thank you.
Thank you. When we talk of ESG, let us not just think about the big words and all that, but let's understand it. Actually, from just like when I didn't know much about ESG, I didn't understand how well it works. But the moment you learn about it and you become intentional in implementing some of these practices, it becomes easy. And if you think ESG as a checklist is expensive, think of not implementing it. It's more expensive when you're not implementing the ESGs.
Thank you all. This was a really nice panel. I wish we had more time to discuss more, but I can see we're being rushed here. So thank you for engaging in this very important conversation. And I hope we can continue building up the knowledge on what ESG really means and making it simplified for everyone to be able to actually implement. So yes, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate engaging with you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. A round of applause, exactly. A round of applause for our wonderful panelists and reminding us planet is important. Please stand here for a photo op. And as usual, our generous chairman will join you and he has a challenge for you. Yes, take the picture first. Bwana Chairman, the mic here.
The mic. Good morning. How many of you understood everything that they talked about this morning? You've understood everything? Put up your hand. Okay. All right. So quite a few of you understood, but there's some way to cover. So they have an opportunity to be here again, right? I'm going to give them a challenge just like before. So well done first. Very good job. So, Koki, what you've said that every group we are giving them a challenge. Now, ASEC has about over 180 ESOs, and if you take each one of them has about 100 SMEs, that's 18,000 enterprises, which is a big market. Charlotte for KCB, I think when you look at that, you see accounts and I don't know what you see. So ASEC is the place to be. But I would like to pose this challenge so that we can move this from philosophical to actualization. This is what I'm going to propose to you. As a team, if for the next 6 months, we can have a cohort of about 5 SMEs in ASEC, who we could have a case study. We do an assessment, EC assessment, we put together a capacity improvement plan, and then we assess them again, and we document the process. So that for us as ASEC members, we can understand. It's a very complicated issue, as you understand. But I think we'll only be able to actualize it if we begin doing something about it. We are happy to have those 5 as members, have open bank accounts with KCB, if that's a requirement. We're happy to do that. But I'm going to even sweeten this for you. In 2026, January, we're going to have an international conference on strategic competitiveness in Kenya. So if you do a very good job, I'm going to give you another opportunity to have another panel in January 2026 to present those findings. where you've done an assessment of a cohort of about 5, or you can choose whatever number. You do a baseline, an assessment. We put together a capacity improvement plan. We work on, like what she said, capacity, culture, and capital. We do whatever needs to do, and then we assess them again, and then we present a report. Is that a deal? Now, if the chairman says that, you're going to say yes. We don't have a choice.
Chairman.
Okay, but now, Koke, it's you are holding responsible, right? So this is your team. You work with them, and let's see what happens. And actually, just as a sign of a commitment, I'm going to give you this. This begins to help you understand about the summit in January 2020. So you can do that, study in the evening, memorize it, and then we can, Koke can do a test after that. Okay?
Definitely.
So if you do a good job again, 2026, you are together again, the same panel, and talk about it. But this time, talk about actual results. And you?
Okay.
Aya, asante sana.
Asante sana, Bwana Chairman, for being generous and kind. Thank you. Another round of applause for this amazing panel. And as they exit the stage, allow me to bring on stage Calvin Jodisi, CEO and founder of Ascenti. We have been talking about planet. Now we are going to talk about the people, the vulnerability that Matthew was talking about. What can we do about it? Calvin has experience mentoring startups, encouraging them and mentoring them. Calvin, the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's still morning, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Can I get another good morning?
What to do?
Oh, good. So before we come to the most important part of this session, and the reason I'm saying it's important is because we actually going to engage and listen to the most successful stories and understand how the startups have been able to raise funds, they've been able to maneuver the ecosystem, the competitiveness of doing business in Kenya, and not only in Kenya, but Africa and globally. And I think for us, that is the main gist of this particular conversation. So thank you very much. And before we do that, I just want you guys to stand up a little bit. Please stand up a little bit. Stand. Okay, so stand. I'm still waiting for a few more people to stand. Okay, so stand. Okay, so just say hi to your neighbor, ask them how they're doing, just on a, how are they doing? How do they feel? How do they feel today? Okay, thank you very much, and you can have your seats back. Thank you. So today I have the most amazing panelists that are going to join me on stage, and I just want to welcome them to join me on stage pretty quickly. I'm going to start with Tracy Mwangi. Mwangi from Zyme Technologies, kindly join us on the stage. And then Sonato from RIESEA Africa, please kindly join the stage as well. And then last but not least, the gentleman, Mr. Dean Gishuki, please kindly join the stage as well. Thank you. Good, so thank you very much. Kindly sit there. I want to rearrange it a little bit. Yes, so we're gender balanced. So thank you very much for joining us on stage today. And before we started this session, I said that you are the people that we look up to, and kind of the stories that you want to hear, not only in Africa, but not only in Kenya, but definitely in Africa as well. And you guys are the people who actually inspire even the next generation who want to walk into the journey of entrepreneurship, walk into the journey of startup, walk into the journey of fundraising, and actually finally walk into the journey of building the next big 500 fortune or $1 billion company as well. Thank you very much and welcome on stage. So I just want you guys to quick 1 minute, just introduce yourself and what you do. A little bit more into detail and maybe which countries or what countries you work in.
So maybe I can start. Hi, my name is Tracy Mwangi. Not sure if I'm the one you're supposed to be looking up to. There are a lot of great startups in this country. I run a tech startup. We've been there for now about 8 years.
Okay.
We support other startups in building their own solutions. So we've done it for 8 years. In terms of countries, we've done Africa, we've done Europe, we've done America as well. We've helped different setups, including Bupas who have gone to raise funding, Watu Africa. So quite a huge scope of those who work with.
Okay. Next.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Dean, CEO of Kunta Content. I run a game studio called Kunta Content. I've also run fintech companies before, focused on Kenya, Nigeria. We do have customers in the US and Europe. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Soinat Labo. I'm a co-founder and COO at RIESEA. And what we do at RIESEA is we're a soil health company. We help farmers access their soil nutritional data by building IoT sensor powered devices for on-site soil testing. We have customers in Kenya, Tanzania. We are an early stage company, so we're 2.5 years old. So we're hoping that this will be the year we'll be expanding into the rest of East Africa and also into West Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go straight to the last point that you make. You're an early stage startup, meaning that you're still a baby because you're 2.5. So we're still giving you at least probably maybe some 6 months to see if you're going to fail, because the statistics says startups fail after 3 years. So at least we're still giving you 6 months. So anyway, let's go straight to the question that I have is, how can early stage startup position themselves, and especially for investment? I know you guys have been able to get invest. How do you position yourself for investment as an early stage? Maybe how have you done that?
So what I would say has been very helpful for us to be able to get the investment that we have gotten up to now is by showcasing what problem our solution solves. So at the core of what we do, we're trying to make agriculture more productive, especially in Africa, since we're a growing population. We have many issues such as food insecurity, climate change. So at the core of what we do, impact is very important. What are we really trying to solve? And on top of it is our problem solving those issues on the ground. Are farmers able to pay for the solution that we provide them? So we've been able to generate revenue since day one. And that has really helped us because we've been able to kind of showcase that our problem is needed and people are willing to pay for it. So in terms of attracting revenue as an early stage startup, that is very key. And also showcasing what the solution is and kind of painting the bigger picture. 2.5 years isn't long, so you kind of have to show what are you going to look like in the next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and what is the space you're working on looking like? Is it big enough for your problem, for the problem that you're trying to solve, to make a big enough impact over those years?
So let me come to Tracy. You've been in the game for quite a while. Can you probably just tell us how your early stage was like?
So I'm going to be just a bit controversial, and I hate being the controversial panelist. I don't know why this happens every single time. The one thing I realized, even beyond the revenues you make, it's your network. Who trusts you? When you enter into a room and you speak to somebody, do they feel the confidence of what you're able to do? Right? And what we realized, and I'm sure all of you know startups who have made money and they're not making any sense. Right? I'll not mention one huge one, right? But there's one that came about food, about Vibandas, right? And they got a lot of money for the first year, they died after 1 year. So at times making money is also about, again, and even just business generally and revenue, is when you walk into a room and you speak to somebody, what network are you building? I think one of the biggest issues most early stage startups forget is that every single conversation can lead to a funding round 3 years down the line. We think that it's about, when I want funding, I will find those who are able to give me funding on that day. So be careful about the networks you build and the connections you build from day one. I think for us, it has been very clear. So a lot of the clients we have now, we have spoken to for 3-4 years. We have spoken to for 2 years. So for me, one of the things I think I would say early days is that we never neglected any conversation we had. The people we spoke to, we kept. So for me, one of the critical area. We've seen startups that are funded without any product. We've seen them in a few months.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah. So, Dean, maybe you can also tell us how you've been able to. I mean, you work in so many countries across Africa. So, how is your early stage been like? Have you raised some money? Yeah.
Yeah, so I do agree with both of my panelists. I have a few additions, but I generally agree. I think my biggest lesson, especially with fundraising, has been you do have to be a bit, the idea, the business, the concept does have to be a bit left field, almost a bit crazy. And I think Tracy is right. You have to manage how crazy that is, because there are a lot of businesses that I speak to, a lot of founders I speak to, and it's not clear, it's not strong, the product doesn't make sense.
Okay.
But oftentimes, if you iterate that enough and you dig deep enough, oftentimes you find something that's special enough and potentially can grow big enough, as has been shared, to become a strong moat business, right? And often that's primarily what investors invest in. They're looking for something that's really protectable, right? They're looking for a strong moat. Usually starts with team, then gets into the technology or solution you're able to build. Over time, it becomes the market, right? And what we've learned across different markets is there are certain really significant differences.
Yeah.
But you find most foundational challenges are the same. So you find whether it's payments, there are certain maybe trust issues in almost every African market, and even to expand that further, almost every emerging market, right?
Yeah.
But how you deliver that product into the market, how you go about building that trust tends to really vary. And that, I think, makes the relationship with investors a bit harder to manage, because the assumption can easily become you figured out Kenya, go to Tanzania, do the same thing. You did Kenya in 1 year, do Tanzania in 4 months, and so on and so forth, right? But in 4 months, you might not even be able to launch a product, let alone win the market. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I think one of the things that we've seen in the system, for example, right, we've seen a lot of interest in startups getting incubation. I mean, like there's so many incubation programs that are going on, and they're fantastic. You know, incubation programs are always fantastic, and we've seen so many companies that come out of incubation and all that. I just wanted to ask you. I mean, I would just want you guys to give probably your sense in terms of how is the impact of incubation acceleration probably in the ecosystem, and also how has it had an impact in your own business, probably starting up, your business? How has that been? Yeah, and we can start with you as well.
So that question is very important for RIESEA because we began in an incubator called Jasiri.
Okay.
And Jasiri has actually allowed us to go as far as we have because they kind of gave us the support that we needed. And in terms of being an early stage startup, being a hardware and software company, Jasiri was able to help us come together, first of all, as co-founders, because it's also a studio. And then at the same time, we were able to get the right resources in order to build our initial device and then iterate from there. We've also been able to get support from other programs such as E for Impact. So they have also allowed us to access different partnerships. They've been able to allow us to continuously work on our financial projections, business strategy. So I think being an early stage startup, you really need as much support as you can get. And being in these incubators and accelerators allows you access to resources that you otherwise wouldn't get if you were kind of outside there, unable to network, get the right linkages, get the right investors, be in spaces such as this in order to kind of take your venture into the next stage.
Okay, well, Dean, I don't know if you've been in any incubation or acceleration program. Yeah, maybe you can also give us like a deeper sense of what kind of incubation. Have you been to international incubation programs? Probably have you raised some money?
Yes. Yeah, so we've been part of a few different incubators, accelerators. We've raised from some, and I've been both fortunate and fortunate to work in an accelerator. So I've seen both sides. I think my experience has been, it's generally really positive because it's probably one of the few interactions where your business won't be what's the best word? It won't be a live fight every day,
Okay.
right? You're in a slightly controlled environment.
Mhm.
You have advisors, you have mentors, you have people helping you, etc. And
Mhm.
essentially, the day you step out, it's basically the rubber hitting the road. And I find not only are incubators useful at the beginning, I think every couple of months or years, it's always a good idea to figure out a way to either create that environment or actually join one
Okay.
where you can take an outside in view into your business and try to understand what's going on, what are the opportunities we're chasing after that are not mission critical day off. And we've seen many different conversations around this where startups that are 5, 6 years old still being in accelerators, and people wondering, okay, these guys just raised $10 million. Do they really need an accelerator? What's going on here, etc. And a lot of those founders have spoken about how difficult it is to get back into that mind frame of rethinking your business, getting more support, getting more assistance. And we've also seen much older businesses, 7, 10 years plus, make some really critical, simple mistakes where you do see the need for new mentorship, new guidance, and so on. So I, I have swayed in this opinion over the past few years, to be fair, but I think I see the significant value of a good accelerator, good incubator. And I think as a founder, the more you grow, the more you understand how to extract value and how to help guide the accelerator and the incubator as to what you need. Versus at the beginning, you're in class, you're learning, you're just gathering information.
Yeah. So, I mean, Tracy, let's twist the, I like what Dina said in terms of the constant growth of a business. I mean, you're 8 years old, definitely you need constant growth. So even looking at incubation acceleration, do you think, how are you able to grow your business further in terms of advisory, in terms of mentorship, even if not necessarily like incubation, getting an incubation or an acceleration program?
I think that's a great question. For us, I think the first thing we did was get an advisory board. An advisory board is a cheap way of having very brilliant people in your helping you and mentoring you on every single day that you sit on a quarterly basis and they give us advice. Secondly, is we have those who believe in the vision of the business, and we have taken not advantage but taken full use of them. Again, these are the people we met at the beginning of our careers, who are then managers, now are CEOs of banks. So like one of our mentors was a manager when we met him, now he's a CEO of a bank. So he's actually allowing us to do a lot more. And that's what we've always used. The other thing I've realized also are your fellow startups. So like for us again, we've worked with Watu, we worked with Bupas. These are guys who've raised quite a huge amount. Bupa started with $1 million. They recently raised, I think, another 4 million. Watu, of course, are of a different scale. And they help us actually understand what investors are looking for, what everybody is looking for. So also a very clear need of startups as well helps. So I'll just chime in a bit on because I'm where Dean is when it comes to incubators. My advice to startups is incubators have numbers they need to meet. So they're very selfish with what they want.
Mhm.
So as a startup, you have to be very selfish with what you want. Don't get into the bit of entering every single incubation. In the incubation, the whole year, you're barely meeting your customers. Know what you need when. It's very important and very critical for you to understand. I think in the beginning, we did Safaricom Technovation. It gave us 1.2 million for our business. We've not done another one yet. We've done a few smaller sessions, but you have to be very selfish as a startup. Why am I entering this place? Is it the money I need? Is it advice I need? Am I accelerating this? Do I want to scale? Do they have the important lessons? Or else you'll be learning the same thing over and over again.
No,
So you have to be very clear and very practical with what you want.
exactly. Before we move from this, and I think this is very important. This is very important point that we're raising here, and I just want to come back a little bit into still the same topic. Do you think that probably maybe incubation acceleration is more deemed as like changes. So, for example, if my company join Y Combinator, I am sure all the investors will be looking into investing my money. Are people really? Do they really need the acceleration or the incubation for them to progress, or do they just want as a way of uplifting their portfolio? Oh, I'm part of this particular network, or I raise money from this, this VC and all that kind of stuff. Maybe I'll just give Dean. Maybe you can give me your mind on that.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pattern matching. But what I do understand and empathize with investors is oftentimes they have a big top of funnel, so to say. I was speaking to a friend of mine who does VC style deals. On the average month, she will receive 500 pitch decks, and that's only for her to analyze. And at best, they can invest in one a month. So how do you narrow down from 500 to one as an individual, right? And oftentimes you have to figure out how to sometimes discriminate in an extremely straightforward and simple way. And that can easily be pattern matching. Have they worked previously in this industry? Have they gone to an accelerator? Have they raised funding, etc.? And that could, for example, just cut out, let's say, 450 people, right? And now you have 50 to take a deeper look at. And now once you get to that point, okay, who has the most revenue? Who has the most traction? Who has the best team, and etc. So by the time you're getting to, let's say, 15 that you can deeply take a look at, it becomes, I think, a much more manageable number. And oftentimes, what a lot of these programs do is, yes, help you to stand out to investors, but also help you narrow down what it is you're really doing. And sometimes, probably the most critical step is deciding whether you really want to go on this journey, right? And the more international it is, I think it generally means the more difficult problems you can try and attack. So, for example, YC, I think the number is 50,000 applications a cohort, 400 get in. So if you got in, you are quote unquote better than X thousand businesses, right? And that becomes an easier way for an investor to start analyzing your business, right? The validity of that and whether it really speaks to a result is a whole other conversation, because there are a lot of businesses that did not get in but still did really well. But the successful ones are super clear, right? There's a clear lift that certain programs, YC, Techstars, and so on, add to businesses. And I think the bigger question for a founder is, it seems to be clear that you do need one, but how do you manage the potential distraction? How do you manage the excitement really early on, which sometimes can be more negative than positive to a business?
Wow. Yeah, before we get into the audience, just to ask maybe a couple of questions, I just want to throw this question in, and it's a very simple question. As an African startup, how do you really position yourself for global, for even local investment to even global investment? And I think we'll start from, yeah.
I think this goes back to the other question on kind of how you present yourself. So I think I would definitely say, once again, like showcasing what problem you're solving, showcasing how that solution is making an impact, and also positioning yourself with the right networks, as mentioned, because those networks will go with you for a number of years. I think as you continue going, you continue showcasing what you're trying to solve. You continue also showing those metrics. I think being transparent as possible, showcasing what impact you're making, who your customers are, your solution, if it's innovative, being able to get down to the technology that you're creating that's different, and showing your competitive advantage as well. Like what makes you as a startup, and where will you be in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is how good the team is.
Yeah.
And I think that connects very directly to how much traction and revenue the team has generated. Especially now in a post fast money world, it's really critical to have a fairly solid business before you raise, especially traditional VC. Accelerators can be a path to that, but the biggest challenge, especially right now, African startups, is that there are a lot of really interesting companies that are at zero, and there are almost too many. And to differentiate yourself, and really even for yourself as a founder to decide whether you really want to go on this journey, it's seeing the traction, seeing the customers who love your product, and using that as a jumping off point to go out and get partners locally or globally.
Okay.
I think just before I answer the question, we are having a conversation in one of our groups about Mzungu as a service. And one of the startups is asking for a non-technical Mzungu who can nod their head when they make their presentations so that they can go with them into funding rooms. I think the strategies are becoming now crazy. People are getting to a point where they're going to do anything for funding, right?
Okay.
Very interesting. There's actually a discussion, and I hope all of you will chip into it, right? The Mzungu service. It's called now MAS. Very interesting. I'm waiting to see how, but they've actually said it works. So I don't know if it works or doesn't work. I would not speak to it. In my opinion, I think I really agree with what Dina said. In your early steps, you can use the accelerators, the competitions to get a bit of money. But one of the things I realize is people are looking for a business to invest in.
Exactly.
I think the biggest problem with a lot of African startups is that we are so tied to our idea and how brilliant it is and how amazing we thought about it in the middle of the night and had that kind of light bulb moment of saving the world and changing the world. But somebody is actually looking for a fun business to invest in.
Exactly.
So one of the things I've realized when we're actually at the Web Summit in Qatar, and we have one of the products we've just built last year. I'll not speak to it, but you're now looking to raise again now for this particular product. And I'll not forget, our board was the only one with an AI powered da 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 da. And everyone kept on coming and saying, but everyone is using AI. Why are you mentioning it? And I realized we're playing at such a different game with global startups. Startups out there, by the way, and the 4 startups who pitch, one of them is an IoT startup, AI. The guy who won was using, sorry, I'm forgetting it, but it's a very interesting product. And I'll never forget, they were very strong, very clear, very grounded businesses. Nobody was coming to pitch a vision of changing the world mainly, and that's a whole pitch. No, they were very clear. We've done this. This is the traction. This is what we did at this particular stage. We have this person in the team. And then, as I said, their teams were very strong, very diverse. They had somebody running business, somebody running finance, somebody who was heading technology, but it was a very clear, structured business. So for me, one of the things I love to say is one, that build a business. Your idea is great, but anyone can make ideas and they'll be fun and they'll be exciting. But be very clear about building a business. If you need mentorship or support, contact those who've done it before, contact those who've have been there. Secondly, for me, is there's a word we like saying it, but I don't think people understand what it means. Scale. A lot of it I've realized is leave even scale of how many users you can get. A lot of investors are looking for products that fit into their portfolio or that help them drive their agenda. So even as you're speaking to investors and people, right, is your product fitting into their long-term path, right? Can it do a few extra things here and there that then is of benefit to them? So one of the things is scale and what your product can do. A lot of people, and I think we've had this discussion because we are now entering the fintech space. We had one of the investors asking us, can it do X? Can we do this? Can we do 3? Can we do 4? We're like, yes, we can, but we've not thought about it that way. And we have to expand even as founders, our thinking on what the product can do, where it can go, where it can be placed at, and what it can actually do. So for me, I think that is such an important thing. But secondly, focus on building that business. Every single thing, regulation, your structure, your finances, your books, how are they? That is such an important part of also being able to attract investment.
Wow. Yeah, thank you very much, Tracy, and the panel. I don't know if there's a roaming mic. We can probably just take 2 or 3 questions from the audience before we close the conversation. Anybody? So just raise your hand. I'm sure your mic will come your way. I'm sure your mic will come your way. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I can't even see this side. Maybe there's questions this side. Um, okay. So, do you have a question? Probably one question, or maybe one comment. Comment as well.
Maybe to add on the Mzungu as a service.
Okay.
Conversation. So about a year ago, I had a conversation with one Mzungu investor who was taking me through their portfolio, explaining the different companies, invested in like 40 startups. About 15 of them were white-owned, white-led. And he shared an interesting learning, and it was that a lot of those Mzungu-owned run startups ended up dying. And he tried to understand why. And it seemed that what every founder will do after the business died was go back to MIT, Harvard, pursue a master's, make the business a thesis, and continue building and working on other things, right? And he went a bit deeper into the African founders that he's invested in. And he said for a lot of them, there really isn't an option to. There's no other thing that they're going to be doing if the business doesn't work out. And what that generated for him is a unique thesis where I even saw him tweeting a little about it as a service, and I remember that conversation, where for him, it's really important, yes, to have a great team, but you also want a team that is almost all in this. And oftentimes, a lot of the large startups that raised funny money and ended up failing. Sometimes I go through their team composition and I'm like, Zungu as a service. This was not a good decision, right? And it's not exclusive, of course, right? Because there are businesses that are doing really well, but that is an element that I think a lot of founders, especially a lot of African founders, don't place enough weight on, because it's easy to see the TechCrunch announcements and you're like, I know like 5 African businesses that are doing 2x better, right?
Yes.
And they should have raised, right?
Yeah.
But then a weird side effect of this becoming so loud is more investors being aware that it is possible to rent a founder. And I think decks are going to be significantly more scrutinized at this point. They're like, this advisor over here, what does he really do, like on a day-to-day? Like, does he have an email? Is this official? Does he have shares? Is he actually contributing to the business? And what that hopefully generates is a better culture, even from the investor side, of funding better businesses.
Cool. Yeah, there's a question there, so then we'll come back to you guys because of time. Yeah, question or a comment?
Mzungu as a service always gets people.
Good morning. My name is Javan from Navigators APTF.
Yes.
And listening to the conversation, especially the point, Tracy, you've made, the last point you've made, I would want to ask, when it comes to striking a balance between pursuing or remaining true to the calling of a startup, or rather the goal and the objectives of the startup. And then on the other hand, there is the demands by the investors and funders. And what you said appears like you're suggesting we need to look and pay attention to what the investor is looking for. But I am afraid that sometimes when we look at, or rather consider, what the investor is looking for, we might end up losing track as a business and end up, there are so many investors, so you want to please that one, you want to please that one, and you keep aligning.
Okay.
How then do you strike that balance to attract the funding, but still remain true to what you are and what your DNA, what you're called to do?
Okay. If you have maybe one more question, and then if someone has a question, okay, perfect. So I think let's answer that, and then we'll probably just close up the session as well.
Okay. I think let me give further context. So the reason why I said you need to check is for that exact same reason. At times when you meet too many VCs who are everywhere, then you're placed everywhere. But you see, in the beginning, when you understand in terms of the kind of startups a VC has invested in, it means then your vision is not shaken because you're not going everywhere, right? Because you're just begging everybody for money. I mean, it's just like normal life. If you're very desperate, then you go everywhere and you're told to do anything. But in this case, when you understand where you want to be, then it's very clear whom you go to for investment. It's also very clear which accelerators you join, which ones you don't join, because then you have a path of their history. But secondly, also, my advice, and I think we learned in Web Summit, pay attention to what BCC have invested for quite a long time. So at times, don't get too stuck on what you believe blocked completely as meaningful advice. You can find that maybe just one advice, like for us, the meeting we had, one thing we added was a game changer, just one thing. So a balance on both, but I do understand it's very hard to strike. So for me, begin from a vision, then now identify who is aligned, who would be better to speak to before you even go to them.
Do you want to add something? And
Yeah, so I have very many hot takes on the investor side. I won't go too deep into them, but I think the biggest one I like reminding founders is that you are the first investor. You've put in your time, you put in your money, you put in your energy, and oftentimes a very heavy opportunity cost of doing this versus a different business or a different job. So you should take your investment as probably the most important. And what every other investor will do is essentially come along for the journey that you've chosen. And oftentimes that means that you as a founder are guiding the investor into the opportunity you see, right? And for a really critical point is that if they understood the market, understood the problem as well as you do, they would have started the business themselves.
Yes.
I would agree with Dean and Tracy. So, as an entrepreneur, you are kind of the expert of what you're working on and the industry that you're working on. So, at the end of the day, it's your goal to find investors who are ready to kind of say, okay, you've identified this problem. You've already been able to see that there's great potential in it. So are they willing to now work with you on that journey? And the ones who aren't aligned, then ideally they shouldn't be your investor. And early on, that should be the main goal while you're an early stage startup.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I also want to just add one of my senses that don't only go to investors because they want to invest in a business, but also see the value they also add into that business, because it's not just them putting their money, but what is their network, what value can they bring that could actually multiply the value that they've seen in your business. So that's also very, very important. So thank you very much. It has been amazing, and I think we can stand up for a photo or something. Thanks.
A round of applause for this amazing. They are all founders, from Calvin's all the way to Sainata. They're all founders. Another round of applause. And they have accepted to be vulnerable. When a chairman, this is where you know you have to stand with your people, your children. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as they exit the stage, and just before we for tea, allow me to bring on stage Girts Litanieks, the CEO of Golden Tech. Just talk briefly about the future of data centers, green energy, and digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Nice to be here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even sure, should I stand or sit? I guess I will just stand, because it's just 10 minutes, you know. I'm super happy being here in Kenya. That's my first time here. I'm kind of moving down. I've been many times in Egypt. I've been in Ethiopia, and I'm in Kenya, so I'm not sure where I'm gonna go next, you know. Amazing place, love it. Food is amazing, all green, sunshine, rain, fresh weather. You have a fantastic country, truly amazing. About data centers, so I truly believe um, our planet and our humanity is moving into the digital era. And pretty much everything around us is being hosted by computers in big data centers. And truly, I see it's going to grow a lot bigger. Yes, the hyperscalers such as Facebook and Amazon and Microsoft, those guys are building big, huge, like city size of data centers. But here is also a bigger growth for smaller companies, not only those big players. And I was super surprised. I watched yesterday just a couple of facts about Africa. Um, I'm not super smart in geography. I'm not also very stupid, but something I didn't know. Africa, land takes 20% of the global planet land. 20%. And the people who live in Africa is also very close to 20%. According to different statistics, it's like 18 point something. It's like 1/5 of the global population, people who live in Africa. So it's just mind blowing the size of business opportunities that are here in your continent, and also in particular in Kenya. And I truly see huge business opportunities for all the construction companies, in different Africa countries. People who make concrete, people who do civil engineering, people who do IT, all of these business fields. It's such a massive investment opportunity to grow the data centers capability in Africa, to build the fiber optic networks in between the countries, and not only in between the countries in Africa, but Africa with the other continents. So I truly cannot express how great I feel the opportunities you guys have here of the growth of the data centers. And in particular, let's speak a little bit about energy. Like in general, people might think, oh, Africa, it's very hot. No, like I've been in Ethiopia and Addis Ababa, it's not hot. I've been here in this beautiful your city, Nairobi, it's not that hot. So to build efficient data centers and efficient cooling technologies, you are in one of the best spots in the world. It's not too cold, it's not too hot. Amazing. In regards of energy, you have water, you have some lakes, you have sun, you have wind, so you have massive opportunities to generate green energy. In regards of, let's say, solar parks, the land of Africa can probably power the whole world energy. It's just that we need to find a bit better and cheaper technologies in energy storage. But I'm sure in the nearest times, in the next couple of years, it will come. So this is a truly amazing place, and I'm sure that big, huge data center projects, project developments will be happening um, around here. Of course, a lot of things depend on energy prices. I did a little bit of research here in Kenya. The energy prices are not the best, fairly high, I would say. For example, in Ethiopia, the energy prices are super low. And when I was checking some of the data on Ethiopia as a country, they are getting massive amounts of US dollar payments for energy, for example, from Bitcoin mining data centers. They had a big dams, they built a big infrastructure, but the industry was not there to use the big amounts of energy. So Ethiopia government decided, okay, let's sell the energy to those Bitcoin miners, let them make pay in US dollars, and that will help, a lot to the country economy. Um, right. Oh, actually, 10 minutes. It did look like very little, but I still have more than half. All right. So a couple of words I want to say about this green energy thing. And here I'm gonna a little bit break the protocol. Many smart people say green this, green that. Coal is bad, gas is bad. We need to make energy from wind, from solar, from things like this. Electric cars. It's not really true. Like if you read different scientists, researchers, then let's say burning the gas it's bad. Let's make energy from solar. But what will happen with those solar panels after they become old? Where we will put them? In which country we will bring them and bury? It's gonna be very difficult to do something with it. What's gonna happen with those fancy electrical car batteries? Where are we gonna put when they become old? And how much water, how much different rare minerals it takes to build those batteries? So me personally, I know it's not a very popular topic. I think this green energy thing is not what many other people say. I kind of even think it's a lie. Let's take from another point of view, burning something like wood or gas that comes from planet Earth. How is it different with one volcano blowing up? How much different bad things it brings out to the atmosphere? Can we control the Mother Earth? Can we stop all the volcanoes? No. What about animals? How much gases they bring from their bodies just by being alive? We need animals, we eat animals. That's our planet. So this green energy thinking to me is that we should not be going against our planet and nature, and at the same time we should think, like in a critical kind of thinking. Is really the electrical car so good for our planet? Is really the solar panels the answer for everything? In the day, yes, but what happens in the night? We don't have sun, we don't have energy from the solar panels. So getting into this technological advancement, I think it's going to be a mix. Yes, I think we need to do wind farms, we need to do solar panels, and we need to look into energy storage as well. Not in all countries there is geothermal energy. Not in all countries there is a hydro energy. And of course, we will depend more and more from energy in the nearest years. And getting back to the data center world, to regular people, the data center world is kind of hidden. We don't see it in a daily life. But those massive data centers, they are growing everywhere across the world. And getting back to this Africa land, 20% of the whole planet land. Africa people, 20% of the whole planet. I looked in, like if you type in Google the true size of Africa, you can fit USA, you can fit China, India, like majority of Europe. So it's just unbelievable how much opportunities here in Africa are. And I think one of those things that Africa as a continent and all of your brothers and sisters in different countries across Kenya, what you need to do is to do more of marketing, how big the opportunity and how big the market here in Africa is. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a couple other hours. So if somebody wants to talk about something or have some other questions, please feel free. And I will leave a minute and a half for any questions if there are any at the moment. Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you so much. Your name again is?
Geert.
Gate.
And I'm from northeast of Europe in a small country called Latvia. I think our country is like one block of Nairobi, probably.
Wow.
And if somebody thinks like, what do you mean small? Yes, we are around 1.8 million people in the whole country.
How many?
1.8 million.
1.8.
Yes, and we still believe that we are one of the greatest countries in the world.
Nairobi is about 5 million people.
Yes, so size sometimes does not matter.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Gates. To be honest, you're one of the most inspiring people I've listened to in terms of a long time in telling the story of Africa the way it needs to be told. In the past, there's been communication about Africa being poor, not having resources, and yet you are seeing opportunities, the size and so forth. What started you in that journey? How did you get to discover who truly Africa is?
Well, I think this is very simple. Those people who think that this country is poor or this is rich or this person is smarter than another person or you have a darker skin than me,
Yeah.
My answer will be, it's all about the human education.
Yeah.
How you get it? You read books, you travel, you speak with people, you try different culture, you try different food.
Yeah.
Only in this kind of life learning.
Yeah.
So those people who think in the ways of that you are different or this country is like this,
Yeah.
they don't have the life education.
Yes.
They haven't been there.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't here in Kenya,
Yeah.
and if you would ask me what's my impression,
Yeah.
well, I had another kind of impression.
Yeah.
But some of my friends said,
Yeah.
do they walk with the lead like this? And he hasn't been anywhere in the world, you know, so he
Yeah.
doesn't know.
That's true.
But the reality is totally different.
Yeah. So what do you do for a living?
So I own the company, Golding Tech,
Uh-huh.
and I also play an active role in working for my own company.
Yeah.
And I consult and design data centers across the world for different companies.
Yeah. So what does the company, what services does the company offer?
Like, I will give you an example with the sausage factory.
Okay.
If you have the money, but you know nothing about sausages,
Yeah.
I will make you a plan. I will tell you how much it will cost, and I will bring you the key and show, see, the sausages coming out as a ready-made product. So all-inclusive service to bring you a ready-made data center that you can run the operation.
Oh, fantastic.
So classical data centers,
Yeah.
those Bitcoin mining operations that I mentioned also, and
Yeah.
of course now very, very popular HPC, meaning high-performance computing, artificial intelligence,
Yeah.
such things as this ChatGPT, like it's
Yeah.
coming very actively.
Fantastic.
So those things as well.
So in ASEC, we have about 180 ESOs, each of them assuming about 100 SMEs. That's about 18,000 as a minimum. As you look at what you are doing in ASEC, what do you see as the potential areas of collaboration with those SMEs and small?
I cannot answer this question without data.
You need data. Very smart answer. So final question to you. One of our interests, not just, of course, ASEC, but Africa, as we look into the future, is seeing opportunity, helping people in Europe see as Africa as a potential investment destination. Just because of the reasons that you've talked about. The size of Africa.
Yes, I
the
will answer. I
workforce.
will answer
Yeah.
this question, particularly
Yeah.
in a size of Africa as land,
Yeah.
and also in a size of amount of people.
Yeah.
So any investor, he wants to make money, right?
Yes.
So that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
So imagine that here in Africa you have 1.5 something, more than 1.5 million people.
Yes.
That's more than in China. America is what, couple hundred?
Yeah.
So the opportunity here, if you can sell just one matches to every person in Africa,
Yeah.
you will become the richest person in the world.
Wow.
Just the amount of people are here. So it's about what gonna be the service, what the
Yeah.
people in different countries need,
Yeah.
and plus, are you making an impact? Are you
Yeah.
actually doing something good,
Yeah.
not just becoming rich?
So like every speaker here, I'm giving them a challenge. So if we can work with you, we don't want to make a long commitment. You can take about 6 months and help us begin seeing how we can communicate to Europe and sharing about the opportunities that are in Africa. At least will help us to understand how to communicate better. But, however that will benefit you, I hope it will benefit us well. But if you can do that, that would be a great and immense value to ourselves. But hopefully also that will create a better more market for your company as well. All right? So it's a deal. But we need to give you an African name. Which of the tribes you visited here you like the most?
None yet. It's just
None yet.
Oh, it's just the second day.
We want to give him one of the tribes' name. Which tribe should we give him? Huh? Omosh. Okay, the Luos have it. So Omondi is your name.
All right. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you
It's
guys.
really a pleasure being here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, we need a picture. The cameraman.
Cameraman. Nobody to take a picture.
I know. Got that?
Yes.
Best country in the world.
Yeah. That's what makes you strong, right? To be proud about your place. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
our friends also from Latvia, aka Mr. Omondi, Karibu sana Kenya, and thank you for sharing your insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break off for tea break. Just to make some few highlights and mention all the partners that we have. I'm just gonna hand it over to Joe to give a highlight of the partners and the exhibitors that we have right outside, and then we can carry on to have instructions for the next segment.
Thank you very much, Jay. We have an offer from Little Cab for those of us who are using cabs to move around. The 300 bob offer still runs until midnight tonight. So if you'd like to move around after the conference, use Little Cab. We'll be able to share with you the code at the entrance. Right outside the door, we also have some exhibitors: Vilgro Africa, Pine Safaris, Thomas Series Africa, African Leadership University, I Choose Life,
and we have Ricky bags as well. Guys, I mentioned as we began the session today that we'll have gifts for those that participate. So I want to invite Ricky to just join me up front. And we're going to give the first awardee of the gift for her able participation and just for looking flamboyant. Just to give context to this bag, Ricky is in the circular economy, and Ricky has been able to recycle roll-up banners and also canvases to produce starch-like material. Isn't it good? It looks amazing, right? And not only that, Ricky is using some of the funds to help the less fortunate in Kilifi. So part of what we're talking about when it comes to ESG conversations is doing a phenomenal job at it. Let's celebrate Ricky once again. So for the first awardee of the day is none other than Charity. Charity, allow me to also call you up. Celebrate Charity as she comes. She looks amazing. Have you guys seen her outfit? She looks fantastic. Karibu sana Charity. I just want to hand this over to you, Ricky, even as your award, Charity, a gift.
Ricky, smile. The tips. Thank you.
Fantastic job. Let's appreciate them once again. Asante sana, Ricky. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, be attentive. We have some wonderful giveaways, even in the course of the session, that I hope you'll take home after this. Amazing stuff. So just to give some instruction in relation to the segment, which are going to be breakaway sessions after this, after tea break. Right now is 11:07 a.m. and we're going to have a short tea break period for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It's right outside, and then we'll proceed to the breakout sessions. So here is where I need your attention. Lend me your attention for a couple of minutes so that I can give you the directions. So starting at exactly 11:30 a.m., we have 3 breakout sessions. The first session is Strengthening Associations for Economic Empowerment and Sustainable Innovation, and that will be moderated by Kudzai Mubaiwa. Is Kudzai in the room? There she is. That's Kudzai. It's going to be at the Whiskey Room, 4th floor at the Emara. So let me say that again. This panel conversation or breakout session is called the Strengthening Associations for Economic Empowerment and Sustainable Innovation. 4th floor, Emara. Emara is the new block. When you go out this exit, the new complex that is there. Emara Olesereni, 4th floor. The room is Whiskey. Whiskey is a room for this context, right? Whiskey? All right. So I've just gotten confirmation. Whiskey room is upstairs, first floor, this very building. Tuko pamoja? So whiskey is not a drink for this context. Whiskey is a room. Good stuff. So first floor, this same building. Same time, 11:30 all the way to 12:30, we'll have Unlocking Funding and Investments for Growth in East Africa. That conversation will be held right here at the Pride Hall. This is the Pride Hall, okay? And the moderator is Njoki Riguga. Njoki, you in the building? I see Njoki is there. From Jasiri, good to see you, Njoki. Njoki will be championing or helping the discussants share some insights in that area. And lastly, for that segment, Building Thriving Communities, Tapping into 5 Capital Assets. The conversation will be held at Stibiloi, which is 4th floor, now at the Emara Ole Sereni. Once again, Building Thriving Communities, Tapping into 5 Capital Assets. The moderator is Patricia Okelo. I've seen Patricia in the room. If Patricia can just wave, and then we can have people just follow you right after. And yes, she's just stepped out for a minute, but it's going to be at Stibiloi, 4th floor, Emara Ole Sereni. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you. We shall have the teams from CIO after break with the list of panels outside. Choose the room you'd like to go to, participate, have fun. We have more goodies to give away. And for those of you interested in the program, the registration link, confirmation link that came to your emails has a download for the program. You can download and be able to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request us to rise and now. That time for a health break. So tea is served to our left. There are two serving stations. One to right hand up. So you're going to high five me from where you are. So when I count 1, 2, 3, we do 3 high fives. So together, 1, 2, 3. Please stand and face your neighbor.
My neighbor.
Yes.
Hey, Papa.
One. No, don't.
Wait for instructions.
The high five is in the air. Hi. Okay, you want to follow it your own way? Let's do it your own way.
Let's
1,
go.
2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Fantastic, good people.
Please exit and have tea, and we only have 15 minutes for that function. Thank you very much.
Asante. Two, second two. Go, 1, 2. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick off the breakout sessions. And allow me to just ask those that have finished their cup of coffee or tea, just enter the room so that we kick off in good time and allow you even affordable time for you to, or ample time for you to have meaningful Q&A questions even as you engage. So for those that are already inside the room, thank you for keeping time. You guys are amazing. You guys deserve a giveaway. All right. For those that are outside, please make your way back to the main plenary. We're about to kick off the breakout sessions. For those that are going to the whiskey room, please also make your way. It's first floor, this same building. The able convener and moderator is ready. And of course, we also have fourth floor, Emaro Lesereni, we have Sibiloi, which will also be utilized for purposes of further conversation around innovation. So for those that are outside, once again, just to call you in, we're about to kick off and just continue with what we've started today in terms of conversation, in terms of the Regional Innovation and Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa, the inaugural summit powered by ASEC, and we're about to kick off the mid-morning panel discussions with some weighty conversations and able panelists. So let me call you in. Once you're done with your cup of tea or cup of coffee, please enter and we can quickly proceed to the next panel discussion. And
Mr. MC, Mr.
Hello? Okay. So, some of you have asked where Whiskey Room is, fourth floor, this same building. So for those that are going for that conversation at the room called Whiskey, the floor is the fourth floor. So you can just go up for that conversation. And for those that are staying in the Pride Hall, please make sure to occupy your seats. We're about to start with the next panel discussion or engagement. So just point of clarification, Whiskey, the room is fourth floor, this same building. You'll be guided by our able host from ASEC. So you can just occupy your seat so that we can start in good time. Asante. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to begin our session. Allow me to invite you just occupy the seat in front of you. The seats are open. You can just take on the seat in front. It's a big space. Let's just be a bit cozy. Caribbean, isn't it? Let's take up the space in front of you. For those at the back, George, where's the back bench? I know you well. Please, I've identified you. Please come. You can just occupy the seats in front. Those that are outside, we're beginning the session. Just can you enter the room so that we can kick off with our conversation for today. Asante, Dr. Salome, if you're within the area, can you also make your way towards the main plenary? Second two, good stuff. Asante. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are kicking off the conversation around strengthening, but really unlocking funding and investments for growth in East Africa. So, when it comes to funding, how do we unlock funding? Many of the times we've heard that there's funding available, but how do we unlock the funding for growth in East Africa? So, just to set the stage for the conversation that's about to ensue, earlier on in the morning, we talked about investments and funding opportunities. So even as you enter the room, just occupy the seat that is very in front so that we can have a cozy space. Please, all the seats are available for us. Make your way to the very front, Asante. I'm seeing you're quickly adhering to that, Asante. So we want to kick off the conversation in style. The conversation is around unlocking funding and investments for growth in East Africa. So the moderator, as I mentioned, for this specific conversation is none other than Njoki Ruguka from Jasiri. So Njoki will join me up on stage. Njoki Kiama Riguga is an accomplished program and project management professional with over a decade of experience spanning nonprofits, business strategies, social enterprises, and volunteer service. With expertise in finance, economics, strategy, and project management, she has successfully led cross-functional operations and driven impactful initiatives. Currently, she serves as a program manager at Alan and Gil Gray Philanthropies. And Njoki oversees the Wavumbuzi Entrepreneurship Program across Eastern Africa. Njoki, I believe you're Pan-African at heart, and even how your dress shows it, very African. Thank you so much for allowing to guide this conversation. Over to you, Njoki.
Asante, indeed Pan-African at heart with investments close to my heart as well. So good morning, all of you. Very warm welcome to this panel discussion. We're going to be discussing unlocking funding and investment for growth in East Africa. Mentioned, I am program manager for Wavumbuzi. In one sentence, Wavumbuzi seeks it's an ecosystem entrepreneurship development initiative that seeks to develop the entrepreneurial competencies, aspirations of secondary school students in Rwanda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. And it has a sister program called Jasiri that invests and nurtures aspiring entrepreneurs and startups through talent investor and growth accelerator stages. Before I introduce the session, I'd like to welcome my panelists to the stage, and we'll go into the introduction shortly. So Dr. Salome Inise, and we have other a panelist that is joining online. I hope he's already here. That's Banji, and then Vincent will join us later. So we will introduce them in a bit. Kindly come to the stage. So why are we talking about unlocking funding and investment? So what we see is access to funding remains a significant hurdle for businesses and entrepreneurs. And here, our objective for this session is to explore the current landscape of funding and investment in the region, to understand the barriers that hinder the access to the capital and see how to overcome them. To highlight perhaps some examples that are successful in funding securing. So today we have a group of experts that will share different experiences by answering a number of questions. I would like us to start, the area of investment and funding is quite a serious, but I'd like us to start in a very light. So Banji will come to you shortly. But now, my dear panelists, get us started, and for us to know you better, I'd like to ask a fun question. Think of it as a warm-up before we go to the serious stuff, yeah? If your approach to investment or funding was a flavor of ice cream, I love ice cream, you can tell, what would it be and why? As you answer in 1 minute, please take a moment to tell us about who you are, your role, and your organization. We can start with Dr. Salome.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here and to be involved in such an important discussion at this time in Africa. So, my flavor of ice cream will be a mango sorbet. And I choose a mango sorbet because I enjoy mangoes. I just came from a season of eating refreshing mangoes. It's tangy as well, but if you're lactose intolerant like I am, you'll take a pure mango, but I can try a sorbet. And I say that because investments need to really leave a good taste to everybody involved in that. And a mango sorbet will do that. And so we're looking at investments that are fresh, that are adaptable, and they are scalable within the African context. In the case of a bad aftertaste, I would say maybe a tamarind. Tangy, yes, but can be really bitter for some. And we all know investment models that have been very good on paper, but have left some people really with a bite. I'm the founder of Sustainable Energy and Infrastructure Limited, where we focus on investor readiness for SMEs. When it comes to investor readiness, we're looking at helping them to develop business models, governance frameworks, and looking at them being able to also to integrate this dynamic issue of ESG into building sustainable models. So that's what we do with investors within the tech space, majorly tech-driven companies within the energy and infrastructure sector.
Thank you, Dr. Salome. Let's come close.
Sure. I guess to start with the ice cream question, I would say pistachio because it's not a flavor that is for everyone, right? So when you're going to order such a flavor, you actually have to know what you want, what you're looking for. So I think I would say that flavor. I think that would be my general approach to investments, right? There are so many instruments out there, so many products, so many investors, funds, firms, but not all of them are a good fit, for an entrepreneur or for your company. So I think it's important to kind of do your homework and understand who's a good fit for what stage of business you're at or sector you're in or type of entrepreneur that you are. So that's why I chose that unique flavor. And to further introduce myself, my name is Anizi Ishimwe, and I serve as the Community Development and Management Consultant for Africa's Business Heroes. In case you have not heard about Africa's Business Heroes, we are a flagship initiative of the Jack Ma Foundation, and we support entrepreneurs across the continent, and we do it primarily through competition, and we identify 10 entrepreneurs, we give them funding. So we give every year a collective prize of $1.5 million, with the highest prize being $300,000, $250,000, $150,000, and then we identify 7 entrepreneurs that get 100,000. So that's what we do. But in addition to giving grant funding, we believe in really supporting a business. So we do a lot of workshops on different topics that our entrepreneurs are interested in to make sure that they are leading very solid and scalable businesses. So yeah, that's
Thank you. Thank you for that. Would like to cross over to Banji. Kindly introduce yourself as you answer our fun question. Banji? Banji? I hope you can hear us. And perhaps as we sort the connection, I'll come back to you shortly. So I'd like us to go to the serious discussion. We'll come back to Banji in a bit. And I'd like to start, allow me. What do you see as the current trends shaping the investment landscape in East Africa. And perhaps you can touch on whether there are sectors in there, whether there are shifts that we are seeing, whether from an investor perspective or from those that are receiving funding.
Thank you. I think the first angle I'd look at that issue from is from the context at a regional level. First of all, the economic growth within the African region has really been optimistic, with projections of about 3.2% in the coming in the year 2025, relatively close to the global projections. And what are the sectors driving this? We're looking at manufacturing, we're looking at agriculture, the tech space, and the energy sector that are really driving the growth in this context. And for that, investment is also going into these sectors. The tech investment ecosystem is really attracting significant investment, close to 35% in what was projected from a VC funding in 2025. And close into that is the renewable energy, looking at decentralized solutions, being off-grid sectors, and meaningful uses of energy in the agriculture sector. So we are looking at really Africa, looking at building locally adaptable solutions that address productivity, and that is driving what we're seeing at the macro level. So from a sectoral perspective, deepening focus in sector-specific growth is driving investment in that area. And the other thing is really the VC dynamic itself. When you look at the VC landscape, 2024 was a downturn globally, and again, influenced by global economic environment that has been tightening over time with rising interest rates as well. So despite that, the East African region has still been a great focus for the VC industry. And again, that is looking at the technology, the renewable energy sector, driving these kind of investments. And the kind of tickets that the VCs are looking for in this sector is also rising. And so the interest is still there from a VC perspective. With countries like Kenya, we have Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa largely driving this. From a sector perspective, I would say again, fintech has taken about 35% in 2025, despite the dip we saw of about 2.2 billion with a decline in the region. Climate tech is really driving a lot of investment because of looking for scalable solutions across these sectors and meaningful use of foundational infrastructure like energy and transportation investments that these countries and their governments are already doing. So those are the key sectors that are really driving investment.
All right, so you take note of the dynamics that have changed, but then an opportunity with the economic that we've seen, and perhaps technology remains cutting across the different sectors, and including the traditional agriculture, perhaps maybe going towards sustainability. Banji, are you with us? I'd like to cross over to you before I come back here. All right. Okay. As we continue to sort that, I'd like to come close to Anisi. Pardon my pronunciation, but before the end of this session, I'll have gotten it correctly. Perhaps you could tell us whether there are any financial instruments that are missing for the businesses in East Africa. Highlight, are there any examples of what are working? And given that you're also funding through grant systems, so what have you seen? What's working? What more can we do? What gaps are there? Perhaps share with that.
Sure. I mean, I think maybe start with the VC space. I think we tend to see a lot of funds that are there to fund pre-seed, seed, and series up to Series A. Because, I mean, I would assume that a lot of businesses in Africa are in that stage. So there's a lot of money available to help. Let me not say there's a lot of money, but the prevalence of funds that we have is mostly to support businesses to start, so test their ideas up to a certain point, right? So when you start now looking at growth phases, so talking about, like Series B and above, we don't really have a lot of locally based funds, which forces a lot of our entrepreneurs to now start looking at funds that are based in other markets. So we're talking about, Europe, the US. So on the continent, I think there was still a gap there, to find funds that are supporting businesses that are in that stage. I think the other one is, maybe I would say, like revenue-based financing. So this is something that's growing on the continent, but it's not as prevalent. So I guess to explain a bit more, usually investors tend to give options of either you either get equity or you get debt. But sometimes an entrepreneur is not, let's say, is not ready for equity, right? To give away a piece of their business. And we've seen it in the past where someone, let's say, starts taking equity money early on, and in 10 years, they only own 5% of their business because they kept giving a large percentage of their business away to look for money because they needed to grow or to scale. So that's an existing instrument, but sometimes when you take it early on, it can be detrimental in the long run, especially if you want to be an entrepreneur who wants to maintain control. The other one is debt, of course. And if, for example, you are in the growth phase and you're looking for a certain amount of money, then let's say, collateral requirements are going to be very significant. And some of these businesses don't want to take that risk, right? So instruments like revenue-based financing, where you agree with an investor to say, let's agree on the timeline, and let's agree on a percentage of my revenue that I'll be giving you, like in the next 3 years, up until a certain amount, would be great, for businesses that are in the growth phase, but it's not as prevalent. But that's one instrument that I think is missing, but that would be very good for our market because of its flexibility. And I think maybe another challenge that I tend to see also is, as you know, a lot of people raise money in foreign currencies, right? So a lot of funds are giving money in like USD, in euros, but then you're earning in local currency. You're earning in Kenyan shillings, in Rwandan francs, in Ugandan shillings, and most of these currencies they're depreciating every other day, inflation. So you find that you've made your commitments to an investor in a hard currency like the USD and the euro. So that means over time, you kind of, either you're paying more than you're making because you're earning it in a local currency. So maybe figuring out instruments or funds that can disperse capital in like local currency, I think would help address some of these challenges.
Okay. The question, I like to raise the question, is there enough money really? Maybe, maybe not. And perhaps we'll hear about that later. I'm wondering whether then debt financing can be made flexible so that then whether or not you have collateral, you qualify. So that way it addresses the gap that is there. And maybe before I go back to Dr. Salome, what I'm wondering is there more that we can do in East Africa to ensure the revenue-based financing actually becomes a reality and a norm, as well as their flexibility that we can infuse the debt to ensure that then businesses have access? Any thoughts?
Okay. Do we have any, I don't know, banks in the room? Because they are the ones who basically make those requirements of collaterals, right? So I think that's a difficult question, right? Because everybody basically on the investment table is usually looking for their own interest, right? So one of the reasons why most financial institutions, the traditional ones especially, don't fund SMEs is because of the risk involved, right? So for them, they have, they have their own targets, their own percentages, and they're looking at you as a client and a business, right? But I think, I guess I'll give examples where maybe like DFIs can come in and minimize some of that risk. So in Rwanda, there is a fund that it's a facility that was started by the Development Bank of Rwanda, and they disperse it to banks to minimize the interest rates for agriculture companies, because they are it's a risky sector, so a lot of banks tend to shy away from funding people in agriculture. But by having someone else co-share the risk, I think it can incentivize banks, for example, to take on some of those clients that they typically turn away. But that's one example, but it's a hard question.
Okay, and that actually gives us the entry to this other question on how can donor-backed and private investment players align to barter and unlock blended capital. I'd like Dr. Salome to.
Thank you, and it's good you already introduced the blended financing structure or model that is already being implemented across various sectors, especially from a debt perspective, because it's proven to be a viable solution to addressing the debt issue raised, apart from other things like policy incentives that look at reducing the cost of debt from a tax perspective. I'll focus on the finance and the link between the donor-backed financing and crowding in the private sector, which is the question you raised. So for that, I think the first thing we need to look at is the objectives of the investors. Like she said, investors have a certain return they are looking at. And the private sector specifically has a very driven commercial approach to looking at the return. And it's really admissible because you need a sustainable model, an investment model going forward. And the donors as well can come in then to de-risk this solution if they have a shared objective in the investment. And that is why we're seeing the difference dynamics between the different sectors that are attracting investment. It's really how it's getting packaged to be contextually adaptable in the way of mixing debt from maturity levels, the cost, and who is really risking the solution. When I look at the Kenyan context, Africa Guarantee Fund has been able to provide such solutions to financial institutions. Over 40 financial institutions have benefited from it. And what it provides is a guarantee so that they are able to provide affordable lending to SMEs. And that is one of the solutions that has come up and looks very viable. At a larger scale, from a regional perspective, the African Development Bank has partnered with local institutions. In Kenya, there's also with KCB and other financial institutions to try and create mobilized resources locally that use the finance model to de-risk investments. And that is now making private sector able to participate in very complicated sectors like the energy sector, which is really highly capital intensive. And for that project, you need upfront capital. You're not going to be waiting for it to generate revenue. You have to deliver the project before you get revenue. So such solutions are coming into place. The other solution is really enhancement solutions that are bringing in concessional lending into sectors that would traditionally not get such lending. And when I mention those sectors, I refer to them as like a missing middle. An SME is really too risky for a commercial bank because they are innovative. They are looking at a model that is probably not being tested, or maybe a product that has not been introduced in the market. At the same time, this SME is going to be too early for a private equity provider. They are looking for an opportunity that has something proven, so they don't have that. And some of them, again, they will be too small for the DFI kind of rated scale of investment, especially if you look at infrastructure funds. The kind of ticket they are looking for, this SME would not. That's why I call them the missing middle. But they are a good solution to innovating within the financial instrument sector and see how can then venture capitalists play in that space and bring in guarantees, and these other bigger players can bring guarantees through financial institutions that can enable funds to flow into SMEs. That's number one. VCs are also offering solutions in that space where they are literally customizing financial instruments, especially from a debt perspective, to be contextually, not only in terms of region, but even the kind of product that you're selling in terms of maturity, the cost, and their exit clauses that may be there to ensure you get capital from that space. So for me, those are promising solutions, and the government, of course, is really in the center in terms of ensuring incentives from a sector perspective and from a policy perspective. We've seen value-added incentives coming into the manufacturing sector. We've seen tax breaks for reduced incentives that are aiming at reducing the cost of debt, which is still high, and that's justifiable from an investor perspective in the energy sector. And we've also seen the startup ecosystem starting to stimulate conversations around what incentives work for them. And for me, these forums and dialogues directly help the financial sector to partner and create really new solutions that are really contextually relevant from an African investment perspective.
All right. And just before I let you go and cross over to Banji, I'm wondering if I'm a startup or SME sitting here, and we mentioned, they're donor-backed, whether in Rwanda or Kenya. Do I walk into Bank of Kigali and perhaps is there a special product I need to do, or then that will speak, or do I walk into KC? So how do the businesses out here, startups, SMEs, approach in terms of knowing, what, this is being de-risked, this exists, I can walk, but you get this. Is there any that you can share around that area from an angle of seeking the financing?
So in terms of seeking financing, an angle I could share is like what I do. I'm one of the investor readiness consultants, and that's what we essentially do at Sustainable Energy and Infrastructure Limited. So we help you to prepare, first identify what kind of instrument is suitable for your business before you go into, and most of these other partnerships like with KCB would have a clear structure of which sector of is getting funding and what kind of products they are looking for and what kind of amount is getting disbursed. So that's the forums that involve stakeholder engagements, bringing in financial institutions and the innovators and the SMEs, because most of them rely on tech-driven solutions. Those forums are going to really create dialogue and help design them like co-creation workshops where solutions and recommendations that come out of there can inform both policy and the strategic plans that both the enterprises have and the financial institutions can. Because remember, at the center of it is risk for each of the players. So each of the players has to live feeling that they're not exposed.
But
Can I add
you can
quickly?
add for sure.
Yes. I think something I wanted to add there is that I hope nobody leaves here thinking I have a bad reputation, a bad relationship with banks. But sometimes when you approach banks as an entrepreneur and you're looking for certain products, sometimes they present to you a product that is best for them, basically, right? So some of these facilities exist, and let's say like banks have received they have backing where they're sharing the risk with, like, let's say, like another development bank. But if you approach them and say, hey, I'm an SME, I'm looking for a loan, they're likely going to, sell you the most expensive loan that they have, right? They're not going to volunteer that information off the bat and say, oh, by the way, we have another facility that's, at 10%. So I think also being able to know information, I think it's also up to whoever is creating the facility to share that information as widely as possible to say these are the facilities that exist for people in these particular sectors. But I think as an SME, when you approach those conversations, I think it's important to approach them with some level of empowerment and ask, do you have specifically any loans for people in my sector, and have them list that for you. Because if you just enter a bank as a regular client, I think they usually give you the options that are more convenient for them.
And just to complement the point she mentioned, when she says, I think you need to go empowered, I would add on that by saying, have your metrics clear from an impact perspective, so that if you are to be evaluated and your risk is being measured, you can counter the argument from an impact perspective and from your model. And this is beyond the Excel. You can talk into your business to open up the financing. And I see players like Ashoka helping entrepreneurs as well from a mentorship perspective. So I think partnering and engaging yourself in those forums can help you build capacity within yourself to be able to sit on that table if you have to, and you don't have a representative, and counter a funding engagement that you think is too expensive and is not really tailored to what you're looking for.
So ask, be informed, be empowered, and feel free to inquire exactly about what you want. That's what I'm getting. Banji would like to cross over to you now. So quickly, you can let us know more about yourself as you tell us your favorite ice cream. But further to that, I'd like you to answer a question for us. And the question will be, how can we increase availability of locally managed capital that understands the regional business context? Banji?
The question I explained for you, but probably because I like to mix that in the context of the also on that blended finance which was spoken to extensively one of the ways that I think and I believe and I've experienced as potential solutions to providing more unlocking experience and markets. I have been managing partner business solutions. We are a business advisory African business advisory firm, and we help businesses able to get faster and better access to capital across the region, and also help businesses to scale into emerging markets across the country. With respect to your question, as to unlocking capital, a lot has been said already, and some of that I would like to just build on that. So, with respect to unlocking capital, for example, from a blended financing model perspective, I think that particularly for the East African market, we need to also see we need to promote diaspora investment from East African living abroad, who understand the terrain, who understand the region, who are quite familiar with the peculiarities and the business context within the region. I think that targeting East Africans abroad to channel remittances into productive sectors or targeted sectors can help in unlocking capital for the region. Again, also, one of the challenges that we are also seeing is that from the fund manager point of view, there needs to be more capacity building. Again, capacity building program targeted. Each sector has its peculiarity in terms of risk, and so when you're looking to connect finance or capital to a particular sector, you need to be able to understand what are the peculiarities of that sector, and again, what are the available capital streams that you can connect to. We learn from true experience that capacity building can do a lot in that area. Understanding the risk management methodologies that is peculiar to the sector and how we can leverage that to be able to connect to the available capital. Depending on the stage of the SME or depending on the stage of the sector.
Right. Banji, thank you very much. And you're, letting us know that we definitely have a lot of locals who are abroad, and we can utilize the money within the region they come from, as well as making sure that everyone is supported. I'd like to pose the other question to any of the panelists, and here, what steps must the ecosystem actors take to improve transparency and reduce the perceived risk? I know you've spoken a little to a bit of that, but what more can be done? And Banji, I'd like to start with you before I come to the floor here.
Sorry, you repeat the question again, please?
What steps must the ecosystem actors take to improve transparency and reduce the perceived risk of investors?
Okay, thank you so very much. I mean, one of the things that I have seen with capital investment, particularly to early stage businesses or founders, is such local management. They don't showcase enough track record, which makes due diligence cost and very, very expensive. So I would think that one of the things I would encourage or I would want to suggest vision for ecosystem partners in order to transparency, reduce the passive risk by investors, is to create a certification system, maybe by the East African Venture Capital Association, for example, a certification system that only local fund managers, like Dr. Salome was saying, that looks into their ESG compliance rate, that speaks to the fund's performance, speaks to the governance structure, and how many of them are in compliance. So I believe that if we introduce some sort of a certification model and afterwards introduce what maybe some sort of an assurance seal. So if you are approaching a founder, a local fund manager, right, with a scale of approval, having demonstrated compliance or support to a certain level, that can help significantly to increase the transparency and the risk in the ecosystem. Again, another thing is also that lack of data is a major challenge that we've seen across board, right? So there might be a need to start creating data hubs targeted at regional SME level. Data hub targeted at startups. Because all across the continent, what we tend to find is fragmented, unreliable financial data on different sectors within the SMEs. And because of lack of data, investors don't have enough information to strengthen their investment decision because the information are all over. So it might be a good initiative like public-private data hub that both local and international investors can leverage on. And by so doing, we believe that that will increase transparency and that will also help in de-risking investment, particularly in the East African region.
Okay, thank you for starting us with talking about the record, the certification, the demonstration, and data. Adding to whether there are any existing platforms, whether there are any mechanisms that can ensure that we enhance the transparency and make sure there's trust basically between the investors and the entrepreneurs. Could you add to the point on what other actors in the ecosystem can do besides the reporting? Feel free, Anisi and Dr. Salome.
I guess I can speak from the point of view of ESOs, because I think I was at Africa's Business Heroes, we are an entrepreneurship support organization. And speaking to the point that Banji made on data, we collect a lot of data because we have a lot of entrepreneurs that are coming through our programs. And for those who make it past a certain point, we also conduct due diligence. We hire a third-party organization to conduct due diligence before we can trust this organization with our grant funding. But I think something I've been thinking about is that a lot of that data is not really analyzed or organized enough to be useful for investors, because in many ways we give grant funding and we could be a serious pipeline for investors who have other forms of funding to come to our pipeline and find these entrepreneurs. But I think sometimes, ESOs, we do our part, right, with helping entrepreneurs and founders set up their businesses or put in place corporate governance structures. There's a lot of investing in the soft sense that we do in these companies. So we have I would say like a pipeline that could be usable to other investors now who have other forms of funding. And I think sometimes I feel like we don't leverage that enough. So if we can figure out a way to analyze that data, structure that data, make it usable, and figure out, of course, respecting data privacy and figuring out maybe, because it's a benefit to entrepreneurs as well, figuring out a way for us to be considered serious source for pipeline. I know some ESOs do matching of businesses and investors, but I'm talking about something that can be done at an even a bigger scale.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a lot of opportunity to bring together the data that is crossed.
In a way that's usable so that investors can come to ESOs to find a pipeline to begin with before maybe they also do their own due diligence.
All right. Dr. Salome, anything to add?
Yes, I would add to that. And from a progressive solution yesterday, I was in a forum with CC Hub, which is looking at enabling green ventures. So these are really tech-driven, climate smart solutions across all sectors, as long as it's a climate smart solution. So they've developed a database that is just collecting SME data from a green tech investment perspective. And as much as they're looking at it from a sustainability perspective, I think it's a scalable solution if it can be adapted to other sectors as well, and create like a registry of SME data that helps investors to assess. And that means the SMEs as well, we need to participate in creating our own data and educating the investor, because your risk assessment and measurement is technically, in simpler terms, an evaluation of your behavior now and even going forward as you've modeled your business. So if we come to the human perspective, really we are evaluating each other, and I'm looking at you. Can I take a risk with you? Can I trust your behavior? Are you accountable? Have you put in place systems from a governance perspective that safeguard my interests? And will I be able to monitor you as I give you your money? And what is the cost of monitoring you? Because when you get money, you have audits, like she says, they are not cheap, they are expensive audits as well you have to go through. And that is priced within the money you get. So it's really influencing that entire package and noting that the cost you get should reflect your behavior. How do you assess? So let's create tools that help our ecosystem to reflect the right behavior we have from a governance perspective, accountability perspective, and the data, because you are creating really a development frontier that is going to shape the future. And those databases, like the one I witnessed yesterday, was really a transformative tool that is scalable and can be used to create our data and our story, because I know there are very impactful stories here that are simply not being evaluated fairly. And rightfully, as you said, how is your risk perceived? So perception is really subjective. Question that.
There's something you said that just is sparking something in my mind. I think sometimes when it comes to these conversations of investors, founders, companies, we tend to put an investor in the upper hand because I guess they're the ones deploying capital. But I think entrepreneurs also need to approach this conversation from a point of view. It's like dating. You're trying to also see if the person on the other hand is a good fit for you, but also just the fact that someone says I'm an investor or have a fund, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have the money that they're talking about, because most of them, they also have to raise from other bigger funds. So sometimes, depending on the stage of growth that people are at, they can have basically investors have them go through all kinds of processes. Give me your data room, give me this, and in the end you find and someone, let's say, declines or turns you down, not necessarily because you're a bad business, but because they probably didn't have the money that they were claiming to have. So I think when we talk about transparency and due diligence, I think it has to be on both sides. Just because you need the money, it doesn't mean you have to take it whoever is offering, and also maybe figuring out a way for entrepreneurs to also vet investors and confirm that the money that they are claiming to have, they actually can deploy it if it's a match.
So value on both sides, intelligence on both sides, and ultimately to find a way of thinking all this so that it adds value to all. I'd like to cross over to our audience. And as we wait for any question, I'd request for Mike to be passed across. Perhaps our panelists, you can reflect on if there's any entrepreneurs in here struggling to attract investment, and perhaps there's money out here. What are the things you could recommend to them? And then, are there specific examples that you've seen working within the ecosystem? Over to you, our audience, for question. Any question is welcome, and you can address it to any panelist or all the panelists. Questions? Right, we have one at the front. Then we will take one other.
Thank you. My name is Gito, and background from the IT and TVET. The question, I have a question, but not something that we have directly addressed during the discussion. We all know what HELP does. HELP gives loans to students who are going to universities. Now, is there a way we can get funding? Students can get private funding, those who are struggling to pay fees in the TVET sector, but they are not, and the government is not giving funding the TVET sector, especially in the private sector. Thank you.
That's an interesting one. Let's take another question, then we shall see how to best address. Any other question around funding and investment, whether you are a fellow ES, are an entrepreneur, you're playing in the East Africa region or beyond? Any question? Okay, as we wait for the audience to come with a question, you can refer to the reflection as well as we answer it out if you have the question. And maybe for context, in Kenya, HELP is funding that's given by the government after application to the students who are going to the university, depending on now their qualification. That's the context. Yeah. So yeah, let's respond to Gitao, but also reflect to any other entrepreneur who's for funding.
Okay, I will not be able to respond to Gitao because I'm from Rwanda, so I don't have that context, but I think hopefully Dr. Salome can answer you. To reflect on advice we could give it to entrepreneurs, I think you have to, I guess, be very familiar with your business and understand what's causing, let's say, investors to react the way they are reacting to you, or funders or financiers, right? Because sometimes I think some entrepreneurs can be quick to say, oh, there's no funding available, nobody wants to fund my business, but why? Like, do you have a very good fundable, investable product, right? Because like I was saying, most of these investors, they also raise money from other funds and they have targets, like whoever has given them money has given them a target of like growing like 3x minimum. So if they see that you are a channel for that to happen, there is no reason they wouldn't give you the money. But sometimes either the risk is too high or the scale is not interesting for them. So I think before, maybe as an entrepreneur, you kind of conclude that people are not funding your business, I think it's important to kind of self-evaluate and say, do I have everything I need to have in a row? Is my product good enough? If it's not good enough, it's okay. Keep iterating on it to make sure that it's something that is attractive. I think maybe the other thing is what we're talking about, of also like being informed and know what instruments exist, what's a good fit for me. If you're going through banks, traditional forms of funding, inform yourself, educate yourself on what loans, for example, exist for people in your sector. So like for me, I put a lot of pressure on the entrepreneurs themselves to first make sure that you've done everything in your possible power to have a very solid product, because the reality is a lot of people are going to have to bootstrap the first couple of years of their business life, up until you have a viable product that a lot of people are now looking to invest in. So yes, for me, the biggest advice would be keep iterating on your product, bootstrap to a certain extent. Also do your homework to kind of understand what's a good fit for you or what exists in the market that you're operating in.
Thank you. Yeah, just to build on to what my panelist has mentioned, I'd say think system-wide, not siloed approaches to looking into this funding. We've seen system-wide thinking helping because that is how you build ecosystems. And like she has said, some of these investors are looking at scale from different angles. Some will look at scalability within Kenya, but they're looking at, can you expand into the region? Can you move to Tanzania with the model? Once you've proven it in Kenya, can you move it to Rwanda? Can you move it to Zambia? Can you move it to Uganda? Because some of the problems we are solving, for, like improving agriculture, value-added solutions in manufacturing, can actually be scaled across different regions. So when you're looking at your solution, don't look at it as this small business building. Look at how do you define scale, both where you're operating, the value-added service that the flagship solution that you probably start with can generate, and that is how you start looking at your product from a system-wide, as a system-wide solution. That way, you can approach and you can build the kind of ticket size or amount investors looking for, and footprint from a regional perspective they are looking for. And I look at the example of the off-grid renewable energy sector. There's RIESEA, which is an association they have within that space that is a voice for the SMEs working to solve for energy access and affordability. And they've been able to provide solutions that cut across East Africa. I've worked with a firm that the same solution has been deployed across East Africa. And that is just demonstrating and proving to us, pairing innovation and capital with a very fine line around scale from a regional and product perspective. Product, I mean, you can start with one, but it is a value add, it can open opportunities for others. If you look that, then you're looking at building really a development frontier, not just a business, because that's essentially what you're doing. And this is the impact I think we see from the ecosystem perspective. And that is how we can unlock the bigger funds that I was referring to, that the SME that I defined as a missing middle is now struggling to find, but it's a good candidate to innovate and create instruments that are adaptable and really sustainable and inclusive. Because remember, we're having this conversation because we feel the traditional model we've used is very exclusive to this entrepreneur. But then the big question is, what model is inclusive? And what are we doing from a collaboration perspective to make sure now we have solutions that are inclusive and sustainable, and they're locally adaptable. That means they fit your cost of funding that you require. They fit the timeline you require to scale your product and the pace at which you also want to scale it, because investors are also looking at exiting at a certain time. If I'm exiting in 5 years, will I exit at the valuation I'm looking for at that time? So how fast do you scale? So you need to reverse and engineer the thinking and do systems.
Okay.
The other part, public-private partnerships. Look at partnerships from that angle and look at your solution from that scale as well. If you can provide a solution that brings in both the public and the private, you stand a very good chance of getting proper facilitation as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have an answer or a thought for Gitao on what we can do around TVET? Any thoughts, maybe in 30 seconds? But I know, Gitao, that's a question for us to think about in terms of funding education, but now TVET, and for that model to work from whoever is funding by the same time as receiving. Any additional thoughts on that particular question? We have another question, so we'll come back to you shortly. So 30 seconds to respond to Gitao, then we'll come to you for quickly 30 seconds for the final question.
I wouldn't offer a definite answer, but say it's a very insightful and promising gap you've just raised that would fit into even the PPP models that are being used within the education sector. And I think it needs to be looked at from that perspective. In my current knowledge, I think it's a gap that needs to be addressed.
Indeed. Let's take the next question. Then Banji, as we wrap up, I'll come with any thoughts.
Good afternoon. I'm Stanley from Maritest. It's a startup that I co-founded with a friend of mine to design malaria diagnostic device, AI powered. So I have a question to you, the panelists. What level of risk makes investors shy away from funding disruptive technologies? And also, there's this discussion that West Africa attracts more funding compared to the East. Why? Is it because of traction? And where you see it, is it traction over impact or impact over traction? Or is there a balance?
All right. Thank you for that, Banji. If you've had a question, I'd like to start with you in a minute, if you can respond, and then we can get additional responses from Dr. Silome or Anisi. Banji?
To the last question.
Yes.
The last question. My response would be that, generally speaking, based on existing facts, the East African region has actually raised more money than the West African region in the last 2 years. In 2024, they raised significantly higher than the West African region. So I think that the East African region is actually attracting investors. Just to speak to the diagnostics market and also, again, the risk appetite of investors. From investors' perspective, particularly with the diagnostics, it's about scalability. How are you able to scale this solution to how many people? Because it's a game of numbers. It's a game of numbers for the business. It's a game of numbers for the startups, for the investors as well. So I would say that you want to focus more about how do you present the scalability of the solution with respect to the diagnostics solution, right? That's what I think would be the major perspective. And when you talk about impact, yes, investors want to see impact. There is a need or a drive for impact assessment as well. But more importantly as well, they want to see returns on investment. So you want to be able to showcase how you're going to acquire customer fast and how you're going to scale that in a way that is cost effective. That's what would be my response to this question. To the previous question by Itao, I think that investor mapping is a very critical exercise if you're going to raise money. And that's also because with investor mapping, you will be able to clearly identify what sort of investors will be interested in the kind of solutions and the kind of products that you have. From the context of students, financing students, I would think that you'll be looking more towards institutions that offers grant to finance education. Organizations like the MTN Foundation and some of those prioritize education and funding of education. And they'll be more than willing to be able to give funds rather than an investor's perspective, because the question the investors will be looking to ask is, how do you intend to pay me back? How do you intend to earn 10x? Or even from a bank's perspective, that's almost like it's perceived as economic empowerment rather than an investment, so to speak. So I would say that from the aspect of funding, I think looking at institutions that prioritize education, there are a number of them across the continent that prioritize education, and they are willing to give some grants towards education, even up to university level.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Banji. And it's a good one, even though we would have thought because of context, we would answer from a Kenyan perspective, but I think looking at the investors. Would like to wrap up shortly and perhaps just recap what has been mentioned. We're looking at investment trends. We've noted that the economic growth within the region, and therefore there's opportunity for investment, including in the various sectors. technology, agriculture, energy, renewable energy in particular. And I think as a region, we can be able to attract investment. Notable point that East Africa is actually attracting more investment right now. We've looked at the need to have tailored financial products. An example, how can a loan be friendly? How can we have financing so that then it speaks to access for entrepreneurs? We've looked at the instruments that are missing, an example of revenue-based and also series beyond. And so the conversation is how can the institutions continue to have this in place. We have noted that investment and funding is actually a two-way street. And so both the entrepreneur, the SME, the business, and the investor need to understand each other, see the value. And additionally, perhaps the investors work with other players to ensure that we have de-risking as we leverage on data that sits at different areas, so that then the trust and transparency is increased. And so what we're trying to do here is ensure that we have insights as what we make sure we secure investment, we make sure our entrepreneurs are financially ready, and for us to essentially increase the connection and the value that's required from both an investor and an entrepreneur, SME perspective. To close us out, I'd like to call on you in less than 1 minute to please, again, in a fun way. So we started in a fun way, talked about serious issues, but we'll close in a fun way. Keep it to less than 1 minute. If you could magically plant one money tree, still investment, that would specifically address the key challenge in the East African investment landscape, which tree would it be and what fruit would it bear? Where would you plant it? Essentially, what's the solution to everything we're discussing? Less than 1 minute, we can start, Dr. Salome.
Wow. I'd call it an Ubuntu capital tree. So why do I call it an Ubuntu capital tree? The spirit of collaboration and sharing across the system and across Africa. And that I'm looking at locally adaptable solutions, regional financing and mobilizing of capital, and globally scalable solutions that we are all building in different places, being brought together to create the kind of economic impact and development frontier that we're building. And what kind of fruit would this be? First, I would literally have a whole garden within Africa, I think, because I would want to see impact. So the fruits will be impact pods, an impact within Ethiopia, an impact with Uganda, in Kenya, in Rwanda, and across the East African continent.
Please plant that tree. Please plant that tree. Let's come close to me.
Wow, very, very fun question. I think I would probably call it an acacia money tree, because as you know, acacia trees, they take long to grow, but when they grow, they can last for many, many years, and the shade provides, I mean, their branches provide shade for many generations to come. So when you plant an acacia tree, you might not see it growing, but your kids will be able to enjoy the shade. So I think, yeah, some of these conversations that we're having on unlocking financing in East Africa, sometimes it can feel a little desperate, or things are not moving at the pace that we want. But I think it's important to keep having these conversations, to keep advocating for collaboratively find solutions. Government, ESOs, entrepreneurs, because hopefully, in 50 years, yeah, Africa will be leading the investment space, and we wouldn't have to look like we are trying to force people to come to our region. It will be like a very high potential region.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Bandri, which tree would you plant in less than 1 minute?
I would plant what I call the Nishanti tree, the Nishanti capital tree. And that's because Nishanti, I understand in Swahili, means energy. I think that if we can produce one tree that will provide so much money to finance the energy sector or the infrastructure deficit with electricity across the continent, I mean, we will all be grateful for it. That would be my dream tree come true.
And this would be a very wonderful for us in speaking to investment. On behalf of ASEC, Allen and Jill Gray Philanthropies that supports the Syrian Wabumbuzi, I'd like to say thank you to our wonderful panelists, Dr. Salome Oyuga, Banji Ajilo, Anisi Ishimwe, for sharing your insights, your perspectives, and your expertise. We really appreciate. And to our audience, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening in keenly, for asking the questions. Thank you again, and I hope that we can continue discussing investment, make it a reality and unlocked in the region. That's it. We'll take a photo and then call it
Sure,
a
sure.
session.
Please take a photo. As chairman has a challenge for you. Ladies, let's take a photo with chairman. Juki, I didn't hear about your money tree.
You didn't hear about that tree? It's got, oh, my tree,
Your
my
tree,
tree,
yeah,
my
they
tree.
said their trees, all of them, including Banji, said his
I
tree.
just want to be this forest. It's already covered
tell
everything.
you.
Yes.
Yes, Banji is virtually with us. Banji, don't disconnect. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this powerful panel. Thank you, Banji. Banji, please stay online. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Great, thank you. Well done again. Makofi kwao tena. A group of powerful, beautiful ladies. Well done. Very good job. And oh, there's a gentleman there. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So, one of our pillars in ASEC is to expand its international, go international. I don't know, in Rwanda, is that something that you'd like us to collaborate more about? You like? Let me just, I need to hear you say something. Everybody can hear.
Absolutely.
When are you going back to Rwanda? Next week, Thursday. All right. So suppose I committed to have a meeting with you either Thursday or Friday next week in Kigali. Would that create more interest for you to continue this conversation? Okay. So I commit on Thursday, we meet in Kigali, and we can have a conversation about ASEC and Rwanda engaging a lot more. All right? Well, I was going to be in Rwanda anyway, so yeah. It's very actionable, right? Yeah, yeah, but in the spirit. But this is a challenge I would like to challenge this group, and you'll be the one who will keep you accountable. As ASEC, we have about, I would estimate about 20,000 SMEs in our ecosystem. So really, whatever business you're doing, that is a good market, whatever you do. This issue would like to drive to have those SMEs have better access to financing. All they are looking for, they want to grow their business, they need money, and there are people with the money that need to invest. But we all know there are challenges around the MSMEs knowing what is it that the financials want. So there is a capacity aspect of us SMEs are concerned. But there's also an issue with the financials. I can tell you, even for my bank, I went and asked them, I mean, they were selling some SME financial facility. And I asked them, so you are selling this facility, but have you ever run any business? And they said, no, I've never run a business, and it's a requirement from the bank. I am not running business. So I began wondering, this guy who's selling me this product, surely what did he understand about business? So here's what I would like us to do. If we can take a cohort of maybe about 10 SMEs in ASEC and help them understand when the financials, whether you're an investor or a bank, what do you look for? And you can bring together different financials and help develop a checklist that the financials look for. We develop that together. You need to get input from both SMEs and also investors. It needs to be a two-way. It can't be that the financials just put together this checklist and expect that they are suitable for the SMEs. And then we work with those SMEs for a period of time so that they can be investor ready. Whether it's accessing loan or whatever it is, I think that will be the best way of helping our SMEs understand where this is what's required, and then we build the capacity. Then after 6 months, see whether they actually access financing. Because if after 6 months they will not access financing, then there's a problem somewhere, either with SMEs or with the financial institutions. And we can see how we can do to help improve that. That would be a mutually beneficial, isn't it, for everybody? Yeah, because I believe there is a problem both ways. SMEs may have a problem in terms of capacity, but definitely investors also seem to have a problem. We can do that?
We can.
You're accountable?
We will.
All
We
right,
will.
fantastic. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you too.
Thank you very much. My photo person, could we please put Banji back on? When chairman, I'd just like you to move on the side so we can take a photo of you together with Banji. Has he disconnected? Where is the thank you? Let's take one photo together with Banji. Thank you, Banji, for staying online and for being generous. All the way from Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you. Another round of applause for this amazing panel. And as I get off of stage, we were discussing money. I would like to bring on stage Dr. Emmanuel Mango. He's the Gender Strategy Advisor at ASEC. Dr. Mango, we are waiting for you here. He has got over 6 years experience in strategy and leadership coaching. And he's a PhD. Dr. Mango, let's put some music for him to dance as he comes in front. He's been keen to build SMEs, grow SMEs. The stage is all yours.
Yes, good afternoon. I would be happy that you are happy. Are we happy so far? Yes. The mic is going on and off. We want to discuss regional strategy for women in business. So that's the next topic. Region strategy for women in business. We want to discover some of the barriers that hinder women doing business across the border. That's one. Second thing we want to look at, what are the possible solutions? And solutions would come in two ways. The first aspect of the solution is policy. But there is the second aspect of solution that is strategic and cultural hindrances that hinder people to women from doing business. So once we do that, we will sum it up with I've been told to come over here. So then finally we'll sum it up and we'll go for lunch, those who have not gone for lunch, which is exciting. So I want to invite my panelists to come over so that we introduce ourselves and we begin the conversation since time has gone over. Yeah. So if you're here to discuss this important subject of regional strategy for doing business in East Africa, kindly come over. So as they take seat, perhaps I introduce myself, then I'll give them the opportunity to introduce themselves, then we get into the conversation. So as you've heard, my name is Dr. Emmanuel Mango. I'm the moderator for today's session. I am a strategist. I've been developing strategic plan across many sectors since 2014, both government, private businesses, and NGOs. Just last week, I was in Tanzania, and this is why this subject of doing business across East Africa is important. I was supporting an organization called Pastoral Women Council, which does business, which empowers pastoral women to do business and to fight for their rights. And so that's the conversation. We want to discover what are some of the barriers and how do we solve those systematic barriers doing business across the borders. So with that, I want to invite my panelists. I'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves so that you get the expansivity of the work they do, so that as they discuss, at least you are in good hands. Thank you very much. I'll invite Vincent to kick the conversation of introducing themselves.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. My name is Vincent Otieno Diambo. I work with an organization called Ashoka. Ashoka is the world's first ever organization that started to support social entrepreneurs. So we are a global network of more than 4,500 now, leading social entrepreneurs who are part of our network as fellows. We're in 92, 95 countries. And in East Africa, I lead the work of Ashoka here in East Africa. Yeah, I think that's all for now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vincent. Hello, everyone. My name is Lilian Wangari. I work for Jasiri under the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies. And my role really works around supporting our community of ventures that go through our programs, and also really engaging with the ecosystem to understand how we can enable them to scale and be sustainable in this economy of ours. Thank you.
Asante. You said your name again?
Lilian.
Lilian. Got it clearly. Sawa, thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Celestine Otieno, Partnerships Lead at Somo Africa. And Somo Africa, we support micro and small social enterprises with the right skills and right resources, including digital tools that support entrepreneurs to be able to create sustainable and scalable businesses within the regions that we operate in. Thank you.
Asante sana. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gertrude Misango. I'm a gender advisor with the International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank Group. Technically, we look at gender lens investing and addressing some of the most critical gender themes in the region that includes women entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much, Gertrude. And I'm going to begin from my immediate right, with Gertrude here, just helping us to understand what are some of the barriers that hindering trade across the borders, especially when it comes to women doing business across borders. So we can hear from her. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mango. When you look at the East Africa border trade, it's mostly predominantly informal. It's currently valued at about 1.76 billion US dollars. You can see it's a good portfolio, but most of these women MSMEs face a lot of challenges when they're trying to do the business. One of it is the most common, access to finance. So the nature of the business is the type of women who are doing this trade, cross-border trade business, lack the necessary finance to be able to adequately carry out the business across the border. Secondly, the markets, the cross-border markets, in a way, are very fragmented and they're not very stable. So these women MSMEs are not really able to bank on these markets to be able to do their trade and be able to, financially stabilize their businesses. Thirdly, there's a lack of information. There's a serious lack of information. The issues of tariffs, the issues of taxes, different countries have their own tax modalities that these women do not understand. And some of the rates, the procedures, the cross-border procedures also are very instrumental if these women SMEs have to be successful. And you find that the borders themselves, they do not have the right procedures that these women MSMEs could actually bank and ride on if they have to successfully do their businesses. Our borders, as you can see, in the recent past, have a very high conflict in fertility rates. and there's a lot of insecurity, violence, and harassment that actually bar these women from doing their businesses across the border very well. One of the things that we have also been insisting in my line of work is that there is serious lack of data collection. Yeah, and even if somebody is collecting that data, it's not updated, it's not adequate. So without the data being collected, we are not being very strategic enough, and we find that most interventions that will actually be put together to address some of these barriers will not suffice the day. And then also social cultural issues that actually affect these women MSMEs when they're trying to do the cross-border barriers. Our borders are prone to a lot of bribery and corruption, and this affects women MSMEs when they're trying to do their business across the border. So there are quite a number of challenges that and barriers that affect women MSMEs when they're trying to do cross-border trade in East Africa community.
Thank you very much, Gertrude. And I think I want to double click on that aspect of data. Why is that a big problem for policymakers and everybody who wants to get into that space?
Because without the right data, then policymakers will not be able to come up with the right policies that will support and protect women MSMEs when they're doing cross-border trade. And the unfortunate part of it is that, and I haven't had, unless it is there, and I haven't seen or had of anybody who is accurately collecting this data across the border. So if that data is not being collected, then policymakers will have nothing that they will need to use to, to be able to design some of the policies that will be beneficial for these women MSMEs.
Wonderful. I want to bring in Celestine in these conversations. What have you observed as some of the barriers that are hindering women from advancing business across the border?
Thank you very much. So I just want to pick from where my colleague left it. And just to add into that, so you realize that we do have common gaps that are hindering women entrepreneurships into growing their businesses. And some of these you realize it's generic trainings that is not sector specific or gender specific. With that, we work with assumptions because we do train, that is what we need to go with, and that is a very big barrier. The way a woman works is not the same way a gentleman will work. They do have a lot of things, starting from taking care of the kids from home to ensuring that they work and to ensure that businesses are thriving to be able to support even their spouses. So if we do have training specific for the women, then we will be able to see, we will be able to close that gap. Moving forward, we are talking about getting this lack of data. It is a common thing, yes. And I just want to echo by saying some of the barriers there in regards to ESOs working in silos. So SOMO is doing, yes, SOMO has something to do with entrepreneurship, the female entrepreneurship or women advisory programs. But how many organizations here knows that SOMO is doing that? So if someone knows SOMO is doing advisory programs for women, we do have that data internally. And it goes beyond because it is not only data that we've trained, it is also data in terms of how many have we financed, and it goes beyond to how many employment have they created, and how many are women, how many are youth, how many are at risk. So yes, for some we do have this data, but it is not open. This is because we're working in silos. So if we're able to come together and work together, then we will be able to close the gap of data. Also having the correct tools, as my colleague have said, having the correct tools to be able to collect quality data, not just data for the sake of we want to present this data somewhere, but quality data. Do we have the right tools to do that? And how do we go about it? And also when you're talking about the finances, it's also a very key challenge. Because if you're looking at the 2017 report made by ICF, it shows that only 2% of the finances are coming up for women, only 2%. Now, how do we move from 2% to grow that that investment? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think there is an angle as we move to the next panelist, the angle of police. If you can touch it, and as much as you add the points that you wanted to add. If you have some addition around police hindrances, you can also add them in that conversation. So thank you, Karibu. Lilian.
All right. Yes, I think one maybe extra barrier that I can also mention is underrepresentation. So I think both Gertrude and Celeste have mentioned we have majority of the women playing in the informal sector, right? And as we speak, generally representation in other spaces for women is also on the lower side. So you can imagine the significant difference it is for the informal sector, which is where most women are playing, is close to not there. So we also need to really think about how are we representing the women in the grassroots level? Are there challenges and their needs being addressed at the level now the policies can be made and discussed? And I think now when it comes to policies, I like what Gertrude mentioned, the structural and the cultural differences in our region bring that extra shift and difficulty. Right? And speaking from our side, we have individuals and entrepreneurs that go through our program in Rwanda and Ethiopia and Kenya. And when it comes to setting up their ventures, you find that for those in Ethiopia, before they get a permit in Kenya, it is such a tremendous effort and it's so expensive. And you really start rethinking, is it worth setting up? You start having those extra question marks. So if you look at that conversation of we really do want to have these programs and these support efforts that ESOs are designing, but there's already a barrier as it is even before you start encouraging and supporting. So yeah, we need to really sit down first of all and analyze what is currently on the ground. At the grassroots level, it is being heard. And number two, are the policies currently in place really supporting what we can already do before we start changing and taking over whatever we want to create? Because I think we need to start work from the first level, really, before we go to the next one.
Thank you, Lydian. So Vincent, you can pick up from where she has left.
Yeah, it's a very broad conversation, and there's so many details to it that we can surface. But let me say this: first and foremost, inter-country trade has always been a challenge. But also historically, we know there's always been inter-community trade and all this. But even though they seem to have been seamless, there was also confrontation, friction. And this was either because of military power, political power, you name it. So there is always a need to try and synergize around those issues of convergence and address those that sort of bring divergence. So that's basically for trade, for everyone. But then when you come to women, it's what you can call it's double jeopardy. Because then now for women, it's all those different issues, but now women also have to contend with adaptive issues and also administrative issues. And adaptive issues, these are everything to do with culture, mindset, the practices we are so used to, traditions. And then administrative issues are everything structural to policy. And so I think when we want to address it, we have to address it from that point of recognition and awareness that it's already double jeopardy for women. I will give an example. My mom was a businesswoman. And even for her to get into business was a challenge with my grandfather, because the question was very basic. Why do you think you can do this? This is something for men. And then, of course, now when she started doing inter-country trade again, there was all these now structural barriers, how the market is defined, how the market defines trade, some subtle things, some overt things that are pretty much pushing you away. Then, of course, you look at the policy, like I've mentioned, the policy dynamics, not really, favorable. And then, of course, now the mindset. So I'll say it's the way to look at it, the way to address the barriers is to look at those two levels, the administrative, and those are things that we can agitate for, and the adaptive, which are long term. And we need to start. And we need to start now.
Thank you very much. And I think, as you've said, you're giving us a framework for analysis of how we can look at the issues that are affecting women doing business across the border. Perhaps on that framework, could you share a bit more detail on each of those two areas that you have mentioned, some of the specific challenges, before we come to how do we deal with those challenges?
Good. So for administrative, policy is the big one. And the second one would be not necessarily in that order, but one of the areas should be the industry norm. If you look at the norm from startup to big businesses, what is the norm? So there's need to change the norms in those spaces. Let's redefine what is normal. And redefining what is normal here would be, it's okay to come across a woman founder and fund them without second guessing their abilities. So we need to redefine industry norms. And there's a lot in terms of redefining industry norms. We need to change that. And of course, policies. So whether it's just the general trade policies, how do we ensure that they are favorable? Without necessarily just talking about affirmative action, but making sure that they are policies that are not creating barriers for anyone who wants to trade. So Dr. I think more work actually is in the adaptive level. That is where we need to do a lot. How do we start changing our mindset around the role of women and how we see women in marketplaces or in industries? And that will mean being very practical in terms of showcasing women who are excelling in what they're doing, and also who are learning on the way. So we need to have more stories of women who are doing trade, intercountry trade, showcase to begin to change mindset. And whenever I think about mindset, I go to, I think about something that happened in this country a couple of years ago. One of the most, patriarchal communities, all patriarchal, one of the most patriarchal communities, I think, produced more women political leaders. And the shift happened because they saw a lot of women leaders being in those spaces. So despite the fact that they're patriarchal, they were able to elect now at the elective level. But the point is, we need to start working on mindset shift if you're going to address the adaptive challenges. We need to look at the rules and the norms of industries if you're going to address the administrative challenges.
Thank you. So adaptive and administrative challenges. So that's part of the framework that you're giving us to help analyze some of the challenges that are facing women doing business across the border. So one of the other, before we leave the challenges and go into solution, is the aspect of financing. I would invite anyone here who is competent in that particular space to help us appreciate what are the challenges as finances concerning financing business across the border.
Thank you. I'll go first. So when you're looking at this, we're looking at how can, number one, let's look at formalization of businesses that the women, female entrepreneurs are doing. Are they formalized? Because that is one key area that hinders female entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs from accessing financing, even if they're there, because even the government have a wing that supports female entrepreneurs and youth. But do these female entrepreneurs have their business formalized and registered? Are they recognized? That is a challenge. Number two, we're looking at the collateral. So yes, you have your business, it's formalized, it's registered, but do you have a collateral? Because when you're going to access financing from any other institution, they do not know you first. Number two, they will need a collateral to be sure that indeed you're taking up a loan, you're taking up an investment, and you'll be able to repay back. So what do we have to hold on to so that when you pay back, we are able to build that relationship, and from there we move to the next chapter. So collateral is a very key challenge, and this is not because information is not there. No, it is there, but is it working to the right people? Is it supporting the right people? or who wants to grow their businesses. So if you're looking at in terms of how we are going to work towards amending or readjusting the policies that we have, we need to look at first from the entrepreneurs themselves in terms of formalizing their businesses. We come to policies around collaterals. A woman is not able to have access to the land because you're a female. When you're not married, you'll not be able to because your brothers will take care of the land. So you do not have a portion back at home. When you get married, it's your husband who have access to the title deeds and all that. And even if you work together towards achieving the same goal of buying a land, the title deed will not come under your name, but it will come under your spouse's name. And even if it's come with the two names, who has more power in it? You'll have to go and ask your husband or your spouse, can I use this to get a loan? And that is a very big challenge. So if you're able to work around policies around collaterals and how best female entrepreneurs can be supported, then we will be able to tackle a big elephant in the room. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Gertrude, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add to what she said. Access to finance is a very big mountain that needs to be discussed further. Because of the nature of these women businesses, as she has said, they're very informal in nature. And it becomes very difficult for financial institutions to actually be able to bank on them and give them financing. So how do we support these women MSMEs to build bankable businesses that financial institutions will be able to actually look at them and be able to give them credit lines or facilities? And also because of the nature of the work they do, most of them will rarely have bank accounts. Yeah, so they will rarely bank their money in the bank accounts. Is digital the way to go for them? Will they have like digital financing models that they will be able to bank their money on a daily basis so that financial institutions can use that to give them a loan or credit facilities to be able to finance their businesses? And maybe lastly, from a line of work, we'll try to look at different financing models for women entrepreneurs at the bottom of the pyramid. And because they deal with goods that they sell on a daily basis, financial literacy is not there. So they wouldn't know that on a daily basis, they could use that stock. If the stock is moving stock, how do they record that? And how do financial institutions use that? It's called mobile-based asset lending. How will financial institutions use that? The way their stocks are moving on a daily basis, the way they're selling on a daily basis, if they do not have the tangible collateral she's talking about, can financial institutions use that to be able to lend them money so that they can be able to facilitate their businesses? So those are some of just the things that we might need to look at if we have to, bridge the access to finance gap for women MSMEs.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you for that
Dr.
contribution. You wanted to add something?
Yes, I did. Just
Men and women. But then we have to nuance it a little bit. Why is it so hard for women? I want to give you an example. We did a mapping a couple of years ago to identify where are social entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs, change makers as we call them, and what are the challenges and opportunities they're looking for. Here's the thing. Women entrepreneurs or women change makers did not rank access to finance at the top. They didn't. They ranked policy. So this is to tell you, there is an understanding if you can work on the policy, then things start trickling down. Then the second thing that they ranked as a challenge, like the first number one priority they're looking for is opportunity to network, to meet with other women, entrepreneurs, other people in these spaces. So that was really telling, because then it was the other way for, entrepreneurs. It was finance at the top, yeah. And then in terms of opportunities that they were looking for, they also talked about networking, which then gives a lot of credence to this kind of convenings. Everyone is looking for that as an opportunity. But then the challenges, I think a lot of women from across, it was across board, they see as one thing that needs to change. And you see, politics is probably the mother and father of every other administrative challenge.
Are there women-specific policies that will promote business?
I think, yeah, there are no women-specific policies, but it is looking at every policy where how are they creating pain points for women, and either I mean, unless women here would want to go the full hog and say, let's create a policy framework for women entrepreneurs, but it could mean looking at the policies that exist. Where do we need to make amendments? Where do we need to amend so that then it provides more space? It provides, it becomes, catalyst as opposed to being barriers for this.
Can Gertrude wants to jump in.
So that's exactly what I wanted to say. Creating an enabling environment for women MSMEs to do cross-border trade is, I think, should be one of the top priorities. And doing that involves everything that he has said. So assess and analyze what exists and what doesn't exist. Then from there, you'll be able to know where gaps fall, and then how do we come up with smart interventions to address those gaps, the training, the coaching, the networking opportunities, because I know they might not exist specific gender-related policies that support women MSMEs, but they can be reviewed and made gender responsive, for them to make it much easier for them.
Wonderful, thanks. We can add to that, discuss the wider subject of solutions to some of the barriers and the challenges that women face doing cross-border business.
Yeah, so thank you. I just want to add on to what my colleagues are saying. This is very much interesting because, again, we are not going to start from scratch. There are organizations that are already doing this. If you look at South Africa, 64% actually of the businesses we have financed, these are female-led businesses. And we have financed 754. And those 750 have created 18,000 jobs, more than 18,000 jobs. And you can see out of 754 that we have financed, not to talk about that capacity building. So these 754, we have about 400 that are women-led businesses. And this is not by coincidence, it's being intentional about supporting the female entrepreneurs to be able to create a thriving business and also create employment for the younger entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs that are aspiring to create and sustain their businesses. So we do have this, and it goes beyond just the capacity building, because through the women advisory sessions that we do have, we include the health mentorship, the health, how do we call it, health, mental health session that supports these female entrepreneurs, because you might have all these things together. Yes, it's there. You are able to do all that. Capacity building, finances are there. But also, it starts from the mindset. Just the same way Vincent has said, it starts from the mindset. And if they're not at a good mental health capacity to be able to take up and support their businesses, then it's going to collapse. So by including and being intentional about mental health for entrepreneurs, and they're taking a break out of the business, out of the kids, out of everything else that is happening, and they get to interact and network. Something else that we are doing as South Africa is supporting entrepreneurs, all entrepreneurs, to get to interact among themselves through the Somo Soko annual market day, because they have the products. But we normally leave entrepreneurs at that stage of, we've trained you, we've given you the finance to or the grant to have a product. Where do you go to with your product? You're just new, somewhere interior in Western region. You do not know anybody. You don't know how you're going to support or to start. So we do support them through market access, and it is not only through the annual market day. Somo has partnered with Lava Latte, Pits Cafe, other cafes that are able to give us a spot to be able to display the entrepreneur product. So that way we are doing support in terms of access to market and even selling their products. Because if you look at the branding that you're doing for these entrepreneurs, you'll see that yes, it has Somo branding and the entrepreneurs branding, but there is a tag. If you scan that tag, it has a code. It will take you to the Somo space, the entrepreneurs Somo Invest space. You will read about the business, you'll know what they're doing, why they set the business, and if you're an investor, why would you be interested in investing in that entrepreneur? So we are also utilizing our digital tools to support these entrepreneurs be able to elevate their businesses and have an equal thriving platform like any other business that is thriving outside there. Now, I have a question to the audience. when you're talking about access to finance, if you wake up today and you straight go to the bank, between myself and Vincent, who will be given at least a year? That's a food for thought. So we need to change from the mindset. Thank you.
It will depend on the statement you present. Are they just going to look at your face and decide between the two of you?
Yeah. Couldn't agree more with my co-panelists. Policy is at the top of every conversation, and I think we have started. We're doing what needs to be done. I think, especially with the AFCFTA coming up, there's a lot of conversation about women empowerment, women economic empowerment. But one thing I definitely want us to even consider is benchmark of the regions that are already more or less progressing ahead, right? Because we've seen regions like Rwanda, they have already started putting engagements to support gender inclusion in their engagements, whether it's in their cabinets or it's in their decision making. You find that women are being roped in a lot more, right? Because I think policy is happening and policy is being created, but definitely the implementation lag is what is pulling us back, because decisions and ideas and thoughts and frameworks and very big thoughts and white papers are being developed, but the implementation lag is what is causing us to continuously have the same conversation over and over again, because I'm sure we had this talk before. We have, right? But why is it that those initiatives talked about then have not been implemented up until now? And if they have, how far are we? What have we known, right?
So you're saying we stop talking and go to work?
Let's get to work, yeah. Let's get to work.
Oh, yes, and I will also want to see the role of the East Africa community in this conversation, because we are talking a lot about the the cross-border trade. Then the EAC has a lot to do in terms of creating an enabling environment.
Thank you. And I think you wanted to add something, Vincent?
Yeah, I wanted to, just go back to my mom, because I think I mean, it's a very good example for me in terms of what are the challenges for women entrepreneurs.
Do the rest of the panelists here have a mom? I haven't heard them talk about their mom.
No. At least for me, that's the only woman I can represent on the panel here. So the experience that I can bring. So I saw. I mean, when she started with a business in timber space, it became so hard. She quit it, just essentially because of the dynamics around it, from the language and everything. She quit. So this is just to say, just doubling down on my point. Mindset is very important, whether it's to do with access to market information, creating new markets. We have the trigger community, wholesale movers, and this is what we need to change, whether it's in terms of policy, whether it's in terms of mindset. So strong trigger community, just to call for more of this kind of networks and use these networks to gather evidence, case studies, best practices, translate that to, channel that to the big border movers, the policy influencers, policy makers, media, and all that, and then gear towards systems change.
Wonderful. Thank you. So we'll proceed that way.
Yeah, I think on my end, for sure, it's taking the first step by working with what we have, as I mentioned earlier. So as Vincent is mentioning, as we continue to gather together, I think the call also is to us, the ESOs, the organizations, and the ventures and the businesses that are already here. Yeah, what can you do to now push this agenda of inclusion in the space that you are in, right? So for the ESOs, are we designing programs that are particularly tailored to women and economic empowerment? If so, how have you pushed that narrative? Are you going to where they are? If it's in your organization, are you having avenues where gender inclusion is being discussed openly, and you started to implement some of these ideas and policies and frameworks within your organization first? Because I think it's the small steps that now tend to move to the bigger spaces, right? Because once I meet my colleague or my fellow countryman another location, I'm likely to tell them this is happening on our end. It has worked for us. Give it a shot, try it out. And there's that narrative to encourage and benchmark off of each other instead of having to start all of, from the ground up. And you can really build off of that momentum and now cause that shift cross-border in the spaces. And as I mentioned earlier, at Jasiri, we have entrepreneurs from Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Kenya. And we've seen the guys coming from Ethiopia definitely have, I would say, a tougher time because their policies and challenges as it is welcoming them. But if you look at how Kenya and Rwanda is set up, because of the EAC and how we've already started, it's fairly easier, right? Someone can easily go work in Rwanda for a couple of venture and kick off that momentum as compared to our partners. So it's that benchmark and really just building off from what others already have instead of starting from the ground up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So
And also tell us, as you discuss, who is going to drive these partnerships? Who is the engine behind this partnership? Because we can say, let us work together. But who is driving this engine?
Great. So let me start with that one first. So let's strengthen what is already there because these things are there, they exist. And by coming together, let's stop working in silos. What we can do again is to come up with a framework that supports sector and gender specific programs to support the female entrepreneurs. Aside from that, I want to give an example. When this was back in 2023, we were running a cohort, and then there was a gentleman somewhere, and because it was a sector specific, a female focused, he decided to champion for front the wife. So the wife was now the one applying and all that. So when the lady came for the interview, she was very coiled at her corner. She wasn't able to speak because the husband was waiting outside. Yeah. And then you could see she wasn't herself fully. After going through the interviews and then she passed, and now we invited her for the training. The very first day she came with the husband because it was a physical. She came with the husband. The husband waited, they went back home. So we decided to take this further and invited her before she could complete the program, invited her for one of the the women advisory programs. So when we invited this lady, she was able to speak up.
When we are, the intention of designing a program, I think, should not also to destroy the social infrastructure, but also to support, because I know that gender responsive design, also evaluations is not about women only, but men, women, boys, and girls. Thank you, and over to you.
Asante sana. I wanted to cap it there, but because of gender balance, and they said we speak to men, why women are not going to sell mangoes. So let's just have him 30 seconds, please. We are out of time.
Thank you. I think my name is James from Daimois, and I would like Dr. Muteshi to refer the women to me, because that's something we are addressing in terms of low risk, and also especially in the informal sector, and working with them, because like some of the programs we are doing, we have localized the content. If it is financial literacy, we are working with them through that journey, and it has been amazing, all the success stories that we have. So they are key players in that space, and we have borrowed our model from the Grameen Bank model, then did a hybrid with the local sector. Yeah.
So who are you?
Daimois.
Okay, thanks. So we can respond to that, and as the same time make our closing remarks.
Okay. Yeah, so Pauline mentioned Trademark East Africa. I think, Trademark has done really great work in terms of facilitating, cross-border trade, but also for women. I was part of one of the events on that. And then also what he's mentioning in terms of Grameen Bank, because I want to tie those two together, and also what Dr. Muteshi is saying. So here's the thing. Many solutions and whether it's good or service that are out there has to be a way to analyze them. So if it's a solution that is a deal solution, and deal here, DEAL, and for me it means dollar-driven, extractive, accumulative, and less responsibility, it's not going to solve what we are talking about. It's not going to solve the inclusion that we are talking about. But if it's a solution, whether in terms of a service or good, that he's mentioned, for instance, Grameen Bank. The founder of Grameen Bank is an Ashoka Fellow. And the model, the way we look at it, that is a real model or real orientation, regenerative, empowering, adaptive, and also legacy driven. So what am I saying? Like you said, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Absolutely, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. For those who already have solutions to some of these things, the best system-changing idea or solution is an idea in the hands of an innovator or an entrepreneur. If they're willing to open it up for everyone to access it, for everyone to tap into the knowledge, for everyone to tap into its experience. So the challenge for us now as a finish will be, let's look at everything that we are doing. Are there things that are increasing the inequality? Are there things that are actually bridging the gap for inclusion in the long run? Are there things that are really bringing everyone into that space where the men and women can find their brilliance, their superpower as change makers, and more so now for women? Let's interrogate those things. Are there things that are really creating the spaces that we want to see? Are they solutions that are going to have a knock-on effect on the adaptive issues that we talked about and the administrative issues that we talked about? I think that's a challenge that I leave us with.
Challenge accepted.
Thank you. Yes, completely agree with Vincent. And even as we assess the market to see who is this key person, it comes back to what Gertrude was mentioning. Have we assessed? Have we analyzed? Do we know who's what and who's where and what they're doing? Because there's that risk, as Vincent mentioned, of someone doing, what is already out there, and they're starting from the ground up. And ideally, there's already a solution working, but we just do not know about it, right? So I think number one is just having our incentives and our agendas to share, number one, this data, right? I like what she's mentioned, that trademark this assessment. Is this data out there for people to leverage so that as they tailor these solutions, I know exactly what I need to bring into the market because there's this particular gap, right? And really just working in that cohesion and collaboration to, number one, just let's reduce the challenges that we already have in accessing data. And number two, then go ahead and start accepting that someone else out there has actually created a solution. Can I benchmark and maybe build more off of that instead of wanting to start from the ground up? So I think my challenge is, number one, let's make our data as accessible as we possibly can. If you've been in a workshop, projects, engagements out there that have this information, play it in your part to make sure that people actually know this information. And number two, now leverage this now to design and tailor. And I think given the call on our side as an ESO is to really design a program that meets the market where it's at, and not trying to design a program because we see this is what works, but really coming to the market to give them what is actually needed. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. I'll try to be very short. So just to also add on to your concerns, those are very key areas that you've touched on. And I can say that for Somo, we had foreseen that. And one way for us to be able to support even those who did not proceed further from the class 8 or the primary level education is that in each and every region where we are operating, we are intentionally working with the local team members. We are hiring from the local team members. So when we are doing the 12 weeks training, there is a trainer mentor, and then there is an entrepreneur mentor. So this entrepreneur is not able to understand what was trained at a very high level. There is this team member who will be able to translate that to her so that she's able to understand it from her own local language and understand it better. And with that, we have seen this boosting their confidence in terms of how they can even stand, speak about the business, having the business plan. Because one of the key areas, one of the key things that we track from the training level is ensuring that all these entrepreneurs who are going through our programs, they're able to, number one, register their businesses. Number two, with the registration of their businesses, they're able to open a bank account. Now, when they're doing their record keeping, that cash flow, because we encourage them to use their money to go through the bank, so they're able to create that good relationship between them and even the external financials. So you realize that they're able to use their cash flow as a collateral, and they're able to take it to the bank and say, I have been transacting with you people, and this is my cash flow. It's tallying. Because at the end of every 3 months, these entrepreneurs are doing something we call quarterly surveys. So with the quarterly surveys, they're doing the validation of their cash flow, the money in and the bank statements. So they're able to upload it, and with uploading of that, the system will calculate and let us know if there is any discrepancies or all is well. So as I'm closing out, I love to say that we need to give ASEC something to work with. If as the key players, we are not able to give ASEC something to work with, then they're not even able to champion for the policy. What we need to do, we need to come together as the key players, be it the female entrepreneurs, be it the ESOs. Can we have a 2 days a 2 days workshop where we are able to brainstorm in terms of what is it really needed? Is it the policy, and from what angle of policy do we need to champion for? And with that, we are able to give it and table it to ASEC and say, support us in terms of pushing for this, because these are the gaps that we have identified, and this is what needed. Now we will leave them to be able to carry that burden and come back to us and tell us, we have managed at this is where we are at, and we are now able to move. Again, I love to see, these are requests to ASEC. I'll also love to see, because you're talking about cross-border trading, I don't see Keproba here. Keproba really supports so much in terms of being able to get our products out there from different markets. So please, to ASEC, when next you're having this kind of an event, can we try and invite even Sylvia from Keproba, so that they're also able to give us their input and how they have been able to support. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Gertrude.
So very briefly, assess and analyze and come up with a plan. Number two, financial institutions must strongly come into this conversation and come up with financial products that are very favorable to these SMEs going forward. And I think lastly, we may need to start moving away from the traditional financial products that we've been giving to women MSMEs and look for other options that will work. For example, when you go to the agribusiness sector, there's what we call the warehouse receipt system. So it doesn't really require somebody to have tangible collateral for them to be able to be given a loan by a bank to go and invest in the business. There's a way to use the farm production and assess it, and it's insurance covered. So that works. We're also piloting a financial product in Malawi called the movable asset-based lending system, where these women MSMEs are able to use the daily stock, access the daily stock, and financial institutions are able to use that to give them loans if they do not have like tangible collateral to use. So we must start thinking and moving away from the traditional loan products that we have been giving these women, which is very expensive at the end of the day, and start looking at options that actually speak to the women at the bottom of the pyramid.
Thank you very much. So you're proposing
community. It is something, and I hope this will energize all the women in the room. It is an area that we are seeing tremendous success when you're analyzing women entrepreneurs, men entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs are doing something exemplary in terms of finding, like having their innovations or whatever they're working on. They're working on something that is addressing an issue. Like I mentioned, I work with Ashoka. We have a network of 4,500 leading social entrepreneurs. Biggest percentage are women. And they've hacked what many men have not been able to hack. And that is probably something that comes with the strength of being women, being able to pay attention to the brokenness of the various systems and developing products and services. That is not just to get it to the market for the sake of it, but really addressing a social issue. So just something for women to think about, position around those social issues.
wonderful. So I think as we come to the close, I'll sum it this way. we've heard that adaptive and administrative challenges are real. But we have also heard that we stop talking and go into action. And one of the best way to get into action is for us to collaborate so that we don't reinvent the wheel. So that's the way I'll sum it up. I want to thank the incredible panelists who have helped us discuss this and the audience because we couldn't just talk to ourselves. So to all of us, we say thank you very much.
And you've all talked about collaboration, through the challenges, integration. So I hope we can be able to share the data, all of us together, and collaboratively move forward, even as we build Africa. I'll ask Mercy to join me on stage for the photo op. It's very important. Where do they stand? It's a very balanced panel, eh? It was just men. There was no gender representation. And thank you for the gentlemen in the panel. Talk about how do we empower our sisters and brothers and aunts. Take it away. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our amazing panel led by Dr. Mango. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I just have something that I wanted just to say. What you're seeing here is something that we're actually working on as a network and partnered with the East Africa community to really look at the treaty that they've signed with all the countries, especially for the East Africa community, right? The 8 countries, and really looking at how we can embed a socioeconomic framework to really support not only the female entrepreneurs, but also supporting them in terms of accessing leadership opportunities, not only in government, but even in corporate spaces and every other sector. So what we have just begun here is something that we continuously do and work on, and that's why we are going to send out information to all of you to also share with your different networks to capture that data. Because again, women and youth are really a special group that really have not been able to tap into the larger opportunity within East Africa. So just to let you know that as you're contributing, as you are sharing, you're actually part of shaping the inclusion for women and youth into the East Africa economic agenda. That was just my whole token. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mercy. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being generous. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. I'm standing between you and lunch. We are going to go for lunch. Your lunch vouchers, you shall pick them as you go up the staircase. Brian is there, ready, waiting for you. We shall be back here at 2:30 for our last sessions of the day. Thank you for being a receptive audience. Thank you for being very participatory, and thank you to Njoki, and thank you to Daktari for that amazing work. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's stand on our feet. Right hand stretch, left hand stretch, right leg kick, left leg kick, turn around. That's where the exit is. Enjoy your lunch.
Tries to stop my production. Tries to stop my production. Justice must be born as no escape. Tries to stop my production. Tries to stop my production. Justice must be born as no escape.
One, two. Righty. Good people, I see you're looking good right after lunch. We can just maybe notify the people that are yet to join. Just occupy the seats that are in front, that we can kick off in style. Karibuni, we are about to kick off. I know our time is well spent, so that we can finish as strong. Karibuni sana. Make sure to call somebody that you know is outside. Tell them we are starting in the next minute or two, so they can secure their spot. Dante. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being on and coming back in good time, because we respect your time and want to kick off conversations where we left them on a high. I just want us to go straight ahead into the conversations for today. So for the first thing, before we even move on, I just want to invite you to your feet. Kindly, you can just stand with me for a second or two. Let me invite you to your feet. Just stand with me shortly. And make sure you have somebody standing next to you. Make sure you have somebody standing next to you. Is that okay? Fantastic. Let me invite you to your feet and make sure you have somebody standing next to you. So we started off the day by saying a popular quote in Swahili, just to pay homage to the context that we find ourselves in. And you know, there's nothing as beautiful as a saying from Swahili that even encapsulates what we've been covering in terms of conversation. We've talked a lot about collaboration, about cooperation. Isn't that true? Mongolia collaboration. So, in that spirit of collaboration and collective effort, there's this Swahili saying that says, Kidole kimoja. Let me hear you say it, Kidole kimoja. You guys are fantastic students. So, on that account, I'm going to teach you a short game. This game is called Kidole kimoja. Say Kidole kimoja. So, make sure you're standing next to someone, okay? Make sure you have somebody next to you as you stand, because they say no man is an island. Sindio? So when I say one, here are the rules of the game. You lift up your left index finger. Say kidole kimo. You guys are fantastic students. When I say one, apa. Is that okay? And then simultaneously, or at the same time, when I say two, extend your right hand like this. Good stuff. You guys are good students. For gentlemen, yes, you can multitask. I confirm you can. Okay? So when I say one, lift up your left index finger. One. Kidole kimoja. Good stuff. When I say two, well, that finger is lifted. Stretch out your right hand and make sure it touches the tip of the person's left index finger. Now, not unasema, good stuff. Index ones are in the room. I'm glad you're here. Hapa katikati, make sure the palm surface touches the tip of the index finger. So when I say three, you guys already know the drill, okay? When I say three, kidole kimoja inafaa kushikwa na huu mkono, lakini wa kidole kimoja usishikwe. Let me translate for those that do not understand Swahili. Make sure you're not caught, but make sure you catch, okay? Are you all ready? So this is trisex for you. So three. That was trisex. Kuna kila mtu ameshikwa. So let's take it from the top. Are you guys ready? Aya, 1, 2, 2. I said, yes, I said 2. I didn't say 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just maybe speed it up a little for just 1 minute. just say it in narrative form, okay? The queue remains. In my story, when you hear 1, 2, 3, the queue remains. Is that okay? Aya. So we're here at Emara. Is this Emara? We're here at Ole Sereni, right? So before we came here, you know, some days you have to work with someone. But before you start to work with someone, you're one person, right? You're one. But then when you get a friend to work with you, you guys become two, right? And now here's the interesting bit. As you work together, you guys can decide to have lunch, right? And when you're having lunch and you meet another person, you guys can go and eat together, right? So as you're eating together, there's this friend of mine is from Kakamega. He's called Joe. So Joe decided to order a couple of mandazis. Those mandazis were 2 mandazis, okay? No, there were 2. I said there were 2 mandazis. Now, I'm quite competitive in nature, so I decided I must outmaneuver this guy. So I ordered 4 samosas, okay? 4 samosas. Now our other friend, who's a bit chill, he decided he wants to get 3 bananas. My name is Shikwa. Good stuff. I see you there. So, ladies and gentlemen, kidole kimoja kivunji nini? Akivunji chawa. Let me invite you to your seats. You guys are amazing. So, without further ado, I just want us to go to the next level in terms of what we've been having in terms of conversation. And I want to invite up next on stage Cynthia and Jerry. Cynthia will do a short presentation for us, just a spotlight segment to see what she's been able to do within the innovation ecosystem. So Cynthia and Jerry is Partnership Manager for East Africa Workpay. Ladies and gentlemen, with a hearty round of applause, let's welcome Cynthia and Jerry. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, this stage is huge, and the lights, they're so many, but I'm glad to be here this afternoon just to talk to you about what WorkPay has done in terms of innovation. I know there's something that is being displayed on your screen right now, but just before I begin, I have 3 numbers that I want to talk about. So number 1, I'm a mom to twins. I have a boy and a girl, and then I have my husband. So for us, we support our household. Our household is made up of 5 people. And I want you guys to be with me because I know some of you are employees and some of you are employers. So just keep it up here with me. So my salary is very important because it supports that household I've just talked about. So these are my 3 numbers that I just want to read out to you so that you can understand our story and our journey. So, and this is in context of Africa, because what we do at work, we focus on the African market. So the weight of one salary has many lives depending on timely payments. And this is where the catch is. In Africa, one salary is never enough for one person. It's a lifeline to an entire family. Over 60% of households rely on that paycheck to support an average of 7 other family members. That is my first number. That salary that we get is a lifeline. My second number. When payments are delayed, it's not just employees who feel it, it's the whole family. In fact, 42% of families in regions with delayed payments are forced to cut back on food, healthcare, and education. We can all relate to that. So what happens is, if we do not get our payments on time, our life is disrupted. Our family members who are in the rural areas are affected. Just continue being with me as I speak about my next number. No one wants to explain to that grandma in the village why they did not get their salary on time, why they did not get medicine, why they did not get food. So Timely payments aren't just as nice to have, they are a family survival strategy. Companies that pay on time see employees, my third number, 50% more motivated. When families thrive, it's not just paying a salary, it's empowering employees to be more productive. So even as a small business who is seated in this room, you have employees in your ecosystem. You have families that are depending on that salary. So how are you helping them to ensure that the lifeline of that salary is not affected? The healthcare, the food, the education of not only them, but also their family members is not affected. So you have gotten my three numbers, the 60%, the 42%, and the 50%. So that is just setting stage for what I'm going to talk to you about next. So WorkPay, who is WorkPay? So WorkPay is accelerating business growth across Africa. We're looking at not only just Kenya, but we have been able to grow. We are supporting over 41 countries when it comes to payments. We are here to help your businesses not only just drive growth, but help you scale. So maybe you started in Kenya, but you want to grow to other countries in Africa. So that was just our story on how we began, on how we saw the opportunity to be able not only to just help employers, but also employees. So WorkPay is a VC-backed HR and payroll automation solution designed for fast-growing companies in Africa. I'm very passionate about Africa because when I look at Africa, I see this is where the future is. This is where we're going to get over 1 billion in terms of employees who will be serving the globe. So how are we setting up ourselves so that we are ready to take this up? So in our team, we are made of over 100 plus experts who are not only just sitting here in Kenya, but we have been able to expand. Just work with me. We have grown as an organization, and that is why we are VC backed. We have all those people who have invested in us. They have bought into this dream that we have of making Africa great. Um, as I said, we are here to empower businesses, to help you streamline. And we do not only look at payroll in one way, but we look at it in diverse ways. We look at it in different ways. We look at it where you have someone who's sitting in an organization, they can be able to use our solution. Where we have an organization where we do not have HR in place, but you can be able to provide that aspect to you. We can be able to advise. We can be able to provide compliance. We're really big on compliance. And lastly, even where you have not yet been able to set up your company, we are here to say you are there to expand. You want to look at those opportunities. You want to have people on the ground. So how can we be able to support you? So on your screens, I have two numbers. I think I'm a numbers girl. So we have been trusted by over 1,000 plus businesses in Africa. I'm not talking about Kenya. I'm talking about we've been able to grow to other African countries. And I know most of us in this room are sitting are small, medium enterprises, but look at the vision that you can be able to develop when you work with like-minded people. Then our payroll engine, this is my other number, supports 35 plus countries. So your business can grow even to places that you've not been. Yesterday, funny story, we were having our Q1 review meeting, the whole team at WorkPay, and our CEO said that, do you know, guys, we've gone to Sierra Leone, and he asked us how many of us know the capital city of Sierra Leone. Most people do not really know, but imagine WorkPay has been there. And for me, I have been there as well because I've been able to go to WorkPay. So, what does our smart solution look at? Think about it in terms of when you get your employees the first day, what's that thing that usually is very confusing about an employee? They need someone to get them on onboarding, they need to know the company's policies, they need to set up their names and all those nice details, including their payroll. And we have it to our tax bodies. I don't want to talk about it only, but our tax bodies. We are here to help you with that. So our system is an end-to-end HR and payroll management system. It captures anything that the employees would require from start. So we have the HR and payroll, we have payroll as a service, whether you can outsource your payroll to us. So you have started your business, you're not really sure about these smoky places, what compliance is. We're here to work with you. I talked about employer of records. You want to hire in regions where you've not even gone, you've not even registered yourself. WorkPay will work with you over there. And then last but not least, I know these conversations we've been talking about finances, how women can be able to access finances, how business can be able to do that as well. For us, we're here to support your employees through our financial services. So your employees get to have unmet access. That time in the month when employees want salary advances, but we're low on cash, we can be able to assist you. Then we are not only just working on empowering you alone, but all the things that I've talked about. I don't want to speak about that because I've already mentioned it when I was doing my presentation. And this is our footprint. I said we have distributed teams across the globe. We have people sitting in East Africa, we have people sitting in West Africa, and we have people sitting in Europe. And this is just part of us being able to bring this solution to you so that we can ensure that we are able to support your businesses in all aspects. I want to speak about the next number. I'm a numbers girl. We're able to do disbursements of salaries of 450 million monthly. And this salary helps the families that I talked about. Remember when I started my story? Yeah. What initiatives? So we do not only just exist alone, we are in an ecosystem and we're able to contribute to that ecosystem. And how we do that is through, we have webinars, master classes, because we want to teach to create sensitization. We also have partnership programs where we can be able to partner with organizations that are bringing in impact. And then lastly, we have our WorkPay podcast, just to educate you on some of these things that are happening. And finally, we have a community that is coming soon. So that is the end of my story. I am here if you'd want to speak to me more, and I really thank you for indulging me in this conversation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Asante sana. And ladies and gentlemen, you can reach the numbers girl right after this. You need to just contact her or get more information concerning Workday. But for now, I just want us to go to the next panel conversation that we have. Then as we wrap up the day, I know we've had a lot in terms of conversation around innovation. So the lady I'm about to introduce up next is none other than Wangeshi Wahome. Wangeshi Wahome is the CEO for Anza Village, and she also wears the hat of an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with vast experience as a patent agent. Wangeshi, you can use the other side. Ante. As a patent agent, a contract manager, and she has expertise in data privacy, intellectual property, and other areas. And I know she's passionate about the conversations around innovation and entrepreneurship. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Wangeshi Wahome. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be back on stage. I was here yesterday, and one of the key takeaways I mentioned is Africans, we need to move from being a consumer economy to being a producer, because anyway, the world is looking at us as consumers. So we need to then now move on to consumption. And I want this next panel to discuss just that. So we're discussing about the fourth industrial innovation. So we are all having conversations about AI. Last week, the world was in Rwanda, Kigali, at the Global AI Summit. We are all either using AI, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Grok on Twitter, yeah, DeepSeek or any other. We also saw yesterday as well. I don't know whether you all were, anyone saw that. So I would like to invite my panelists today, and we will quickly do this because we know that it's Friday. We want to go and relax. So let me introduce my panelists. We have Winnie Wangare. Winnie Wangare leads the MedTech side of Grow Africa. I don't know whether she's here with us. All right. So we then have Melanie. Melanie is the country manager for Go My Code, Kenya. We have Martin Olo, who is the founder and CEO of Pabla. All right. So this panel will keep it short and sweet. Can come closer to me. All right. We were supposed to be joined here by just the bouquet from Konza, but she's not able to come, as well as Winnie. But I'm happy to have these two amazing leaders in this space. So let's start with an introduction. We can start with Melanie. I'm always interested to hear your name and hear your background. So let's see about you, and also what brought you to Kenya.
I hope it's just the name, not, not anything else. But
Yeah.
I'm Melanie. I'm the country director for Go My Code. Really, our role is to make sure that we are bringing in confidence, capacitating young people and those people who want to transition to tech, so that we just plug into the digital economy, make sure that we are bringing out people who are not seeking only employment,
Yeah.
but are creating employment and also just adding value into the businesses that they then may end up working for. So that's what we do. Kenya is in Africa. I love Africa. I have several people who have left because they felt that there are greener pastures out there in Canada, US, UK.
Yeah.
But we are still here in Africa. We love the African sun. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So while we love the African sun, I don't know whether Martin, you're excited today to sit among women. Yesterday you were sitting with the boys. So do an introduction about yourself and what you do.
I think it's a big pleasure to be right inside two women. My name is Martin Olov, founder and CEO of FabLab Winner. And at FabLab, we only advocate for one simple thing, local production. And we are a hardware innovation space supporting innovators around physical products.
All right. So we'll start with you, Melanie. Go My Code is building the next generation of talent, tech talent in Africa. And we have so many organizations that are moving towards that. But when you're looking at the current situation, what are the current digital gaps that you're seeing that the learners in Kenya have? And how can they leverage more on AI, on the fourth industrial innovation tools to be able to fight and to be able to compete at the global standards?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. I think for us, when we look at the young talent, there's limited experience. When I say limited experience, is they have the great ideas, but sometimes they're building ideas that are not based on something that is practical, that maybe a business wants. So I really would want a situation where we can allow the young people to have internships, and SMEs in here can do that for the young people, whether it's 3 months, 6 months. And because they would have come through places like Go My Code, it's only a matter of being patient with the young people and showing them your business processes, looking at how the problems that you have in your business, and you then realize that they will put their energies in the right spaces when they build the solutions that they're building for. So I feel like it's high time we really become patient with the young people in terms of building solutions. Some of the things that we can also be doing is just making sure that we are moving away from a lot of theory and making sure that people are getting that hands-on. I keep coming back to the hands-on practical aspects. So let's not talk AI, let's experience AI. Let's even play. Sometimes you start with the funny cartoons and all that. Do that so that you find out how AI can be um, part of your business and closing those gaps that we find in businesses, especially around operational efficiencies and in the space of digital marketing. It just changes how you view your business. You can actually become international over, in one day and compete with the big companies that are already exporting or people just playing on the global stage. Your products can do the same thing if you know how to make sure that you are using AI to bring in greater efficiencies.
Yeah, just before I move to Martin, just Melanie, from the talents and from the teams that you've led, is there any success you can pull and say, well, I've seen my students create these or work with these people within industry to change something? Is there a success story that maybe you can give us? And probably also a good example of why company directly work with co-micros and your
Okay. Yes. So for my course over a year, and so the people who have been graduating from our school, we have a few who have started their own companies. We actually have now a Go My Code ambassador who started her own company soon after graduating, and she's already employed 5 other women into it. And she's always advocating for the young people even to come to our space to learn more skills, the soft skills, because she has seen the benefit of what we do. Then in terms of our developers, they are taken up, they are absorbed quickly, but the companies that are absorbing our tech people are remote work, things like remote workers, and they are building platforms for people externally, of which those platforms are the ones who then come back into Kenya via other people. So I feel like we are training for other people more than we are training for our locals to say, take up this idea. Every month, we have students presenting their projects and portfolios. And at one time, we had from Google. They were amazed at the ideas, they were amazed at the projects, and they really were like, I want to mentor these people so that they can find the right VCs to partner with them. And I do hope that these VCs become, people from this room, local companies, and international. So I feel like people must come to collaborate with us, see what the young people are capable of doing, and deploy these things in their business and work together.
All right, that's amazing. And talking about building for local context, Martin, you run a maker space. Yesterday we saw, and I don't know whether how many of you were in the room, but we did have a presentation of a young man who is doing with sign language. But just looking at what we normally see on local news, there was a time we saw a vehicle being manufactured from Laikipia. And every other day we are seeing street innovation or innovation in our villages, or in our slums and all that. Is there, what is the advantage point of saying that, listen, we have Fab Lab, so we have a maker space that can be able to accelerate building of technology products, building with robotics and all that. So what is that advantage point that you may have, and why should people lean towards that?
Okay. Just speaking from what Melanie was saying, one, it is important to allow people to make mistakes, because that is one thing which most African children are not allowed to do. But in a makerspace or these spaces, it's allow people to try things and make mistakes. And that is one of the things that makerspaces provide you with, to be able to learn and make mistakes. Two, Africa imports, I don't know, I'm not sure about the percentage, but you we can, it's about 80% of items we use locally. While a lot of campaign we have is about go digital, and we are actually training people to build things for other places and forgetting about Africa. African problems are, some of them are so basic, like food. Can we even build tools to mechanize our food system? Can we look around all those areas? We have a lot of power in number of youths who have gone to school, although there's a little challenge on the practical bit of it, but the human resource that we have is so huge. But how do we tap it? So these are some of the issues that we need to look at. And then maker spaces are also those spaces which are also implementing the fourth industrial revolution by opportunities like rapid prototyping using 3D printers. So you are able to actualize your idea by simply designing it on a software and trying, if at all it works, by producing it. I keep on telling people that ideas are like song. All of us are very good singers. Is it true? It is true, and I can prove that. When you are in your bathroom or you are sweeping somewhere,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, Sasha, it's not a bathroom. Really? Yes. When you are alone doing something or you're just walking across and you hear some music, you can follow that song very nicely. It can be some rumba, it can be some gospel, but you will only know the difference, whether you know that song or not, the moment you open your mouth. That is when you realize that even the words you are singing, you know nothing about. So that is how ideas work. They work very well in your head, but until you put them through test, you can never know when they are, if they are working. And that is the opportunity that Makerspace provide you so that you can test that idea and build a prototype. Thirdly, many support systems that we have want you to be ready with working prototype. Where have you gotten that working prototype? And that is why we have a lot of street innovation, but then even the street innovation, very little is around local manufacturing. And I strongly believe that with local manufacturing, we are able to create so many jobs, we are able to build a lot of knowledge, and we are able to build our country.
Right. So I think also maybe just a follow-up comment for that is when you're seeing the street innovations out there, don't go criticizing. There's definitely an opportunity to support. But just maybe a follow-on, Martin, as you work with Fab Labs, and I know it's capital intensive, and that is why people are not moving towards hardware technology. But then we have opportunities with working with universities that have these. How has your experience been, and how do we work with universities and industry, fast track and make this make sense, especially when you're talking about robotics, machine, mechanics, automation, and the like?
Yeah, I think working with universities and even TVET institutions is a very good idea. But there is a little there's a little misunderstanding between the industry and learning institutions. There are a number of institutions who still believe that their mandate is probably follow the curriculum and it's there. They really don't care what happens to students after school. And I always believe that the learning institution or the curriculum should be guided by what the industry needs, which in many occasions doesn't happen. Because if you are training to move them to the next level, and that next level doesn't know what you are training, then there is a big gap. So at our own level, we try to work with a number of learning institutions. If you get an individual who can have a buy-in, then work becomes easier. But if you don't get a buy-in, then you'll be taken round and round and round. But funnily enough, the learning institutions also listen to the big guys. For example, as we speak, I know UNDP has been creating unipods across different universities, and in such situation, they will really get easy working relationship. But then, why don't they work with already existing innovation makerspaces or hubs who are already doing something and then building on the knowledge that they, so that we see how that works. So generally, reason why our spaces work outside the university, but willing to collaborate with universities, because also the learning institutions have some bureaucracies. For example, you get a makerspace in a university. If you want to replace a small spare part, you to get even procurement process can take even a month. But in our space, it is much easier. So ours is to provide that space where some of these students can come and have hands-on scale experience. And also, at some point in time, we also provide attachment and internship.
That's amazing. So we're talking about the fourth industry innovation. I would like to make a point, ladies and gentlemen, that there was a time when you talked about the world being a global village, with the internet happening, and right now with the AI, it's even a bigger equalizer. We're talking about AI and robotics, and the biggest question really is, where does Africa rise? And I would like to throw this question to Melanie. When you're thinking about the race for AI, and especially because of where you're leaning, where do you think Africa lies, and what can we do to remain competitive? We've been adopters with wild coins where data we are being used for data. We are discussing ethics, ethical use of AI. We're not seeing creation. So where do we apply this global race, and how do we leverage ourselves to be more competitive?
In terms of the global stage, I think I would say maybe Kenya and East Africa. The good thing is we are fast. I believe we are fast in understanding. We are fast in trying to make sure that we've done the policies, we've done the documents. We have launched in terms of cutting the ribbon. But I still feel that we then lag behind in terms of, you know, running the experience, which is what do you do on a Monday morning after you have done the launch? What do you do in your institution or in your business when you have come to a place like this, or you have launched, a policy on AI? So for me, it's stick to execution. We need to make sure that we move fast, and especially if anyone is in the educational space, or you have young people, young children. I was mentioning to someone that I just came across a post where it's saying in China they want to make sure that AI is part of the education system or curriculum starting from 1 September. I have not looked at what it contains, but to me, I'm looking and saying, look at the number of people in China, and if they started 6 years old, what are we doing today? What am I doing as an individual to make sure that I'm harnessing the power of AI? So for me, it's we have. I believe that we are on the global stage, and we have the same information. The coming of internet gave us the capacity to see and understand and get educated fast. But I feel like we need to start that in terms of action. Let's take action. Let's look at what can AI do for me? What can it do for my business? How can I build platforms for not only for my business, but let's look at for Africa. I know in Rwanda there was a summit 2 weeks ago, and the good part is we have some Africans who have taken on that mandate to say we are going to build for Africa. So we are looking for that, and I think let's all plug in and take action. For me, it's about speed. Let's move fast.
That you mentioned speed, I think if there's anything that has come out of the month of April is the fact that between March and April for Kenya, we now have an AI policy. We are talking about big numbers, but the reality is, where do you lie as an individual in making sure that that comes to fruition We have Cassava that is looking to building data centers and AI centers. Again, where do you see business? You can always come in and say, maybe AI doesn't affect your business, but let's be honest. When was the last time you used ChatGPT? You probably did when you were doing your report somewhere and all that. So that is at the bottom of AI. If you think about it, it is the cheapest, lowest form of AI we have at the moment, and we're only moving from there. So for me, then, Martin, what then do you think is the biggest hurdle that we need to overcome when you're talking about not just AI, but the industrial revolution? When you're talking about AI, blockchain, we're now having conversations with stable coins and policies around it. When we're talking about robotics, like that handle, is it infrastructure for you? Is it capital or is it mindset?
Easy, you've already given me answers, so just pick one. But I think she started with the first one, action, because we are very good at policy. We talk well, but then when you follow up on what we talked about, very little happens. But then also there is the first bit of it, which should be change of mindset, because like my brothers who come from where I come from, like Fred and Yenda, they feel so proud when they are using products which are not made here.
Fred.
He can't have a comeback. Of course, it's not just him, it's about even Kenyans. Kenyans, most of us, a lot of us feel so happy when we get products which are made from elsewhere. And if they are made locally, you are doubting if, is it for real? Can it really do that? So the mindset to me, the first thing is, can we think about ourselves, think about things which are made locally? They should be to the standard of the other guys, but can we support by buying and giving feedback and pushing them harder to improve each day? Then can we build infrastructure? Because I believe in Rwanda, we have increased number of maker spaces almost in every district. In Kenya, our number of maker spaces have gone down. And many African spaces are struggling with maker spaces. We want to produce, but we don't want to create those locations where we can produce. We want to produce, but we want to make sure that the cost of electricity is so high. How will we produce? So it should be a deliberate effort to create that infrastructure, and there should be a deliberate effort by Africans to demand locally made products. If we continue demanding, then we will push our governments to develop the infrastructure.
Right. So hopefully next time we'll see Fred dressed in a very nice. Yeah. But and but that's true. I read somewhere and a couple of people did tell us, have you seen Nigerians proudly watching Nigerian movies? When was the last time you watched a Kenyan show? Really, was it? I think we maybe all have Netflix accounts, but how many of us have Showmax and watch African shows? That's maybe where our African content is at the very most. And when we do, it's piracy. In that regard, I'll tell you to check out a startup that we support, who is our member of our community called Equator. They bring African content, African shows, and they actually won 2023 Global WIPO Global Awards. So let's celebrate our very own. So we need, and then the next time you see a vehicle looking finding somewhere in like CPF, please do not encourage. Maybe buy. Let's buy Mobius.
But maybe about the vehicle now, specifically
Yeah,
about
let's
that.
discuss the vehicle.
I think the problem was the docket where you are on the issues related with IP. I remember the former government that the cabs could not it could be approved because of, I think, some standards in EU, while the vehicle is to be used in Kenya. So I think the issues about intellectual properties and the standardization, I think there is need to also engage these entities more and see, because you remember even during COVID-19, a lot of innovations came up and people thought that now Africa's woken up, we are going to build our own things. People build a lot of things. But then you found standardization teams did not have idea of how to handle innovations which need to go to the market very fast. And so um, something which probably is humanitarian, which needed to help people so fast, could take up to a month or so when they are still sitting in several meetings, trying to look for the right people to help them understand whether that is the right standardization. And also they borrow a lot from the West than localizing. So I think our local innovation is affected by a lot of other things, and we need to have very honest conversation around.
Then there we go back to the question of policy, and I do agree with you. There's someone who pointed out that our health standards, our standards of winters for winter, we don't have winter in Africa, right? So maybe that's another question, and probably the next time we need to explore, does our standard reflects our real reality, and also are we agile enough? Or are standards made by us in the industry, or are things set by people in clubs? Maybe that's a debate for another day. But I would like to hear a question from the audience. Is there any question that you have for the panelists? Any burning question? We do? All right.
I think that was, thank you very much. Really good conversation. Mine goes to Martin. How can we make us effective? So one of the things I've realized, the Kenyan makerspace, in Kenya, the makerspace thrives so well. I don't know if you've been to Uganda and you've seen how the makerspace has really grown, actually doing quite a lot of things. Look at, for example, by Innovation Village. You look at government, Ministry of Industry, and the government, they are doing a lot of work, even their car manufacturing, Kira Motors, all that kind of stuff. Why is our makerspace not really outside? Okay, maybe miming the same information.
Any other question? I think we have one more question, and then we can. All right. So we have two questions. Two other questions. Three. So do you want to answer that, or do you want to take them all together? All right. We can take them all together.
I hope it's a good afternoon. Yes. When Wangeshio discussed AI, also from yesterday, there's a question that comes to me as a Gen Z. And this question is, are we really ready for this new reality called AI in Africa? Is it really our need, or it's just an idea that is being forced to us? Why I'm asking this is I've attended quite many workshops this year, and everywhere people are talking about AI. But when you go to these institutions, there are some things that are being done. It seems like AI is being discouraged in real sense. For example, in my university a few weeks ago, they launched a system, an AI system actually, to detect if we've used the AI to do our assignments, to do our research. Also, 3 weeks ago, my friend applied for a job, and he was replied, I guess it was using an AI still. One of the reasons he did not get the chance is because they said his resume, it had some, they detected some AI language in it. So if we are talking about AI in every workshop, are we really ready for it? Or yeah.
Right. We're ready for AI as Africans. We can take one more question at the back.
Thank you so much. My name is Zedi Misiga from Icon Data. In the same breath as we speak about AI, I wanted to throw a question to Melanie. Melanie, AI is about four things. So we have the data component, we have the talent, and then we also have infrastructure, and finally the policy, which is governance. And thanks for the good work you're doing around talent. So my question would be, as you interact with the different ESOs and associations, you
Yeah,
do
we
you,
have stopped.
yeah, I guess so. Do you feel like we are doing enough in terms of gathering high quality data? And just to move away from that, do you also think that we are ready to make our data open and also be able to share data sets so that we can build localized relevant content for our country?
And I think we have the final one at the front. Melanie, I hope you got your question. And we have the final one.
For a comment, one of the comments is that my first time to learn about AI was in 2014.
2014?
Yes. And I've just realized 10 years later or 11 years later, we are talking about AI if it's a new thing. And I think we have used AI before without knowing that we are using AI. So then the question becomes, if we have interacted with AI for years, I know it could have been there since 1959. So AI is not new, and we should not bring it out as though it's an innovation, because I know in marketing automation, we have used AI in Salesforce, HubSpot, and all that. On all our websites that have a chatbot, that was AI since then. So then, moving forward, are we identifying areas that AI can support our enterprises? Or we are just looking at AI from the plagiarism and the copying of reports and all that? So I would wish this conversation to look at then, how can AI help the small business that is already existing, unlike us thinking that we need young people to come up with innovation of AI. We already have businesses that need AI, they're not using AI. How can we move forward to come up with those policies that will help the business I'm running today use more of AI than trying to come up with new innovations around AI? And then the other thing is about went on standardization that caught my attention. We have a problem supporting our local industry, maybe. And I made a joke of go to a local tailor to make you the suit like the one you bought from Turkey, and let me know if you're going to use it. So, I love Kenya. I love Africa. I have tried several of them until I said, no, I'd rather give you money for free, don't make me clothes. So then the question is, when we are supporting innovation, I know there is a way even the AI can be able to give you designs for clothes. How can we bring our local entrepreneurs to look at their design standardization and quality and the use of AI? I know of a company that has used AI, is not in Kenya, not in Africa. If you wear that cloth, somehow it fits you differently from the one that was done with a tape measure. So then let us be pragmatic about beyond policy in terms of implementation. How do you unpack AI to my tailor in the village and come up with a cloth that I can be able to wear? Then we stop being in the space of tech. We integrate tech into real work that we are currently doing.
All right, thank you so much. Actually, you already answered the question to the gentleman at the corner. That's really the kind of AI we need to look at, is the kind of AI that's transforming business. And we need to look at AI right now as technology, just like any other computer. It's just another, it's internet, it's technology. So it needs to be an enabler, not the destination. It needs to be part of the journey, not the destination. But anyway, I'm going to leave my two panelists to quickly answer each a question each, and maybe keep it short.
All right. Actually, I just had one question directed to me. Um, but I want to tell my sister that don't give up yet. We, we have to support our local makers by keeping on giving them feedback and trying to strengthen their capacity so that they can produce for us what we want. The guys who are giving us the best quality, there are people who believed in them when they were starting, and they kept on improving each time until now they've reached there. So if we abandon Africa to struggle on its own and we buy from the West, every time it means that money you earn, you give it out of the country, and the country remains poor. So let's keep on trying. Um, on why makerspaces are not doing well in Kenya, I think I can talk about goodwill, because if we have a government goodwill, you know, in the previous government there was a talk about the manufacturing. How was it called? Yeah, there was a talk about manufacturing, but how much was going on in manufacturing? How much did government do deliberately to help local manufacturing? So even today, people talk about manufacturing. We want young people to produce things, but then the process on how to do that is very difficult. I have just given an example of Rwanda, where actually the Fab Lab Rwanda was created by the president himself, and he continuously supports local manufacturing. You can see Volkswagen is assembling their vehicles there. So if there is proper goodwill, then maker spaces will do well. And if we have more furnished maker spaces, then a lot of young people who have physical products will be able to get the right support, and we will be able to see a lot of innovations which are hardware based. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't bring a pen, so I might skip some elements of the question, but feel free to discuss with me. Yeah. So in terms of AI, yes, there are different aspects to it. And for me, you mentioned that there's the software side, right? Yeah. So for me, if I link to what she has been saying, AI has indeed been with us for a while. However, when I think I'll give this challenge to consultants. When consultants come into SMEs, sometimes they find that a business is not maximizing because of the advancements of technology as they come in. So in as much as they might be using HubSpot, if they linked it well, if they linked it to the right chatbots, is it doing the right thing? I've been in places where you just end up unsubscribing because people are abusing that AI or that automation. You actually see that this response has nothing to do with what you ever discussed, or it's just wrong, the application of it. So it's very important for us to take a step back. Yes, there is a hype, and then say, where does it fit in my business? How can I be more in this hype? Because whilst 10 years ago we're using it, there's something that has caused the hype. Yeah, the models are learning faster. What you put in, they learn fast. If you do chat GPT now and talk about your business, make to respond about something that you discussed last week, because they are learning faster and more. So the models have indeed changed. And for us is to now say, where do I plug in? Yeah, I think that's about it. I
All
know
right.
I've left some parts because I didn't write the full question down.
All right, Faf, I can the final thing from you so that we step out. One key action that you'd like to leave the audience with.
I would like to leave the audience with give us a chance to collaborate with the young people and those people who have transitioned to tech. Come through our spaces and come try Gen AI, see what it can do for you in your business in terms of just learning. If you have a data set that you want to say, you know what, I have all this data, but I've never tried to use it in any way, come give a young person a challenge to build a model for you just for free, and you'll see what it can do for your business.
All right, and Martin, your key action.
Thank you. Just a question. How many of you have a product made in Kenya apart from cooking stick in your homes? Yes. What is it? What do you have? which is made in Kenya? Sorry? Fabric. Oh, so apart from fabric, what do you have? Clothes
Yes.
and shoes. I like that. Now, you saw the numbers that we had. Now, how many of you do not have product made in China from your homes? How many of you do not have a product made in China? Thank you. And you can imagine the distance. You can imagine the distance that your money has traveled to go and get an item. Why don't we empower our young people locally? We have brilliant people, we have energetic people, we graduate people every day. Why can't we empower them? And even to yourself, can you please
Very much. Another round of applause for them. I've had money traveled. Hear that? The money traveled from here to China. We should make sure that your money can only travel within Kenya. Absolutely. Coming up next, closing function for us is Josephine Kare Masharia, founder of Bugra Solutions and Top Forum curator, a storyteller, and she has written some books. Everyday Raise, Don't Mind Me Say, Your Mental Health is More Important, and Carry On. And she has her latest book here, Breathe, You're Going to Be Okay. So coming up on stage in style, let's put our hands together for Josephine.
That's me. Ah! Good afternoon. No, I can't be louder than you guys. Good afternoon. Hasn't it been an amazing 2 days? We've learned, we've been empowered, we've been challenged, we've had aha moments, and maybe we've also had some ouch moments that made us wonder, are we still in business? Are we doing the right thing, right? But I'd just like to invite us to just be fully present. One of the benefits of sitting behind is that some of you on your phones, other guys checking WhatsApp, responding to emails quickly before end of day. So I just want to ask you to be fully present. This is the last session, and they saved the best for last. So I've been given 5 hours. Do I have your attention? No, it's going to be an amazing session. So let's just put everything down. I just want you to take 2 minutes to just breathe. Breathe in, take a deep breath, and breathe out. So for the next few minutes, just be here. Don't think about the email that needs to go out, that question you're wondering. Did the kids play all day? Did they read? Some of you have received that SMS. Hakuna maziwa na mkate again. Just focus, yeah? Okay. Let's turn our attentions to the screen.
Hours without breaks. Yeah? We need to stop that. Being busy, packing your calendars with stuff that you barely have time to breathe. We need to begin normalizing taking breaks, and we need to begin modeling boundaries for ourselves in our workspaces and in the cultures we are creating. You can't point to your team if you're constantly depleted. Yeah? I remember once I had a laptop and the cable was faulty. And I remember I was working on a document in the wee hours. And the sign popped up, plug into power mode or you go into hibernation mode. A lot of us entrepreneurs are operating on hibernation mode. We are on the verge of shutting down. Find what fuels you. Find things that fill your cup so that then you're not depleted. Learn to celebrate progress, not just productivity. We've heard of physical fitness. In school, we had PE. In high school, how many of you did cross country? I hated it. You know, you guys would have gotten an A, but now we'll never know because I was out running. I mean, was it necessary? I've never gone somewhere to apply for a job and asked, what were your cross-country qualifications? Why? But the same way we know physical exercise, you need the same for your mind. Yeah? Practice mindfulness. Learn to disconnect from gadgets. Connect with people. Read. Read physical books. They are good for your memory. In this day and age, we are seeing people losing their short-term memory. I mean, do you blame people? Ask me something, ChatGPT is there to answer. Go back to exercising your mind, yeah? With those few remarks, I hope I've challenged you that one of the things you need to be aware of is the power of your mind and why you need to prioritize it even as you do business. I hope that after this summit, your song, your theme is going to be like Princess Poppy. And so I just want all of us to repeat, hey! I'm not giving up today. You see, you can't say, I'm not giving up today. Like, you have to believe it. I'm not giving up today. And if you knock me over, I'll get back up again. Breathe. You're going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Josephine. Want to see her dance again? There's a condition like to see her dance again. Authored a very book. Read. You're going to be okay. And it's a workbook. Normally retails for $3,500. I'm kind enough to say for listening to me on evening, 20% off, 2,800 shillings outside at the exhibition site. So thank you very much. Another round of applause for Josephine as she exits the stage.
Thank you.
Remember,
Josephine.
breathe.
You're going to be okay.
I love it.
Oh, teacher. Us?
Yeah, man.
Come on. Come breathing and please come with the proverb.
A Swahili one.
Proverb.
Actually,
I don't know. Yawahenga.
Na wahenguzi.
Take it. Yes. Go and mercy.
Good session.
Thank
Very
you.
good dancing.
A pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. No. I'm still.
Thank you, Josephine. Tumpigie makofi wakati anapoenda kuketi chini. Asanteni sana. Remember, breathe.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up. We're coming to the close. But before we close out, we have a special segment. It's called Rapid Fire. Remember, I promised that there are going to be giveaways, okay? So this segment is for you to see who's been eagerly learning and eagerly receiving the information that has been asked. So are you ready?
Very ready.
So we'll have some dramatic music being played, some tense music. You know, when you read the subtitles on your Netflix, a baby cooing, now we need some of that music, the pencil music, asante. So for the first question that I'm going to ask, what is the full meaning of AFCDA? You want to answer that? Okay, come forward. You'll be given a mic. Maybe you can just answer from there. Some background music to make it as dramatic as possible, like some gladiator type music.
Go ahead, Eileen.
What is the meaning?
Thank you. My name is Eileen Owino. I'm the founder of Kiri Consultants. AFCTA stands for African Continental Free Trade Area.
You guys believe it's right? Sinikwele Maniwongo? He's right. It's Africa Continental Trade Area. Area agreement. See, ndio wakili. We have Wangesho Ome in the room to confirm. So, because you're right, we want to award you something. It's a voucher, and to award you this because this is maybe a policy linked conversation. Wangeshi, how about you join me up just to award her this fantastic award? Let's celebrate her for getting that right. Karibu.
Kitabu ni ya kununua. Breathe. You're going to be okay.
It's gonna be okay. All right. This is a gift. But once you get the gift, it's a photo moment. Asante. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Eileen.
Visit Brian at the very end. He'll make sure to ratify it for you so that it's secure. So over to the next question. Are you guys ready? Give me some drum rolls.
In one of the panel discussions, there was something that we're told sounds like a monster that needs to be mystified. What is
ESD? This is ChatGPT. ESD. Any takers?
Edith, no. There's a lady next to Edith. Her hand had gone up first. The one in a red scarf.
Environmental, social, and governance.
Thank you. Let's clap for her. Please come
Fantastic.
forward. And you didn't say your name. Majina yote kwa kitambulisho.
My name is Beatrice Wadera Kamal from MGK Consulting.
Thank you. Please come forward. And to award you this gift voucher, I would ask Calvin to come forward.
Let's celebrate her.
Let's celebrate her.
Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Director of photography, tuko tayari. Karanga photo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Calvin. Asante. Are you guys ready for the next question? Say rapid fire. The name of the game is a rapid fire. All right? So, quick question. Who was our keynote speaker on the first day? Your hand went up first. You imesemekana kuna Mwakenya. You want to answer first? Okay, go ahead and answer at the very back. And
good evening. Our keynote speaker on day one was Tony Omwans.
Sorry?
Dr. Tony Omwans.
Is she correct?
Yes.
The answer is correct.
Thank you.
Karibu sana, we want to award you something nice.
Please come forward, and Anastasia Mbide, please come and award. Didn't say your name. Those of us who know you. Anastasia Mbide, please come and give this award.
Majina.
Kwa majina.
Kwa majina ninaitwa Ludovica Ochieng from Strathmore.
Asante sana.
Job. Fantastic.
Hey, thank you. Rapid fire.
The name of the game is Rapid Fire. Go.
There was a discussion about the member states of the East African Community, and we were told there are 8 member states of the East African Community. Name the 8 countries. The hand has gone up here. Gerard, this gentleman, and Njoki. Na useme majina yote kamili.
And the 10. My brother, you're already sweating. It's too early.
No. Okay. I'm Stanley. So the countries are, first of all, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, DRC, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan.
Thank you.
How many are those?
Those are 8.
Ongeza ingine. There's another one?
You want to add another one?
No, but we should be adding.
Fantastic. Thank you. Stanley, please come forward. And as I call you forward, allow me to call Stephanie to come and give this voucher. Thank you, Stephanie.
Let's celebrate him. You've done well, sir. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game is Rapid Fire. All right. So for the next question, I'm going to save this for last. For this one, atapata zawadi ingine. Zawadi ingine speli. So I want to ask, we mentioned some types of investments. I want you to mention just 3. If you're able to mention 3 in one setting, you're getting this voucher. 3 types of investment. Crickets are too loud, huh? Who's willing to answer this question? Some Googling is happening somewhere.
I love the smiles. I love the way the eyes are looking at us. What's the idea?
3 types. All right. And to answer?
I'm trying. My name is Rose Moshiri. Kuna equity, stock, and grant.
That's a good response. Equity finance. Share
Grant
finance. Kuna grants pia. Umesema?
Equity, stock, and grant.
Stock finance.
I'm not sure about that.
Stock ni equity. Stock.
Okay.
But let's just give her a round of applause. She's been able to try. So mwenye anaanza anafaa kujibu yenye amesema kweli ama you just give them an opportunity. Okay, let's
just give it. Okay, go ahead.
Equity, debt, and grant.
Fantastic. Let's give a round
Thank
of
you.
applause.
Please come forward.
And also for you, I think it's fair enough
Please
that we
come.
appreciate you.
Please come, Rose. And I would like to call someone who's been in the room very early, the gentleman next to Chesubire. Please come.
He's been
Come
quite
give them the
diligent.
certificate and tell us your name. Huh? No,
Lazarus.
Lazarus. Thank you, Lazarus. Lazarus.
Lazarus. Our award, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game is Rapid Fire. Right. On to the next one.
In our last session, the presenter talked about micromanagement. What is micromanagement? Even gave us a definition.
The speaker wants to answer our own question. Not allowed.
Oh, yes. Your hand went up first.
This is where you overly manage and try and oversee every little thing, especially for your people, instead of systems.
Thank you very much. And for this session, you will not be on a panel. Please come, we award you a certificate. And as you come on stage, Wanjiko, please come and give this voucher. Mnaona nilikuwa naona majina zenyu. Machi.
Well done.
And I guess so. Thank you very much. And before PJ has the honors of reading the last question,
Right. So for the last question that we're going to ask, drum rolls, some good music. What are the names of the MCs on setting?
Kuna disclaimer. Watu
Lazima
wa
useme
ASEC
ya kitambulisho.
na Wangeshi ni wakili wetu, wanajua majina yetu yote.
Wants to have that an attempt?
One person. Okay, Edith.
James sasa wewe.
Kimani. Let's give Kimani the mic.
What are the full names of the MC? Full names.
Full names. Joe Mokoko.
Joseph. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, sir.
And TJ Airo.
Hey.
Let's give it up to James. James has tried. So this one was a special gift, a gift from the MCs. So we're going to take the honor of awarding you, sir. You have done well.
And as you're coming on stage, we'll tell you our full names as they appear on the ID.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, James. Please come here. So on record, according to the government of Kenya, I have 5 names. I'll only say 4. So my full names are Joseph Clement Shitandi Mukoko, otherwise known as Josie Mukoko. Just go with the Josie, right? Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, according to government, my name is Thomas Joseph Enosairo. But TJ suffices.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Where is Dr. Muteshi? Gone out. We'll hold this for her. She was the most active participant over the last days, engaged in the room and out of the room. So we'll hold this for her.
Fantastic. And we also want to celebrate the amazing tech team. They've given of themselves in service. And to represent that team, we want to call Gerard. Gerard, this one is for you, even as you represent the amazing team from CIO. Let's celebrate them.
Let's celebrate them. I tell you, it was a production.
The production proper.
Right foot forward, take it back 2 inches. Start walking, teeth. Let's give a round of applause to Gerard and the CIO team. Dr. Muteshi, we have something for you. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for asking. Thank you for engaging in and out of the room, and we celebrate you. Please come up.
Let's celebrate.
Thank you.
So as we wrap up this segment, last but not least, this question goes out to the person who's able to fully state the theme for this summit. What was the theme? What was the theme for the Regional Innovation and Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa? Who's willing to take a chance on it? Sorry? We can't hear you well.
The Joseph
3,
Sound stage.
2, 1. Okay, there's a hand there.
There's a hand there.
Umeangalia agenda kwa simu? Go ahead and say it.
Driving innovation to accelerate investments, markets, and job creation.
Thank you very much. And as you come on stage, kindly tell us your name.
My name is Grace Kola.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. Good.
Finally, I was waiting for the time to be upstage. My name is Grace Kola. and I am from Urban Waters, HR for Urban Waters. Tell me you're going to give me the voucher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Better to give than do.
We'll get you a different big gift.
No
Do we have an extra bag?
Ricky, you in the room? Okay, the bag's out.
So for you, because actually Urban Waters gave us, I think, around 50 water vouchers of 20-liter water and 24 packs, more than. What we'll do is I will give you a 45-minute free coaching session to help you be more personally effective in what you do. Yeah, so 45-minute slot for her.
And how
Well
to
done.
pitch.
And how, how to pitch, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Super picture. Thank you very much.
And hand check. Well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's good time that now to get a piece of paper. And on that piece of paper, we just want to get feedback. Even on the notebooks that you have for Ole Sereni, I bet you all have this notebook. Ole Sereni notebook. Do you have such a notebook with you? Just tear out a piece of paper. Here's the next assignment. And the first person to complete also gets something for it, okay? So if you have such a notebook, just tear out a paper. And these are the questions that I'm going to just ask quickly, just to get your feedback. First and foremost, you give me a good old thumbs up. How was your experience at the Regional Innovation and Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa? Was it good? I see the thumbs up. Well done. Now for the first question that you'll answer on that piece of paper is, what is one recommendation you can give for the summit? One recommendation. Just one recommendation you can think about and you can give for the summit. I hope you're jotting down on your piece of paper. We're going together and we're going to collect them. We have bowls that are going round even as we fully answer that question. So that is the first out of two questions I'm going to ask. One recommendation you can give for the summit. What is one recommendation? Please let it be as honest as possible. We are open to that feedback. I can see you're jotting down. Fantastic, thank you. One recommendation you can give for the summit. That's question number one. If you've maybe written the answer to the first question, you can just give me a thumbs up. Kopa moja? I see the thumbs up. Some are still writing. One recommendation you can give for the summit. Stuff. Question number two. What is also one commitment that you're making on a personal level after this summit? What is one commitment you are making in response to the conversations we've had, the panel discussions, all the engagements, all that you've had, all that you've received in terms of material and content? What is that one commitment you're making after this summit? For the sake of clarity, let me just repeat that question again. What is that one commitment that you are making after this summit? Fantastic. You can see your writing. My friends, I heard we have wahengas in the house. It's not an insha. It's as simple as it gets. Thank you. So what is that one commitment? Good stuff. If you're done, give me a good old thumbs up. Fantastic. I see them. If you're willing to also write your name on the piece of paper, that is also welcome. You can write your name also and your email so that we can contact you. You feel free to just write it down. Please write down as well so that we can take in that feedback. Tumemaliza? Good stuff. I see Wangeshi is done here at the front. You're done? The two questions, one recommendation you can give for the summit, and what is your personal commitment after attending the summit? What is one commitment you're making? Fantastic. I think we're done, Joe.
Yes, we are done. And in each row, there was a prefect Please help us to collect the answers. We'll drop them in the bowl. We appreciate your feedback. Kumbuka, it was not, what did you say? Wahenga na wahunguzi.
Wahenga na wahenguzi wa kutupaka
wahenguzi.
mafuta ya samaki waliposema siku njema
Kuonekana.
asu. Hivyo basi sina budi ila kusema asante.
Asante sana.
Na nimejawa na furaha mithili ya mfalme. Furaha mpwito mpwito. Wanifahamu?
Merci beaucoup, tout le monde. We are happy for you to have been here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And it is on that note that we shall be back after the vote of thanks.
Even as we bow out.
So we now invite on stage Mercy.
Karibu sana, tukaribishe CEO ASEC. Thank you so much, Mercy.
Mercy, I saw you taking copious amounts of notes, trying to figure out what's going on, internalizing the discussions, the tough themes, and everything else. Onikupe kitabu. Nauliza Joseph. For you.
Hello. Yes, please, if you have not given out your recommendations, please share with us there. How are you all feeling? You guys feeling a bit of bittersweet? It's been 2 days. Can you imagine how time flies? But it's been a fantastic session, and it's such a great thing to see all of you here on TGIF Day. I have a gift. What is the meaning of TGIF? If you are born in 1960, don't raise your hand, please no. No, okay, so one hand. Okay, good day. TJ, do you have any more vouchers? Oh, there's one. You're lucky. Yeah, come on stage. It's great to have institutional memory. And I get to award my mentor. Come. Hey, millennials. Woo, for the millennials. For the youth. Yes, for the youth. For the youth. Thank you. You're most welcome. A round of applause for her. Institutional memory. Strong from generational. The theme for the conference: driving investments, markets, and job creation. Those were 3 key things that were around the theme for the conference. And I know we've been able to achieve that through the different panel discussions. We kicked off with boosting jobs through innovation. We had a discussion on cross-border entrepreneurship. We had a startup showcasing what they have done. And for me, I was really proud to see Signverse. When I met Signverse, it was 2023. All he had was an idea. And I remember he was pitching for the Presidential Innovation Awards. And he has grown over time. So seeing that happen is really phenomenal. But I'm not here to come and repeat everything else. I only have for you the main takeaways that I want us to walk out as we breathe gently into the world. One is that we need to really have a human-centered design. From all the different conversations, one thing was very clear. We need to know who really is our customer, and we have to design solutions with them in mind. If you're an investor, have the lens of the founder. What kind of capital do they need? How do they need it? And where are they to access that kind of capital? If you're a founder, you need to have the lens of the consumer. Someone asked about the business model of a digital platform. Those are critical questions that we need to be asking as founders. What does the consumer need and how can I deliver? If it's the government, it's asking the question of public good, ensuring there's penetration and reach and effective delivery of service. If you're a corporate, we had many of them in the session, is really looking at the ease and the convenience for the consumer because they're able to deploy the products and services at large scale. The second one that we came up with was meet the demand. As you heard in the AFCFTA discussion, the market is there, but there are key challenges that we can address moving forward and even starting our work either tomorrow. I know some of you are going to start at midnight, see you online, yeah? But the question to ask is one, what is the quality of my product or service? And that is where the question of standards comes in. What is the quantity that I can actually be able to produce, whether it is in terms of serving the number of clients or the actual products that you can do so? And in that, we have to think about scalability. We need to think about volume. And most importantly, is leveraging both the hard technology and the digital technology to help us really meet the demand. And in that, we're able to efficiently and effectively distribute our services and products. And guess what? The more your market grows, the more opportunities for absorbing the high young population in East Africa. The final one is collaboration. And you know, collaboration is something we've been talking about. In our 5th ASECANYO conference, our theme literally was collaboration for impact. But it's something that we continuously live on as a philosophy. So how do we demystify collaboration? Simply put, show up. And when you show up, listen to the other partners. And as you listen, build systems and structures as you support the partner. Meaning that even one of your team members should not have all the memory about the organization, but it has to be embedded within the organization for sustainability and continuity. And finally, challenges will come. Issues will be there. Squabbles will be there as well. Friendships will be tested or partnerships. There's call for humility in saying we have had a challenge, but we need to embrace the challenge and translate that into an opportunity. And the final one is our impact. Has anyone ever told you you're doing a good job? Has anyone ever told you you're doing a good job? How many have been told they're doing a good job? Guess what? There's some hands that are down. No one has ever told them you're doing a good job. But even the question is, what is this good job? Is there an actual metric to measure if you're making progress? So I want to encourage all of us to go back and check what yardstick are we using to measure our impact. And let's also reflect, are we actually making the right decisions in addressing those gaps? And are we also reflecting as we do it? I love what Josephine said, breathe. It's going to be okay. How we can translate a failure into a lesson, that one is left now for us. And as a rally cry is that as we close the conference, many other things have come out of this. This was just a summary of the entire discussion. But I want you to know one thing. As you go out there, I don't know if it's at midnight, I know some of you also work long hours, huh? But just remember you have a community behind you. And that is why we established the Regional Innovation Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa as a platform to invite all of you to participate, to really champion all these different things, human-centered design, meeting the demand, collaboration, and impact measurement in every sphere. So we will be calling upon you to also be the leaders, to be the ones facilitating the workshops in the upcoming one. That's next year. And many other forums in between. So the journey does not end here as well. As a few updates from our end, we will be hosting a government roundtable that is in May, where we're going to invite all government agencies and helping to understand what their challenges are when it comes to digitalization. And from there, we will be organizing a series of boot camps and hackathons, and also bringing other partners alongside us. So please, if you're not following our channels, please do so as well. The other one is that we have 2 challenges. If you're a startup, we have the Zaid Sustainability Prize. The applications are open, and we'll be sending that to you as well on the email. We also have the Sustainability Conference that's coming up next year in January. I know it feels very far, but the way time is moving, we must catch up. So there are many more opportunities that are coming up. And of course, this year in November, we'll be having the ASEC annual conference. Again, another gathering where we can share what we're learning. So as I wrap up, I was really trying to think of a proverb. But the one that stands the test of time. If you want to go far, go alone. No, if you want to go fast. Okay. That coffee is not working. Okay. If you want to go fast, go alone. Or be a marathon runner. But if you want to go far, go together. It has been said so many times, but I really want to appreciate each and every one of you. The ones who are in the room, the ones who are virtual, and the ones also who left the conference earlier. Without each and every one of you shaping your own initiative and idea on the ground, we would not be an ecosystem. Because an ecosystem is people coming together from different perspectives to have one vision. So I thank you so much for being part of this summit. And as I hand over to Caroline to come and do the vote of thanks, it's just a rally cry. The same thing that I said in the morning. Don't be afraid of asking for help. It doesn't reduce who you are. It just shows how far you want to go in either building a business or supporting the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Asanteni sana.
Hi, everyone. How have your 2 days been? Awesome. I'm hearing fun. We've all learned, we've engaged, and mine is to say thank you because there are many who came together to put this event. So I'm going to start, first of all, with the partners, Ministry of Trade and Investments and Industry, the State Department for Industry in particular, the World Bank, Spineberg, E for Impact, the KIEP team as well, Ashoka, Vilgro, some of them were also displaying outside, Little Cab, Fine Safaris, I Choose Life, Soma Siri, Urban Waters, ICEA Lion, and also Nakuru Box, CIO DX5 as well. And earlier on, you remember we had the golf 2 days ago at the Windsor Golf and Country Club. So let's give them a hand, first of all. Indeed, they've made it possible for us to be here, also at a lower price than we would have paid. So thank you to them and much appreciated. Also, of course, I've already mentioned the Windsor Golf and Country Club, but also 4 Points by Sheraton, who were our hosts for the pre-event that we had. And of course, the Ole Sereni Hotel that have taken care of us very well. I particularly enjoyed my lunch yesterday, and I wasn't there today, so I'm sure you also enjoyed your lunch as well today, the conferencing and the other facilities. But not only our partners, I would also like to thank, give me a moment, please. Yes, I would also like to thank okay, my notes are hiding from me. Give me a second. Okay, right. Other suppliers as well is our tech partners as well. Media CIO, who've done an excellent job of taking the photos and the pictures. Yes, and this morning also, I don't know if the audio streaming the streaming was all along, but I was able to follow what was going on this morning as well as I was making my way here. So big thanks to them. I would also like to especially also thank the team that put this together. Last year, I had the privilege of leading a team organizing a conference, and guys, it is a lot of work. If you've not yet experienced organizing a conference, please take that opportunity. You will be humbled and you will learn and grow a lot. So especially wanting to thank you, if you can stand up, team. There's Brian. Brian, are you here? Brian has been our contact person a lot. There's also Simeon. Oh, Brian is there behind. Let's give him a hand. Simeon as well. Is Simeon here? I know he's been around because I saw him outside when I came in. Edith is at the back of the room. Edith, thank you. You can wave. Thank you. And then also Mayan. Mayan isn't here at the moment. She left, but oh, okay. Mayan, please stand and wave. Thank you, Paule. And then also Grace. I saw Grace outside. I don't know if she's in the room. All right? And there's one thing that I always say, ladies and gentlemen, everything, tell your neighbor, everything rises and falls on leadership. And that's a quote by John C. Maxwell. You should read his books if you haven't. Amazing books on leadership. And he says everything rises and falls on leadership. The person that we have seen everywhere, in and out of the room, making sure everything is in order. Mercy Kimalat, special thanks to you. Absolutely, yes. She doesn't even need to stand because we all know who she is. But this is the team, not a very big team, but a very effective team that has been led by Mercy. And I would also like to recognize our two MCs who we've gotten to know. Yes, they also don't need an introduction. Joe Mukoko has done it again. And of course, TJ as well. Thank you so much for the excellent work that you've done, keeping us engaged, keeping us moving, and giving us ideas also for future conferences, especially that quiz at the end, right? To make sure that we are paying attention. Thank you very much. But I think I've thanked everybody. But of course, I've not thanked the main people that we put this conference for, which is you in the room and those who are also with us here yesterday. So I'd like you to high five your neighbor and tell them thanks for staying up to the end. Indeed. Yes. And I know one thing, because I'm usually those busy people that Josephine was talking about. So usually for conferences, I'm in and out. But true story, I made the commitment today that the next time I attend a conference, I'll be 100% present. Thank you. Why am I saying that? Because when you attend a conference fully, you get everything. And you get a lot of insights, you get to network, you get to engage even in between in the breaks. And so if you have stayed, if you were here from morning yesterday until now, I'd like you to stand up so that we recognize you. Okay, so thank you for being here from yesterday. You could have gone and done other things today, but you are here still until now. So really special thanks to each and every one of you for coming, and you're representing those who came yesterday and not here. Thank you everyone for joining. Mine is to say, let us continue shaping the innovation ecosystem. Each of us has a part to play, and see you next year, because Mercy, you've got to do this again. The conversation continues. Thank you, everyone.
Please don't leave. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been amazing.
Has been.
How has it?
It's been something. It's been good. The inaugural Regional Innovation Entrepreneurship Summit for East Africa Summit.
Baramutse.
Good
student. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a small photo op front here. Don't go very fast. Sam is ready. But before Sam comes, as Gerard organizes us, I would like us to rise on our feet. And this is how we are going to celebrate. Look for space.
Give me some room.
So DJ, which side is left? Left is this side, eh? Okay. We want them to know we were here. So hands up. Let's shake. So when we count 1, 2, 3, I want you to dance, to move to your left, which will be my right. And we wave that side, and then we come back to the center, and then we'll jump again to your right, which is my left. Yes? That's my left? Yes. And then jump, then we'll be ready for the photo op. That's how we are closing. Aya, let's go. So fast, we are jumping to your right. 1, 2, 3.
Uh-huh. Your other right.
1, 2, 3, center.
Uh-huh.
Ah. 1, 2, 3. Ah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor being part of the team. So let's come in front. Sam unatupangaje?
Director of photography.
Hey, Sam, pange. Please let's come. A very quick photo. The ones I wanted to say, the ones who have the right height, like me, will stay at the very front. The other ones who are a bit elongated can be at the back.
Down.
Down. Where is chairman? Chairman. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, for those who have the gift vouchers, please make sure you see Brian so that he can validate the voucher for you. For those with the vouchers, see Brian for you to have the vouchers validated. And as Tama natupanga, tafadhali mjue hivi, there are exhibitors outside.
Budget?
Why? Maya, kuja hapa.
So I'm guided. Good people, we can just reduce the music a little. So if you're tall, make sure you're not standing next to a pillar. The pillar will block you from the line of visibility. But if you're tall, make sure you're not next to the pillar. Tusonge tu karibu tupendane. Tuko sawa? Kipili cha pista. When name sir? Java. 4 points. Right.
Carol.
You can get some chairs as well. Just improvise. Well done.
Tough. That's okay. Basi yako hapa.
Ready?
Hapa.
Tuko sawa? Kofiti?
Juki, Nyanjuki and Javan, you are tall. I should stand next to you guys, at least I know no one will block me.
Right. We're good to go. Make sure you're looking at the eye of the lens.
Which one? Which lens?
Here by a director of photography.
There are 4. So we look at some.
Yeah. On 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen, the word we're saying is Mercedes Benz. Mercedes Benz.
Benz.
Huh? 1, 2, 3. Others have said, we said Ngwashe, Ngwashe. Ready when you are? And the chairman's challenge, we need to do a goofy one after this. Smile.
Can we have one where we shout ASEC so that the teeth can come out, the smiles? 1, 2, 3.
ASEC. ASEC.
1, 2, 3. ASEC.
ASEC. ASEC no.
ASEC. Money travels.
ASEC.
So let's have one goofy one, Sam. Hands, legs, please, the ones in front, don't kick the screen. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Hey! 3, 2, 1. We shout ASEC. 3, 2, 1. ASEC. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, as you exit, Demo, please come up.
There's some tea.
For those who are interested in becoming members of ASEC, please see Mr. Kimani here. Please raise your hand, and he's got a colorful shirt. Let's come and talk to Mr. Kimani. Thank you. There's tea and some snacks on the left.